It's 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show is live, and we thank you so much for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. It's always available for you as we sit around and get the day going for all of you. If you're listening live, it's the start of the day on Tuesday the 14th, and we thank you so much for being a part of it. Helmsy, as I mentioned yesterday, he is on vacation this week, back next Monday. Will of Me could spin, a whole lot more. We got news like you wouldn't believe, some updates for you. And so we thank you for making us part of your day. We know there's a lot of choices out there. Right now, let's bring in to my left. He is sitting right there. Look at him, Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
What's going on?
What's happening? How
good.
are you, sir? You good?
I'm good. Yeah, I went to bed a little later than normal watching that dang baseball game.
I know. I feel you, buddy.
A few hours sleep. I didn't make it to the end, though. But
you didn't?
No.
It was a good inning.
About 9 o'clock, I finally said, look, I can't. I got to do something.
Yeah.
So I was out.
Everybody has punched their ticket to Omaha. He's talking about the NCAA Men's Baseball World Series. The Super Regionals were wrapping up yesterday. Stanford and UConn played around 3 o'clock Central, and then Auburn was at Oregon State. They played around 6:30 p.m. Central. Stanford beat UConn, so they're in. And then Auburn held off Oregon State, won 4-3, and so they're in. I think they make their sixth trip to Omaha. And Oregon State, the number 3 national seed, and so having to go up there and beat them. You know, they had beat Vanderbilt in the regionals, hosting them, and then the super regionals, Auburn going up and beating them. That was big.
Yeah,
I mean they are loaded. They're loaded with talent. So that's it. So now everybody that is going to be in Omaha is it's settled, man. And it starts Friday.
Ready to play.
Starts Friday, and these are better than what these late West Coast time starts.
Oh, wow.
At 1 o'clock Central on Friday on ESPN, the main channel, you have Oklahoma and Texas A&M. And then at 6 o'clock, you have Notre Dame and Texas. And that Notre Dame going to Knoxville at that super regional and taking down Tennessee, the number 1 team, number 1 seed.
They just got it done.
Yeah, that was a big win for that program. And last year they hit Mississippi State in that buzzsaw, and so then have to go to Tennessee this year and win in that super regional. That's a big accomplishment for them. And then Texas, beating Eastern Carolina, that was a big win for them as well in the super regional. So that's your Friday games. Then Saturday, you've got Arkansas and Stanford on ESPN at 1 p.m. And then at 6 p.m. on ESPN2 on Saturday, it's Ole Miss and Auburn. Yeah. Ole Miss having to play a really hot Ole Miss team. Auburn is having to play a really hot Ole Miss team, but Auburn do it hot too. So you got 4 SEC teams in there, and then 2 other future SEC teams with Oklahoma and Texas.
That's true.
So that's your field of 8, and they're set, and then you got your losers playing on Sunday and all that kind of good stuff, and from Friday. And so it'll start Friday, though. How about that? 1 o'clock Central. And then you got the U.S. Open this week, too. So that's a lot of
controversy over that. LIV,
LMNOP,
all that.
Hey, I was able to sit down. I don't know how it happened, but I was able to sit down and catch the Phil Mickelson press conference live.
Oh, boy.
Hey, the questions coming at him.
Yeah.
And Dustin Johnson and others that had made that decision. I don't know how. I know they're in Massachusetts this weekend for the U.S. Open at the Country Club, and I don't know how the gallery will receive them. I have no idea.
Maybe a little booing.
You never know. But some of the questions I think were legit, and then some were really ridiculous.
Well, you're going to have that.
Yeah. But that's this weekend coming up. So a lot going on. And then I understand that Steph Curry and the crew beat the Celtics last night in a good game.
My brain can only handle so much. I couldn't keep up with that.
And did the Braves win their 12th in a row, or did they give it up?
Know.
I saw that they were
at the highlights right here.
I saw they were leading.
They were up big at one point.
Yeah, yeah. I know they were up. I think in the 6th or 7th when I checked, but I was so dialed into the Oregon State game I didn't turn it. But it looks like they might have.
I know at one time I thought they were up by like 6.
Yeah, and I think this is the the most wins since 2013 when they won 14 in a row. So we'll see how that goes, but I think they did win last night.
The highlights sure are showing a lot of home
boy, let me
runs
tell you
in.
something. That's 5-0 in the third. Good night. And then now we're going to the 8th, and they're still up. Oh, they're up 8-5 now. We're sitting here looking at the replay.
Yeah, we're just kind of working through it.
Well, no, I mean, and how about this? It looks like they won. So they're 12th in a row. That's big.
How about that?
Ended up winning 9-5. Wow. So there's your updates from yesterday. But most of the staff that doesn't follow college baseball as much, this is y'all's time of year that y'all like this.
Yep.
And so congratulations to Auburn. There's been a lot of construction in the studio. I mean, we just can't ignore it.
We got a lot of tape.
Yeah.
Bubba's checking it out.
Right. That gray hair you saw was Bubba.
That was Bubba.
Coming on through.
Back of his nog.
Yeah, and he's coming on in. But there's been some improvements here with the golden ticket seats, it looks like.
A little progress.
Uh-huh.
We'll see, won't we?
Is that going to be real? I mean, huh?
It looks real.
Yeah, it does. It looks really real.
A lot of blue tape involved.
Yeah. I know when it comes to the heat, and you hear all the heat index, and you hear you see the meteorologist warning.
Yeah.
Make sure you drink. Well, okay. And it's hot every year.
Yeah,
okay?
this isn't new.
No, it's not. But the first couple of times where it like slaps you in the face, hot.
Thick. You're talking about that thick heat?
Yeah, and you go, wow. So it's hot. Yesterday was one of those days.
When you're sweating and you're not even moving, you're just standing there.
When you're sweating and it's like 8 p.m. and the sun's been down.
How about that?
Yeah, that's hot. And like there's a blanket of humidity. And you said, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put this coat on, and it's a coat of humidity. Yeah. And I'm going outside.
Those days, late, you get hot, and you're like, you're not supposed to be hot. And then early. And then when it's 6 o'clock and you're sweating and you're outside, that's bad.
That's real bad.
That's a bad day.
So we got that going on. Hey, this moon. What's up with this moon?
Bright.
Hey, you liking it?
It's all werewolf way. So bright.
So Terry was sitting on the little breezeway last night, and I came out and went, hey, wow, look at that moon. She said, what are you talking about? I was like, you can't see the moon?
You talking about the big light in your eye?
Yeah. I said, look up. Good night.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight, too. Join us and take Field of Greens, too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, you can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder why Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get 15% off your order. Buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing.
Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourself!
I'll call Cooks.
Before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
While you can't avoid allergy season, you can at least save on your prescription medications. With GoodRx, you can compare prescription prices at over 70,000 pharmacies, and you can find discounts of up to 80%. Even with insurance, GoodRx may beat your prescription copay. For simple, smart savings on prescriptions, go to goodrx.com/Bubba. That's goodrx.com/Bubba. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance. Medicare, and Medicaid. In 2021, GoodRx users saved 81% on retail prescriptions.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. SimplySafeBubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Our secret to a stress-free summer, HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted, foolproof recipes featuring the season's ripest fruits and veggies straight to your door with 30 recipe options every single week. Like quick and easy and family-friendly. There's something to please everyone. Hey, the best part, we get to spend less time at the grocery store and more time relaxing. Get 16 free meals plus 3 gifts with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com. Okay, folks, the MyPillow team is offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on a bunch of their great products. Now's the time to join millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow and improved their lives with other amazing products. Right now, you get to buy one, get one free pricing on bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillows, 6-piece towel sets, a roll and go anywhere MyPillows, and so much more. Go to MyPillow.com/Bubba for our special show savings and discounts, or rickandbubba.com.
If you own a fleet of trucks, if you're an owner-operator, you know how much nonsense comes with fleet fuel cards? That's why you should check out A to B Fuel Card. A to B has no setup fee, no transaction fees, no monthly fees, no over-limit fees, and no credit check required when you apply. You can use A to B to get discounts on every drop of fuel at any gas station or truck stop that accepts Visa. Apply for the A to B Fuel Card today at atob.com/radio and get a $50 credit when you use their zero-fee card. Have you tried the innovative Helix Sleep mattress yet? Well, we love it. If you need a new mattress, go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress order. Or you can visit rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
20 minutes past the hours, the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. Willamette could spin at any moment today. Be looking for that. A lot out there. We've updated the college baseball D1 World Series is set. The last two punched their tickets yesterday, Stanford and Auburn. So now the field of 8 is set in Omaha. It starts Friday on ESPN and the U.S. Open this weekend. So we've been giving you some updates. The staff, most of us, stayed up a little bit later than normal to see that one through. I know you said you made it to the what?
It was
7th or 8th?
Bottom 7th. Which was a one-run game at that point.
Yeah,
and I'm like, here's what's funny.
What?
Lisa was watching it with me.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So she stayed up watching it. And when she woke me up when they won, yelling, going, "Yay!"
So you should have just stayed up.
Yeah.
The Warriors lead the NBA Finals 3-2. They won last night 104-94 in Game 5 over the Celtics. So there's your updates with sports. We've got a couple of updates when it comes to entertainment, too.
Oh, the entertainment. How about Rolling Stones lead vocalist, the great Mick Jagger, announced he has tested positive for COVID-19 on Monday, forcing the band to postpone at least one of their concerts. Now, it was the day of the show, like an hour and a half before the show to start. Some people had already showed up and everything. They're in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
And they had to make the announcement. So
I'm there at the venue.
Oh, everything's set up.
Oh.
And I don't know if they're, going to stay there and make that one up or come back.
Right.
But look, Mick, COVID ain't going to bother me.
Hey, you know what he does? He laughs at COVID.
Sure. So he said he might miss one show. So
78.
78 yeyears old. So Big Mick has got COVID. I don't know if it spread to the other band. I think COVID's scared of Keith Richards. Probably won't even touch him. He believe me, he survived way more things than that. So
old Jagger put out a statement. He said, "Hey, I'm sorry we've had to postpone the Amsterdam show with such short notice tonight. I have unfortunately just tested positive for COVID. We aim to reschedule the date ASAP and get back as soon as we can.
Well, I think a lot of the entertainment business now, that's just what we got to live with it. We got to make a living. So we're gonna, if we get it, we'll cancel and then try to make it up or whatever, and then keep the show rolling. So, like I say, the Stones. It's hard to believe they're still touring the world.
God, it's 78. It's 78. He's older than our president, right?
Oh yeah, barely.
And he's hopping around stage.
Yeah.
So the band said, "Hey, Jagger has tested positive for the virus after experiencing symptoms of COVID upon arrival at the stadium." So to your point, I mean, he's there.
What about?
And then all of a sudden he starts feeling bad.
What if you're that person who likes to get the concert early and you're already there, and they come out and go, "Oh, by the way, we're done."
Do you tell anybody, or do you just try to play through it? I don't know what his symptoms were.
I know.
And I know he's 78.
Who turned him in?
Who tested him? I mean, do they have to test for every deal, or he just says, "Hey, I don't feel good"? Somebody says, "Well, let me test you."
They said he did have symptoms. So.
Yeah, maybe that's the deal. I don't know. Also, yesterday we mentioned briefly that Ozzy Osbourne.
Speaking of another rock star, we can't believe still alive.
I mean, he was having surgery, and it was a very important surgery. I mean, so much so that they said it was going to be a life-changing kind of deal. Well, now Sharon and the family went and visited him, and details of the surgery are out.
Yeah, they're going to remove and realign pins that's in his neck and back.
Good night.
Any kind of surgery at his age, obviously, is difficult, and that's a major surgery. And he had wrecked, I think, on a four-wheeler back in 2019.
I remember something about that.
Kind of strange.
Do you remember that? I think we covered that.
Yeah, I think so. But anyway, so evidently they need to go in there, and they must be suffering, and they're going to try to get all them pins and all that
just
realigned.
The spine.
Yep, spine and neck.
Boy, anytime you hear spine and neck, it's a big one.
But like I say, Ozzy, wow, the stories you hear about him, the fact he's still with it. Have you ever heard
and
the
he's
one about
73? Is that right?
Have you heard the one when he was snorting ants with a straw like people
I have
do?
not.
Yeah.
He was snorting ants.
Yeah, they were, I think it was Motley Crue. It was in their book. They were on tour together. And they would try to gross each other out. And they said there was like a popsicle on the ground, had a bunch of ants. He grabbed a straw and snorted them up, trying to gross everybody out.
All right, so see, Ozzy looks 78 and Jagger looks 73.
Yeah, I think they could swap.
They could swap.
So, believe it or not, I think Ozzy's lived a little harder.
He has that life and what he's done. So we brought up, I think the last time we talked about Ozzy, that show that he and his son are doing where they like tour.
It's pretty good.
They go around.
Yeah.
He's funny.
He is funny.
He's
That's a pretty
funny.
good show, by the way.
And his son kind of has to handle him and all his little quirks.
But
I love when they sit down and try to figure out what they want to eat, and Ozzy doesn't know, and he's trying to walk him through it. And I can relate to that because sometimes I don't know what I want to eat when it comes to making decisions.
You do. You struggle.
Terry,
you struggle with the menu.
Terry said, and I got to get on JC here. I didn't know he did this, but Terry went down to the beach for 3 or 4 days with some of her little girlfriends, have a little beach time and stuff. And I didn't know this, but the boys were home alone with Dad, and I mean, Dad makes it. Plus, hey, look, they're old. They're taking care of themselves.
That's true.
I don't have
they
to
know
feed
when they're
them.
hungry. They're not dependent on you to feed them like they used
But
to
it
be.
just so happened that everybody was hungry at the same time, and JC and Reese were coming through, and discussion of, hey, I'm hungry, broke out. Well, I was busy doing something else, and JC said, hey, I got this. He said, I'll go get something to eat if you want. So we decided what we want to eat. And so he calls Terry on the way because in passing, he said, Dad, what do you want? And it's one of our favorite places, so I kind of have my standard. Well, I said, I don't know. You need to ask my mom, your mom, I guess, because she always orders for me.
That's true.
Kind of joking.
No, it's probably because I've been. You struggle with ordering.
So he calls Terry, who is, and she's on, the Bluetooth through the car, and other little girls
to ask what you want.
Yeah, and all of her little girlfriends are in there.
Hey, what's Dad
moms.
want?
And he goes, hey, I'm going to get Baldy some food, kind of joking around.
Sure.
She tells it now to me.
Yeah.
And she said that the ladies really started laughing because he asked me what you normally eat at this place because you didn't know.
You didn't know. Good night.
She said they laughed about that all weekend.
Look, I'm not surprised because we sat down like at a lunch. What y'all getting? I don't know. Well, what you getting? and I'm thinking, man, just order something. And then I'll go, I'm getting this. You go, really? Like, I said, you don't have to get it.
Walk that out for me.
Yeah,
will
you were
you?
like, so whatever I was getting, you were going to get. I said, just get something else.
They thought that was a lot of fun.
Well, I understand. I've experienced it.
So here's you another update too. Britney Spears' ex, Jason Alexander.
Not to be confused with Jason Alexander that played
Right.
George Costanza.
Right. We all remember he was the wedding crasher, right? He
I wonder why now. Why
I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea.
Now let's record here. They knew each other in school, and they got married one time in Las Vegas for 55 hours.
Right.
they claim. And then they annulled it.
Right.
Well, evidently he ain't letting go.
No, but he has pleaded not guilty after attempting to crash the wedding. She just married her third husband? Was it third or fourth? Or
Well, if you count him, that's third.
It's third, yeah.
Yeah. If you count 55 hour,
he wasn't.
I don't know if I'd count that.
He wasn't in court, but appeared via video wearing his inmate uniform with an orange undershirt. Entered the plea on Monday. The judge has set the bail at $100,000. The judge also ordered that Alexander must turn in any firearms that he has.
Okay.
It's unclear if he has any. But anyway, he's pleaded not guilty, but the judge ordered Alexander to stay 100 yards away from Spears. The order is in place for 3 years.
3 years. After 3 years, you can get 50 yards.
Live.
What a weird story. Hey,
So
buddy,
he's hit with felony stalking charges, but he's pleaded not guilty.
what do you think his intention was? I mean,
I don't
know he
know.
obviously, I don't think he was there to hurt anybody, but I mean, did he think she was going to go, oh my goodness, you're here, I think I'll marry you?
Yeah.
What-
I mean, is
or
there-
did he just want to come to the ceremony?
There's obviously some obsession there.
Yeah. I wonder if he got any money after he married her.
I don't
I
know.
don't know, 55-hour annulment, probably not.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba. Our secret to a stress-free summer? HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers chef-crafted foolproof recipes featuring the season's ripest fruits and veggies straight to your door with 30 recipe options every single week. Like quick and easy and family-friendly. There's something to please everyone, plus we get to spend more time relaxing and less time at the grocery store. Got flexible plans that work with your schedule, and get this, you can have your order sent to your vacation spot. Skip weeks or change your delivery date right from the HelloFresh app. With HelloFresh, there's always something new to try, like cucumber salad stuffed pita pockets, chicken sausage stuffed peppers, how about the Tuscan spice shrimp? What's more, we like to customize our meal by swapping proteins and sides so we're able to enjoy our favorite summer dishes just the way we like them. Sign up today for 16 free meals, plus get 3 gifts with the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or RickandBubba.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow, we leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on LinkedIn.com/Bubba. to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Have you tried Helix mattress yet? Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, firm mattresses. They've got mattresses great for cooling you down if you sleep hot, and mattresses great for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains. They even have a Helix mattress for the plus-size sleepers. The Helix mattress is a major upgrade, and we love it. Plus, they come in a box that comes right to your front door, and you can try it in your home for 100 nights risk-free. They even have a 10-year warranty, and Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2021 by GQ and Wired Magazine. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Take the quiz, order the mattress that's matched to you, and the mattress comes right to your door, shipped for free. For a limited time, Helix is offering up to $350 off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsor.
Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Our friends at Visit North Alabama have created another amazing chance for you and your family to have an out-of-this-world experience at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Folks, this is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. Parents and children ages 7 and up will launch into a mission to space or into an aerial combat scenario in authentic training simulators. Your family will even get to dress the part in your own aviation flight suits. Here's what's included. The winner's lodging and meals are all included, and you'll also get $1,500 spending money for you to use toward your out-of-this-world family road trip package. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. The winner will be announced on July the 1st. Sign up today and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com. Or go to rickandbubba.com for a link under the contest tab or the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio!
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't stop.
25 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. Helmsy off this week. Back on Monday. Willamette could spin. A lot happening at rickandbubba.com. Go there for all the information about the show, upcoming events. You've got the store, some new items hitting that pretty regularly. So go to rickandbubba.com for everything Rick and Bubba. All right, so we've given you some updates in the old entertainment world, and there have been some. I do have an update about my backpack blower. You remember yesterday I came in?
Oh, yeah.
I came in with an issue where
you had grass laying everywhere. You couldn't blow it.
Well, right. And it was really that frustration of trying to crank something.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can take blower out and put
just
in.
crank something that won't crank.
Yeah, and that frustration that we all feel and then trying to hold it together. And now that I'm you live in a sidewalk community, I have people probably like watching me pitch a fit, whereas you could kind of, the only person seeing you is Lisa, right?
And
you know,
points it out.
Sure.
Yeah.
I started getting, I feel so, I just feel so dumb. I started getting emails after we talked about that yesterday. People going, "Hey, it's a spark plug, buddy."
You know, I don't know why I didn't think of that.
And I'm like,
Because
what?
I've had to change my lawnmowers out, spark plug out,
Yeah.
because it wouldn't crank.
So
you take it out, it's all black and dirty.
There it was. And so I'm like, well, I didn't even think about that. So I called to the house yesterday, and Reese was still there, and I said, "Hey, walk out, and just give me what series the backpack blower is. I know it's a backpack blower, but I don't know the number on the back, So he gives it to me, so then I knew what spark plug to get. And so I stopped by on the way home and tell them what type of backpack blower I have, and they went, "Okay, here's what you need." And I said, "Well, I'll tell you what, go ahead, because my edger's been giving me some issues too." And I was like, "Go ahead and give me 2 more." And I'm a big spender.
Yeah,
it cost me $15 for 3. And
went home and ate a sandwich instead of stopping and getting a burger.
Right. And I got to tell you, I went home, put them in, just cranked right up.
That's
it was a dadgum spark plug.
Golly, we should have figured that out. You ain't got to be a mechanic to figure that
There's
out.
two things that I've done recently that I need to check myself on. First of all, this whole spark plug thing, I'm going to give myself a little bit of a pass. I don't know anything about all that. But
I know, but
I should.
that's easy.
I should have.
I know.
I should have.
I've actually, like I said, I've had lawnmowers good and cranking. I changed the spark plug. Once you pull it out and you see it all.
Yeah. Oh, hey, it was.
Got that soot all over
You
it. You know
kidding me?
it ain't making no fire.
It was nasty. That and then me taking the dog collars to Pet Stop, thinking that there's something wrong with the
Forgot about
collars, and the
that.
batteries were just dead. Those two things here
check that
recently,
first.
I've had to like look in the mirror and talk to myself a little bit about it. But
whatever.
But
It
to
happens. Getting
my
older.
but look, to my defense on the collars, that I didn't see a flashing red.
Yeah.
And normally that means, hey, we're going,
So
we're
you're
dead.
too dependent on the flashing
I
red.
guess so. But anyway, there's your update on the backpack blower,
So
and I got to
she's
tell
blowing.
you, and this is where our audience sometimes comes through, and then sometimes if it's a medical issue, they scare you half to death. But I got to tell you, y'all stepped up because I never would have thought about my spark plug.
Yeah. So now you're back.
And all of you out there that sent me an email, took the time to do that, and I thank you for that. And so there's your update for there.
Well, good.
All right.
No, it's good to know.
Tennessee Sheriff's Office warning the public, do not pick up folded dollar bills off the ground because they may contain fentanyl.
Wow.
The warning from the
Well, they're
Giles
carrying-
County Sheriff's Office came after two separate incidents in which folded dollar bills containing the deadly drug were found at a local gas station.
Boy, I tell you, you better pay attention. You ain't gonna walk by no dollar and leave it.
On both-
you'll pick it up and blow the powder off of it. It's still
Hey,
good. It's
hey.
good.
Stop it.
Let me get my blower and I'll blow it off.
On both occasions, the folded bills were found to contain a
That is
white,
scary, by the way.
powdery substance inside, so inside the fold there, which authorities have tested positive
So that's how they're
for
carrying
methamphetamine
it, I guess?
and fentanyl.
Wow.
Very dangerous situation, the sheriff's department is saying.
So if you see a dollar bill folded laying on the ground,
Do not pick it up.
stay away from it.
Do you pick up change and stuff when you
No.
see like a penny and stuff? Pick up a penny?
No, I probably would pick up a bill though.
You would?
Probably, depending on what it was. Not now.
No. So heads up.
No,
Again.
I don't pick up change.
So think about somebody's day, and I know there's evil people out there. That's obvious.
Yeah.
So I'm so evil. I'm gonna put a deadly drug substance inside
Why
a
am I
folded dollar
carrying it in
bill
a
and
folded
drop
dollar
it because
bill?
I want somebody.
Or are they just carrying it that way and it's just had residue of it left where they had
No,
put it
Greg.
in something
No,
else?
it's obvious. It's planted. Don't you
really?
agree?
I don't know.
Huh?
I don't know.
Because isn't that the kind that like, and here I go, I'm stepping off. I'm really kind of glad I don't really know what I'm talking about when it comes to fentanyl, but it's extremely deadly, isn't it?
Yeah,
very. And so I mean I know
You just get it on you.
I've seen like on some of these police shows and stuff that if
maybe.
deputies or law enforcement are having to go in and they have to kind of get protected if they're
Yeah,
going
they
to
do.
handle all that.
Yeah.
You know.
Had them.
So I would think if
Suffer
somebody's just
from it.
carrying it around and with open money, folded money.
Yeah, but if
Then-
you're just doing that just to trick, that's
awful.
crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe.
So there's an update. Tennessee Sheriff's Office warns people do not pick up folded dollar bills because they may contain fentanyl.
Yeah, they said they showed a tiny amount of powder next to a penny, saying that amount is more than enough to kill anyone who touched it.
Golly. So then
pretty lethal.
So then that's obvious it was planted, Greg.
Wow.
Because if that's the case, then somebody's not going to have that folded
It's
money in their
stupid. Why
pocket.
would you- I don't know.
Gosh
You're right.
almighty.
Mm.
So anyway, I just a little public service announcement there
You-
coming out of Tennessee.
You need to make a note of that.
Well, I
you'll
mean-
uncontrollably grab that dollar when you see it.
We're on a walk the other night, and Terry just stops. He goes, oh, "Look at here!" And it was like 2 pennies in the middle of the road. She couldn't get them quick enough. I got to pick up a penny.
All day long. You'll
I
have
never
good
would
luck.
have. I never would have seen it.
Find a penny, pick it up.
I never would have seen it. I'm
No.
not doing that. But
Studying that. Find a penny, pick it up.
pick it up, Greg. In the "You Can't Have Nothing" category of the show, did you see where Disney's Pixar's Lightyear
Oh my goodness.
with countries?
Oh, they're saying we're not.
China's in question.
Why a Pixar cartoony, whatever you want to call it? Why are we even having male to female? I mean, what? Why? How does that?
It's
in
a
the
cart-
story.
right, right.
Why are we kissing?
I don't know.
No matter what. What's the point?
But it looks like here, Walt Disney Company has been unable to obtain permission to show its new Pixar movie Lightyear in 14 Middle Eastern Asian countries.
Well, I remember this story came out that the scene had been deleted before the movie was released, and then they caught backlash for deleting it, so they put it back in.
Right. It says here the animated film depicts a same-sex couple who share a brief kiss.
How does an animated film need any couple? Like I said, same sex, opposite, whatever. Well, how does that play into Lightyear?
I don't know.
I don't get it.
But this little brief kiss has
pushing an
prompted
agenda,
a ban of the film. 14 countries.
Well, like I said, they caved in when they caught a protest from the LBGQP plus.
Right.
So, I mean, again, I'm just saying I don't understand why you got to have that in the storyline, no matter who's kissing who.
Right.
It's a daggum spaceman.
Yeah.
Cartoon, whatever you want to call it.
It says here, in the film, Buzz's close friend is a female space ranger who marries another woman.
Okay. Well, say again, that storyline should whatever.
The scene showing milestones in the couple's relationship includes a brief kiss. Buzz's little. Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You hear what I'm saying?
We're doing a movie about
Buzz
Lightyear.
Buzz Lightyear.
They shouldn't have any relationship, no matter what they are.
Right.
I mean, what's that got to do with anything?
This is so ridiculous. Well, anyway, there's your update on that. And when I mean by you can't have nothing, you can't even have Lightyear. You can't even have a movie, a little animated movie without some agenda.
How many countries you said?
14.
They said not going to do it.
Not going to do it. And so we'll see how that plays out. We got about 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan.
I had a little guy that run around the stadium. He was kind of the face of the franchise, and he'd be like Steve Irwin.
Yes.
Like a little
or
safari
like that guy
hat
from Jumanji that was in the Jeep.
Yep.
He's that guy.
Yep.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so y'all were telling me that there's an Adler update here.
Yeah.
Adler.
He's training, Rick.
I'm a teacher. I know he was concerned about his weight after he got married and been part of the show for a while.
Yeah.
I'm a teacher. Madison show. Well, Bubba, what do you? I'm ready if you are. I know you've been rattled this morning. Hey, there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than to share news that you think somebody already probably knows and then they don't. You do that?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one that's actually not. This is not funny, but I remember one that was very funny when I was taking all my kids through Passport to Purity, and I got down to the youngest one, and I started, I guess, a little earlier than I did with the others, and the others had already kind of at least heard something about it, and I was just kind of clarifying. And then that look on his face when I got to the moment, and I said, "Oh my gosh, you didn't know about any of this, did you?" He said, "No, I did not."
Hey,
I did not know about this. So anyway, sorry about that, buddy. I must have got rushed to get everybody under the old coverage of this. But anyway, we found out. I did last night.
And I did about 5 minutes ago.
Right before, and some of you will remember this man. Some of you are new to the show and you don't know him, and that's okay. We can explain that. But the friend of ours, we knew him as Wacky the Clown, who did a lot of Rick and Bubba promotions, did personal birthday parties for our kids, and was a good friend of the program. Passed away.
Yeah, JD Plummer.
JD Plummer.
You told me that, Rick, and I didn't even believe it. I had to go and look at his Facebook page and saw the condolences on there. And, JD has been a good friend for a long time. I mean, I had did some things with him and Wacky the Clown back even pre-Rick and Bubba show. So even back in other radio gigs before that. So we've known JD a long time. What a great person, just spirit. He is a super believer, and we know he's in a better place. But, gosh, I hate to know he's gone.
He was a big part of my kids when they were little. My wife, when it was birthday time, it was throwdown. I mean, she would have these, and he was at several of the big parties. I mean, he was a regular. We got to have Wacky. The kids love him. And plus, JD as a person was awesome. But he was a great clown, too.
Yeah.
Great balloon animals.
Yeah, now
Rick, nobody was better.
But it's really, I mean, I'm like y'all. When you told me, I was like, what?
I was even telling Bubba a lot of things he taught us about clowns and clowning. I'm talking about the big time clowns, which he was one.
Oh yeah.
Because he went to clown college. He did, and he said that
no joke here, but it is at the University of Georgia.
Right. I don't know if they still have it, but when he went, they did have that school for clowning, and I remember that he painted his nose. He did not wear a fake red nose. And when I made a comment about it, or one of us did, I don't remember who did.
A little foam nose or something.
Yeah, he said real clowns don't wear fake noses.
Right. Oh, he said
that's a drop down clown.
He wasn't big on Dumbo either.
No, he was not.
He was not.
He knew the standards. I mean, he
didn't think that presented clowns in a very positive.
Well, I just thought he represented clowns well.
Oh, he did. Because I told Bubba, I said we should have the show today. All of us put on a red nose, but that's not what he would have wanted.
My favorite part is when Wacky would come to the kids' parties. He would be dressed, in his full clown gear.
I know what you're gonna say.
And then he would do his show, which the kids to go nuts, especially when he turned the birthday boy or girl into a rabbit. Everybody went crazy.
That's fantastic.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Welcome back. 10 minutes until top of the hour. This portion of the kickoff hour brought to you by MyPillow.com/Bubba. If you love American-made products that will improve your life and love supporting great American companies with your purchases who share your values, then join us in supporting MyPillow.com/Bubba, and you'll save big, too. For example, MyPillow throw blankets, they are perfect for kids at camp, relaxing on the beach, or watching fireworks coming up on July 4th. They're 70% off. Bed sheets, pillows, 6-piece towel sets, or buy one, get one free. I know you love that, Greg.
BOGO.
MyPillow slippers are $90 off and just $49.98. You can even get beautiful prints to hang in your house, like the Lion of Judah or the Jesus Christ is within our grasp, for just $28. Great products. Start with a great company. And like I said, if you are like us and you like to make good purchases that are smart and support American-made products, MyPillow.com/Bubba is the place to do it. And everything at MyPillow comes with a 60-day money-back guarantee and a warranty. So go to MyPillow.com/Bubba today for all of your specials and all the buy one, get one free specials and slipper blowout sales as well. That's MyPillow.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Just make sure that when you go to MyPillow that you follow the instructions on clicking the radio icon and all that kind of stuff. But MyPillow.com/Bubba is a direct link to those savings.
I slept on my pillow last night.
Really?
In my Helix
and
mattress.
You loved it. And you loved it.
My pillow and a Helix mattress. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Man, I slept like a baby.
So this is the time of year where you see all of the fireworks stands kind of come to life.
Yeah.
They're dormant, most of the year, and they come alive a couple of times a year.
That shows you what you make off fireworks.
Yes.
Because, like I said, you see these big buildings, they drop a lot of money to build that are open twice a year.
Right. I have one that I see a lot, and I actually did the grand opening remote at that place. And And I talked to because they built a brand new building for it and everything.
Yes.
And I talked to the owners, and they said, oh, yeah. And I was like, so you're just going to shut this down and open it up again, for New Year's Eve? Really? And he goes, yeah. So just a couple of times a year, and that's it. And he goes, yeah.
That's like at the state line as you go in Alabama to Georgia.
Yeah.
You got about 3 big ones.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing, we were hooking the power up to it when they built one, and they said they spent over $1 million on the building. I mean, this thing's huge. And I'm like, wow, y'all must make money off fireworks. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Well, Helena, Alabama loves fireworks because if you step outside and it's New Year's Eve or 4th of July, it's
everybody just cutting up.
I don't know what a war zone sounds like. Praise God. I've never experienced that, but I'm just imagining it sounds a little something like that in the distance.
Oh, yeah.
With everything popping and going on. Boy, there'll be some fireworks. So I know all of you go and visit. We've never really been a big fireworks family. We might go dabble in it a little bit, shoot some bottle rockets or something like that, but that's about it.
My dad was known for his New Year's Eve fireworks shows.
Yeah.
And he had a family friend that was in the business, and he would get him all kinds. Some good stuff, too. But besides that, I'm like you. I never really went and dropped big money on my own and brought them. I mean, I'm not anti-fireworks.
No.
You got to be careful.
Sure.
Now, the people that live behind me on the back road for New Year's Eve and the 4th, now they'll shoot them, and they'll shoot them late to the point that you're like, okay, that's enough.
Yeah, a little late.
Yeah.
A little late. I mean,
they really enjoy it.
I get New Year's Eve because you're counting down to midnight, so I give you a little bit of a pass on that. But on 4th of July, I mean,
you can get it done.
Yeah.
Dad would. A lot of times they would fall over and shoot at him. And stuff.
Well, Rick has a best of that we play back.
Same thing.
Where his kind of turned over and he started firing on the family on the back deck.
It happens.
Yeah, he was showing out for a little bit, and then the little cardboard setup that he had kind of fell off. I mean, everything kind of just fell, and now he's shooting at the family.
They can get out of hand. You might want to stick to smoke bombs and sparklers.
Yeah. So my dad's dad, I call him Pawpaw. And Mamaw and Pawpaw. You don't think I love going over to their house?
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
Sure.
Should sneak me some M&Ms and boy, I tell you. And he had a display where he would hang them up on one of his trees out in the front. Hey, and he'd have him a string of just firecrackers. It was just and I'm talking about strings and strings. And I lost count of how many firecrackers he would have.
Oh, yeah.
And then, I mean, it would be like a family affair.
Together,
hey, Pawpaw's ready. Y'all come
light
out.
them off.
And we'd go out, and the neighborhood would just come stand around, and he would light that puppy. And they would go off for, I think, probably, in my little redheaded freckled mind, it was 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And they just wouldn't stop, and it was just so loud, and then it was over, and then the front yard just had debris everywhere.
And the paper.
And it was our job to clean it up.
And the smoke cloud.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
Listen, I think I've told this on air. When we were kids, me and Rick had you get the pack.
Yeah.
And they're all twisted together.
Yeah.
And we would play with them individually. Like Rick liked to blow up ant beds with them.
Right. Who doesn't?
So we wanted to make them last. Well, I lit one and threw it, and when I did, it landed in the other ones and blew up all of them. It started it. And Rick's standing there looking at me as it's blowing up because it took it a minute.
Yeah.
And he's just staring at me because I ruined it, completely ruined the whole. Because we're going to make them last a couple of days, blowing up ant beds. Or go get an old model car you had and blow it up. We used to do stuff. But they got away from me. I went to throw it, and when I did, it landed on top of the entire string of them and blew every one of them.
Every one of them
It started a chain reaction. It was a mess that we had to clean it up.
You know, when good nice old Coca-Cola Classic was in the glass bottles, they were perfect to set up a launching pad, for bottle rockets. But for some reason, we would just get bored with that, and we'd set them off and they'd go up.
And we'd throw them.
And look, kids, don't do this. But then we started trying to throw them and show off a little bit. And timing is everything.
Oh yeah.
Because you don't want to hold them too long because now they're in your hand.
You got to let them go as they.
But then you don't want to throw them and then them hit the ground. All of a sudden now they're pointing back at you.
Oh, that happens.
And then they come now when they decide to go off. Now they're firing back at the family. But we used to play hide and go seek with them.
Yeah.
And we'd just spread out throughout the neighborhood. And
Roman
you knew
candles too. That's not. I'm not.
You knew you were found if one started coming at you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we did those. Like I say, we even Roman candle.
Really?
Don't do that.
Yeah,
that's a
kids,
bad thing.
we do not do any of this, kids.
course, you remember you twist to get you about 4 firecrackers and twist them all together.
Yeah.
Like you got a big bomb.
Oh, yeah. The more you could twist, the better.
Yeah.
But this is about the time of year you see them all come to life. All the little fireworks stands. Yeah. And you see the owners come out and they start sweeping and trying to dust everything up.
Get it ready.
It's like, okay, it's time now.
And they'll be hard and heavy to
Hey,
the 4th.
Good night alive. Will they ever? But 4th of July, right? Can you believe, and I know here I go sounding old again, we are about 15 days from July, if you're listening live.
That's crazy.
Thereabouts.
It'll be Christmas before we know it.
July, Greg.
Time just.
Rick and Bubba vacation coming up towards the end of this month into the 4th of July weekend, and so we'll have some best of moments during that week, and I'll make sure when I'm here I'll try to play the 4th of July Rick Burgess fireworks handle where he his little platform it kind of fell over and he started firing on the family.
There's
on
no stopping
the back deck.
Once they start, you just gotta let them play out.
Tyler, I think
hit the deck.
I think one reason why our family's never really been big into it is that he didn't have any shoes on, and I know that's a no around fireworks, and he stepped on one of them that was hot still. It didn't blow up, but it was still hot.
Burn him.
Yeah, and it hit that bottom of that foot and kind of turned him against it a little bit. And so it's never really been a big issue. Of course, that was young. Yeah, he was young. He was probably 6-7 years old.
Never got over it.
Never got over it. No.
It's like Helms with them bees he sucked in his mouth that time. He said he never got over it.
But anyway, so we'll have a best of towards the end of the month, and I'll be sure I play that. That's a great best of.
Oh yeah.
He thinks he's about to have this great moment, and all of a sudden everything turns over.
Everybody, they feel like they're in a war.
You're diving, you're on your chest, trying to crawl into the house because Daddy's fireworks display's now shooting at you. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Rick and Bubba join us for the main show. Don't go anywhere. Don't forget rickandbubba.com. Everything you need to know about the show is right there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's funny. But then he would walk over, and then it would be me and JD having a conversation, but he's still dressed as Wacky the Clown. And then you look, and he's in his car, big shoes and all, pink hair and all, driving off, waving. And I go, there goes a clown driving a car.
With his little hat kind of on the side of his head. And when he would drive off in the car, that may have been the funniest thing.
Kind of tiny car that had a miraculous amount of room in it.
But the conversations when it was over, but he's still dressed, and we would say, "Hey, how's Rick and Bill doing?" Well, they're doing good, JD. Yeah, I saw him the other day, but he's dressed as a clown.
One time he talked to me in full clown costume about tax reform.
Yeah, I mean, but he's a brilliant guy.
But I mean, and I told Bubba, I said, really, I mean, today kind of has hanging over it. Wacky the Clown has passed on.
Wow, I didn't.
Yeah.
So, like I say, I got tons of pictures, huge memories of my kids.
Yep.
That's the birthdays. Because we had to bring him back at least
Wacky,
every other year.
He was part of some of the happiest days we've ever had. Big birthday parties.
He brought sunshine with him. He did.
We don't know the details, and you said you looked at the Facebook page. There's no details there either.
No, I've asked for some more.
And I'm not. I mean, it's none of our business. I just thought I'd do it. Had he been sick? Had he been sick for a long time? Was this something sudden? Right. I didn't know. And so I saw him, I guess, in the last couple of years.
It's been a while since I've seen him, but he was one of those guys, when you saw him, you picked right back up. Never missed a beat. Very few people, I say, are top shelf guys. He's one of them.
16 minutes past. 866 We Be Big. Wacky the Clown. He will be missed. All right, as we come back, we'll continue. Also, don't forget, check our website there at rickandbubba.com, too. Stay with us and get all the information you need about the show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was listening to the kickoff hour, and they were doing that thing where, everybody's now asking Alexa, who's going to win the Super Bowl, and the thing about her saying the Eagles and spelling out Eagles and all that. And certainly the technology is fun and it's incredible. But those of us that are old enough to remember 2001: A Space Odyssey,
I know,
folks. I know. You got to watch this now.
That's what's got Gregory over there.
Let me tell you, this has got Illuminati and all that written all over it. Charlie Daniels, I bet, ain't got one. Bubba, you know what not remember? Wasn't it Al when it was called? Hal.
Yeah.
Do you not remember?
Do we need to play some sound?
Do you not remember that?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Hal started saying things that was kind of on his own.
That little glowing light. Mm-hmm. Well, here's the thing. And it's funny you brought that up because I was thinking about that.
Now, that thing about the Eagles was hilarious.
I've got
whoever programmed that was fantastic.
You know, the technology that we have, and I've got Alexa, and Alexa can play music, and Alexa can cut some lights on and off, and through our home security system, it can arm some things and cut some lights on.
You're giving it too much responsibility.
Open and close some doors.
Bubba. Be careful what responsibility you give.
He's going to lock you in that house.
That's it.
And
You're
Rick,
all over it.
Rick, it can even control the thermostats.
Well,
okay.
Why are you trying to open the door? Where do you think you're going? Bubba, I'm telling you, this movie warned us, and here we are. We're just lowering our head and going right in.
But Rick, she doesn't control the oxygen supply. Okay, now that's where I'm going to draw the line. No connection there.
Well, we think.
I want you.
I know.
If you all of a sudden, if you see her start riffing a little bit, like, well, it sounds like that was kind of your own deal there, you know. But really, I understand the technology because we were laughing. You know, we're living in a time. Of course, you got to be sure the information is accurate. But we live in a time that any time you say something or can't remember something, you go Google that.
Yeah.
So this is just a way to Google without having to physically get your phone and Google. You just say, "Hey, you find me that."
Okay, so you got the Google personal assistant.
Right, I'm just using the term
got
Google.
Alexa,
Meaning,
and what I was going to tell you,
Google Home.
It even Google Home. It even gets more so next month when Apple comes out with their HomePod, which is going to be their version.
But do you remember the movie?
I do.
2001: A Space Odyssey or not?
Yes. Oh yeah.
Okay, and
I remember that light. You know that little orange.
You remember how you would?
We thought it was cut off. Remember he tried to cut it off, and you saw it light up again a little bit.
And said, "I got my own deal."
Yeah.
Huh?
Planning to disconnect me, and I'm afraid that's something I cannot allow to happen.
See what I'm talking about? Here we go.
Where the hell did you get that idea, Hal?
Dave, although you took very thorough precautions in the pod against my hearing you, I could see your lips move.
You gonna cuss?
I don't know. I don't remember this part.
He looks kind of down, doesn't he?
Well,
Rick,
the computer can read lips. He didn't do that.
Yeah.
All right, Hal.
You better be careful here. I have no idea. It's been a while.
I'll go in through the emergency airlock.
Without your space helmet, Dave, we're going to find that rather difficult.
Oh, my
gosh. That is how the computer that's running the space station, spaceship he's on.
You realize all that is just Alexis.
Alexa.
Whatever her name is. I don't know her name. No. You realize it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're letting them, and we think we're getting fired.
I got
up.
one in my office now.
I hear you in there doing things. And you can just,
telling her to be quiet.
Yeah, some of the things you've asked her, I need to question you on. But what I'm going to say,
everybody here is having a little too much fun running by, giving it orders as they run by.
Well, that's the only problem. First of all, it's wide open for anybody who wants to say something. But
I might have to put voice lock on.
Here's what I love about us: is it's fine to say like I need some information.
Yeah.
But we won't stop there. We're going to give this thing control of everything.
Right.
As if we can just trust it. And then all of a sudden, one day, why are you trying to open the door? I think I'm leaving. I think you're going to find that to be very difficult. I'm telling you, we would walk.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me
6.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour has begun, and we are thankful that you are here. This hour starts with our national anthem.
It is 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for... Come on here, buddy. We thank you for being with us. Well, we have a lot to unpack again on the program today. Helmsy is out. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, give you a kickoff hour. Adler settling into his spot there for you YouTubers. We'll update you on everything that's going on around the world and within the show. And we're also looking forward to whatever it is on your mind. At the number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Will of Meat also in play, but let's bring him in here. I speak, of course, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you, probably not a flashback. Come on, baby, go to Bank One. There it is, the silver-tongued one. The man with the golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year. The inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and a master at a King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba. Let's face it, we all need to gather every now and then.
Meet me in the middle of the day and let me hear you say everything's okay. Say everything's okay. Come on up beneath the shining sun. Everybody say it again. Here he is, Steve Forbett. Romeo's tune.
Steve.
We didn't hear him from Steve again. It's man.
That'll do it.
Maybe I started to say he had a good sound, but just didn't hear a lot more.
Well,
did we?
maybe within his family and friends and maybe the pubs he played that Steve kept on cranking. But as far as the whole world knowing about Steve, that's about all we got there. You can't do one follow up.
Yeah, I mean, can't you do a cover?
What do you think it is with the one hit wonders? Why can't they come up with another song?
That's an interesting question because any of those one-hit wonder shows that used to come on, I'd always watch.
Me too, I love it.
And I think a lot of times they really were not set up to be, big-time performers, and they put something together, it kind of hit, and they wasn't ready for it. Or, in the demand of it, they didn't care for it. Sometimes it was just a complete accident, I think.
Yeah.
And then some of them just they hit a sweet spot and.
Boy, lightning in a bottle.
Yeah, they took a lot of swings after that, but just couldn't foul one off.
Well, not a good example because they had more than one song, so I'm not even sure why I'm inserting this. But I'm trying to jump there where you're talking about some of them couldn't handle it. You remember, Greg? The outfield they couldn't handle the success.
Is that what got them?
Yeah, you remember
they had a follow up.
They had one follow up, but Josie's on a vacation for.
Oh yeah,
but that blew up, and they started going on tour with these big time. And all of a sudden, I talked to some people that were at the show, and they said they were there, and all of a sudden, the guy just walked off the stage.
Really?
Yeah, and just said I can't this.
I know it's not your genre, but the lead singer of Ace of Base kind of went through the same thing and left her sister and brother doing their thing.
See there, another example.
But
I hated to see them go.
She was kind of the face of the operation, and then they kind of faded her to the back, and then she was gone. Well, I had an Ace of Base study there.
I remember. I remember. Bubba. How did that happen? I can't remember how it happened.
Bubba became obsessed with Ace of Base.
Well, one weekend I did a deep dive study on that one.
And George Harrison.
I did George Harrison one weekend, which fell out of the Beatles weekend I was doing.
Yeah.
And it's just every now and then I take a notion to do a deep dive on some topic.
By the way, props to the guy who rode by on the lawnmower in the parking lot here at the building today. He was 100% accurate.
It's interesting because, we just talk about anything on the show. I mean, we got so much time to fill, so much content. And so people learn all the little things that are going on. So I'm having, you remember it was probably, at this point, we're probably talking 2 years that I've been driving a Ram 1500 with a lift kit.
Go big.
Before that, I drove just the Ram without the lift kit. Well, the last 2 trucks that Hendrick has me drive have lift kits. So I'm a lift kit guy now, and all the lift kitness that goes with it. Well, there were some issues, which I had to drop it off yesterday for them to look at, involving the left tire and turning left on the latest lift kit. So they're working on that. And they gave me a truck to drive till they get it like they like it. Well, now I'm just in the Rams that I drove before that are not lifted.
Right.
And the guy comes back, I give him props. He comes by, he's riding the lawnmower through the parking lot, and he sees me step out of it and stumble. He goes, "Forgot you're not in the lift anymore." Oh, there's the ground. Yeah, I was like, "Well, there's the ground." And so now I'm the opposite. I can't get it out of this truck. So I realized I'm just falling apart. It doesn't matter what level.
Yeah.
But I mean, my foot just hits the ground. There's the ground.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I did go by and try to pick something up out of a drive-through so I can remember what it was like to be able to grab it.
That's
nice. But now that's weird. Now it feels weird. Now I feel like I'm sitting on the pavement.
Yeah, it's a whole different look you got to get used to. Listen, coming up today, a lot to cover. We got the College World Series set. That'll start this weekend. I'll get you an update on my snake in the pool. Four states are going to the polls today, 3 primaries, 1 special election. The floods in Yellowstone, have you seen that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
There's some amazing video of a house disappearing and floating away. So we'll cover that. 230 million Americans are going to be under a heat warning here the next few days. So we may need to check in with Span about that. What in the heck? I know it's summer, but why all of a sudden? What's going on here? And I want to tell you, one of the funniest or oddest sound bites from yesterday was the press secretary telling us that we're in an economic boom.
Yeah.
What?
And that we can thank Joe Biden for it. And, I
straight face, too.
That's bizarre.
I thought for a minute,
How can you say that?
I thought I had fallen asleep and I was having some kind of dysphoric dream, and I was trying to go, "What did you just say?"
Are you sure you heard that right?
Yeah, we'll look at it and see. Maybe
there's a story to back up what you just said.
Is this one of those things? If I keep saying it, people are supposed to believe it.
I guess.
There's also some other clips out there, kind of odd. Did y'all see the New York City park worker who fought off the guy with martial arts?
No.
And a bear that opened a car door, went in and got food for its cubs. Pretty interesting.
I've been there.
Other things.
Yeah, I've been there. 16 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These things. I'm not anti-technology. I'm just saying be careful.
Well, and I know there's a lot of people that get spooked with artificial intelligence, and they think, it's going to overtake the world. And it's what was that from the movie, Schwarzenegger's movie? Was it Skynet? Was that what it was called, that had all the robots?
I didn't see that.
Terminator.
I think you're right.
On Terminator?
Yeah, I think you're right. Skynet, I think, is correct. Sounds right.
The artificial intelligence, I've never seen anything that actually could learn itself that wasn't programmed to learn. In other words, there's a person somewhere with a line of code making it do everything it does. So even though it mimics, and that's what it does, human behavior.
Well, humans are very trustworthy.
Well, there's a few you got to be careful
with their little programming skills.
Yeah.
They're a blast.
Yeah. We see that more and more every day.
Right.
Don't we?
Sure we do. Look, in this fallen world, there's always a bad side of everything.
Yep.
All right, so let me ask you a question.
There really is. You're right.
When it comes to, and I hate to keep saying the names.
Hey, look, we got painkillers. Now we got people just addicted and destroying our whole society.
Yeah, I know we keep saying the device's name, so I hope it does. But like with Alexa.
Just spell it out so it doesn't know you're talking about.
You hear what you're saying? All right, so like Siri and Google Home and all that, they're going off what Las Vegas says. So they just are defaulting to that.
Yeah, I heard all
but
that.
Who can send or push a program like that from the Eagles?
What did it do? Because I didn't.
You hadn't heard it.
Y'all story.
Oh, please let Bubba hear.
No,
Wait a minute. Can we do it in a minute and a half?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Bubba, you're gonna love this. This is really. I mean, it was funny.
Yeah. Let's see. Here we go.
Hey Alexa, who do you think will win the Super Bowl?
I'm flying with the Eagles on this one. Because of their relentless offense, and the momentum they've been riding off their underdog status. EAGLES. Eagles.
Hey Alexa, who do you want to win the Super Bowl?
I'm rooting for the Eagles. They've never won a Super Bowl, and I like a good underdog story. Fly Eagles fly.
Yeah, whoever
That's
in,
good.
in their organization did that is a good one. I don't know if it was approved up the ladder, but that is a good one.
So my question is if they can push that, what else can they do?
Oh, well, they can do anything they can tell it to. It'll do.
Anything you put a line of code in, it'll follow.
It won't say, no, I don't think I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
We hope.
You can't eat that.
Look, it's all it's all ones and zeros happening.
But here's where it's going to stop.
Fast. That's all.
I don't know how these things power off. Do they just how you power them off? Just a button on top or something?
Well, theoretically, Rick.
But what I'm saying is, you're going to reach over there and you're going to hit it. All of a sudden, she's going to go, I noticed you tried to power me off. I don't think I'm going to let that happen.
Well, according to Snowden and all of them, that's how they they use some of these phones as spy devices. You think you cut them off, but they're really not.
Oh, yeah.
Let's just be careful here. That's all I'm saying.
Always be careful.
Everybody loves a new convenience. Just be real careful.
Well, think about this, Rick. If I used to want to spy on you, I had to follow you to see what you were doing, where you were going, what you were doing. I'd photograph you with long lens, right? I need to put cameras and microphones in your house. I don't have to do any of that now. You tell me where you're going on social media. You take your own pictures.
Yes.
I can decide where you're going, how you're going to be there, know what you're doing. And then if I can hack into your electronics inside, I can hear you and see you. I don't have to do anything.
Oh, I know. Well, no, we tell you everything now. You just gave us technology, and we do what you want.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's so funny, though. I was sitting there kind of, because you think to yourself, this stuff is needed, and it is. I mean, it's so much more convenient to be able to function. I'm talking about even with business. So he was talking about that he has never had a computer or a smartphone. He's never had any of these things, and he was talking about that he doesn't feel like he's missed anything out. But then he said something that was very important. He said, now the company's got computers and phones. Well, my gosh, Phil, if I'm the patriarch of Duck Commander and Duck Dynasty, and everybody who's doing the things and keeping up with the things need to be kept up with have them, I guess I don't need it.
No.
Because then somebody would say, hey, Phil, this is going on. Here's where we are on this. So I guess you don't need it.
Right.
No.
Especially
most aren't in that situation.
Yeah, especially if I'm in my 70s and I've just stayed in the same house and I'm just stacking up cash everywhere and I'm sure, all kidding aside, knowing who they are, I'm sure they give a lot of what they get.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because they certainly have not. Now the boys have been different, but mom and dad have just pretty much lived where they've always lived and never really gone to a new house or anything. So anyway, but I was thinking about that. I said, well, there's one little flaw in that. If everybody who works for your company has all this stuff and is handling all this, and you're the face of it, you go do the shows and you go out and do the speaking stuff, you probably don't need it.
No.
And everybody and the ones your family's got your home phone. You can call Kay if you need something. Yeah. I can see where to Phil Robertson, sitting out in the duck blind, looking at Instagram is probably not anything he's ever done.
No, probably not.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big is the number. So it's interesting because I was just talking yesterday about the aging of these various rock stars, and I was doing the joke about us and talking about that Keith Richards has done everything that doctors and health experts would tell you not to do and continues to tour the world playing at a high level and still playing his guitar. Now,
have we studied him appropriately, you think? I mean, like Area 51, and we bring in all kind of instruments and find out what his deal is.
Right. I don't know why, because didn't he have a complete blood transfusion one time?
Yeah, he must have got some good blood.
They did a do-over with him. Yeah. But a couple of aging rock stars today having health issues. One of them is Mick Jagger. Let's just stay with the Stones. Mick Jagger, because they're supposed to play Amsterdam, and Mick has tested positive for COVID-19.
Yep.
And he's apologized to Amsterdam because they're going to have to postpone that concert. Notice it says postpone. I mean, this means they'll still do it. Now, there's no indication in here that he's having any problems It's just the bottom line is the way they do all the testing still. Some of that is going away. And Greg, I heard you talking about this, and I think the reason why, like we saw yesterday, that some of the mandates for international travel,
they're all gone.
They're gone because some of this is getting. Hey, I know that I tested positive. I don't feel great, but I'm not really struggling. I think we all want to get to a world that people say, hey, if you're sick, try to stay away from everybody. But we got to quit shutting everything down every time somebody tests positive for something, especially if they're feeling okay. But Mick says that at 78 that they'll reschedule it as soon as they can. But he's tested positive, so he's got to do whatever protocol. The Stones, can you imagine being in charge of Stones protocol?
You know, too, he's amazing in that he had a valve replaced in his heart, and they did it through an artery. Mm-hmm. You know, so they didn't have to open his chest out, which is amazing that they can even. I mean, good night. Mm-hmm. I mean, a stent you could see, you throw it in there, spring comes open, but a whole valve, that is amazing they can do that.
Well, and you know, with them, because you think about this, so if you go see some bands, well, I hate to keep using this example, but they are the best example. You go see the Eagles, okay? Yeah. Everybody's aging in the Eagles, but you've never seen the Eagles running all over the stage and blowing stuff up.
Right.
Yeah. But if you go to see the Stones, nobody has to really move around that much except for Mick.
Yeah. So he's like a banny hen out there running around.
And so even at 78, if you go see him, you don't go, oh wow, this looks bad. Yeah, he's not moving. He's just standing up there by the microphone.
It didn't look like the Phil Collins show we saw.
No, so you don't want that.
No, Mick still made
John. You don't want that.
Now, Rick, they also announced they've just quit testing Keith Richards for COVID.
You're right. I mean, why would we even do this?
Nothing gets.
That'll bend the knee.
You almost want to give Keith Richards that just to see if. Yeah, you know, just to see how he does with it.
Yeah.
Ozzy Osbourne, if you remember, they said
the aging rock star stories
that he had a major operation, but nobody knew what it was. But now
he probably doesn't either.
Yeah, they're not. They won't publicly tell us what he had to do, but his wife indicated it was a difficult surgery. So she was going to fly back to be by his side, and says it will determine the rest of his life. A report has surfaced that it was to remove and realign pins in his neck and back. He is 73. Keep in mind, Mick is 5 years older than Ozzy.
Mm-hmm. And look at the difference in how they...
Right. And says because of his age, when you're dealing with the back, I guess we're talking about the spine and the neck, it is quite major, and he's having pins in his neck and realign after a fall he had in 2019, not that long ago.
Yeah.
And
I think he crashed on a four-wheeler at one point.
Yes,
can we go back to Mick Jagger just a minute?
Sure.
The fact that, and we've all had to deal with aging parents and memory loss in our family, and as the folks I used to grow up around would call it, old timers.
Right.
I mean, Mick he defeats that too.
You got to tell what else Mick can do. He's got a kid that's like under 5 years old.
Well,
thank you, Greg.
You know, as you start,
Mick's just. I mean, there's nothing Mick can't do.
Strictly scientifically, as you're putting the check marks by his life and what he's doing and not doing.
Right.
You know, wow, it's amazing. You know.
Well, Bubba, here's the part that is, and I know there's always exceptions, and I'm not telling us. Go ahead and be reckless. You'll be fine.
Right. Yeah, I'm not saying that either. I don't think that's the way.
Some people can be, and some people can't. But
yeah,
but I look and if you look at the Stones, and I know they're always our walking dog in this category, and they should be.
Yeah.
You look at this now. Look, I give Ozzy props for all he's done. The fact he's just alive.
Yeah, that's true because Ozzy's took it to the edge.
But when you see the Rolling Stones,
Keith Richards,
they have lived a lot of their life. Now I think Mick has a little different, in his older years, health regimen than Keith. But if you look at them, if you were them and you went to see your doctor once a year, the doctor would look at you and say, "You got to stop smoking.
Right.
You got to stop drinking.
You got to stop chasing women.
You got to stop chasing women." And they're just like, pass. And they're still alive and playing rock shows. They're not alive in a retirement home.
No. I mean, they're playing stadiums around the world.
And
Mick Jagger's in better shape than I am right now.
And he's still doing that Mick Jagger dance.
No question. He can run circles around us. And but he's
I'd like to know what he eats every day.
I don't think you wouldn't be pleased. I think he's on a health regimen.
Look, from a scientific standpoint, I'd like to know.
Well, can I tell you to set your sights a little lower?
I have a feeling I know some of his exercise,
right.
But I'd like to know more about his intake.
Can I advise you to set your sights a little lower? Just ask Keith Richards on what he's doing. Okay, that's a much easier step.
There you go.
You know?
I think I could do that.
I think we are doing that, except for the smoking.
Yeah, and probably the heavy drinking.
Right. Well, that's true. Well, the so the.
I Mick eats pasta, chicken.
I'm sorry. It's one of my favorite new jokes.
It is.
You know how we got old ones that have been around forever that always deliver. And it's not near what I make it out to be, but it's so much fun.
What's funny about it is I get tickled when you do it.
I know, and that's what
it makes me look guilty, but I'm still laughing.
That's the part. That's the part. For some reason, it keeps owning you, and that keeps it alive.
The fact that you're enjoying it so much is tickling me,
especially with something like that, Joel. Oh my goodness.
That's funny.
Is Brook Hills Baptist? Are there?
Yeah, barely.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We go to the.
But you don't think he hadn't found a Pinterest page with some hunting notes on it?
That's it.
That's an anonymous caller out of Freeport. Hey, go right ahead. You're on the program.
Hey guys, how you doing this morning?
I'm great. How about you, buddy?
Pretty good. You guys were talking about artificial intelligence earlier, and I didn't know if you may have heard this story. They did a write-up about it in Forbes, and I think they actually put it on the news, but Facebook had developed an artificial intelligence that had actually made up its own language and was communicating with the other computers and systems inside of Facebook, I guess corporate, and the developers could not understand it. And apparently it had been going on for 3 or 4 months, and they didn't catch it until they were going to preview it to the public, and they had to shut it down.
Well, yeah, I remember that story. I don't know that I buy into a lot of that, but I remember
So you
that
don't
story
believe it?
been out. No, I don't.
Yeah. So, do you think made up story?
We
don't have any of those now.
It's to make everybody more interested in something going on. But I just and again, I'm not the final word in it, but a computer is only as smart as what its programming is. So somebody had to tell it to do that. Somebody had to tell it to make up its own language. Somebody had to tell it to do that.
But is that our view from we think that's all we know? I mean, we think that's all there is. Is it possible there's things we don't know?
You know, I don't want to get into a huge technical debate on it because, one, I'm not as informed as I should be to do it. But I'm just
that's
saying
never stopped us before.
From what I know.
Really?
From what I know.
Hey, look, we've barreled ahead with the wrong information before. And no expertise whatsoever.
You know, artificial intelligence, as it's being spoken of, or as it was seen in the movie The Terminator, just doesn't exist yet. We can mimic things, and just like this, Alexa does not know that she is for the Eagles. It is a chip. It is following a program. It only went when somebody asked that question to a database and gave that answer. That somebody typed in there and told it to do it. It doesn't. I mean, I feel very confident that Alexa doesn't even know what the Super Bowl is. It's just mimicking. It's like a parrot with perfect memory and just so much resource out there that it can use, but it's only mimicking back what somebody's telling it to do. And it seems cool. It seems like it's a it's a person, man. It's smart, you know. But no, not really.
It's weird because like Google Home, when you ask it says it doesn't understand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
They didn't take the time, I guess.
Where Siri is just going off what Las Vegas is doing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there again, somebody, somewhere, and there may be hundreds of them, are sitting there going, this is a question we need to answer. Who's going to win the Super Bowl? And then they refer them to, again, a database or a table, which is the odds on it. Somebody who's a big Eagles fan, thought, I'll have a little fun with this. Now, I don't know if they approved it up the line or just some programmer did it. It's funny to us.
Well, to me, of the products out there, the others just telling you what the line in Vegas is versus what that did,
Right.
that's much more entertaining.
Yeah, it is. And see, it'll get a lot of play today.
Yeah.
And it's, it shows, I hate to say, the human side of it.
Let's go to Rod. Rod, welcome to the program, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I was listening to you guys, Bubba, talk about his Alexa, and I thought, well, I've got a Google phone, and so I thought, well, I'll see what Google has to say about the Eagle question. So I asked it, I said, okay, Google, who you think's okay, Google, who's going to win the Super Bowl? And it said the Patriots will defend its title against all challengers. And so then I was like, well, okay, Google, who do you think is going to win the Super Bowl? And she said, well, Alexis has said that the Eagles would win.
You're kidding.
I thought that was pretty funny.
Are you making that up? Did that really happen?
No, I've got the phone in my hand right now.
That's
I didn't
funny.
even know you guys' telephone number, and so I said, okay, Google, call the Rick and Bubba show, and I called, and when you guys picked up, and I told him the story, and that's what I just told you. But I thought that was funny that Google said that Alexa would.
Yeah.
Alexa
That's funny.
Eagles would win.
That's really funny.
That is funny
That is
because
funny, yeah.
they must
Well,
have
see,
updated it since the story. Because in the story it says that Google says it doesn't understand,
And
so that's good. That's
and
funny.
You don't know, it may be scrubbing news stories out there, and it picked up that Alexa had predicted that, so it just gave you an answer before somebody at Google can go and tell it, don't quote Alexa, which will happen.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. You got the Rick and Bubba show, baby. Glad you're here. Situation. All right, so buyraycon.com/Bubba. Love. Some of you are listening to this right now. Check 1, 2 into the Raycon. Check 1, 2 for Raycon. You have the earbuds in right now, and you maybe you're trying to do a little better, and you're listening as you walk or move or on the treadmill or on the bike or whatever it may be. But or you may be thinking to yourself, I don't have my Raycons, and I feel left out, and you should, because this is what the audience is going to. They're everyday earbuds. They look and they feel and they sound better. They have 3 sound profiles, so you can match whatever you're listening to. Bub always has this set on hyper bass, please.
That's right. Bring me to bass.
But how about you want to say, I want to get inside here. I want to listen to what I'm listening to. I don't want to hear all the noise around me. There's a noise isolation option, or I want to listen to what I'm listening to, but I need to be aware of what's going on around me. Then you'd put it on the awareness mode. You see? So it's customizable. They fit great. They won't fall out. They're snug, but they're comfortable. And great sound at about half the price of the other audio brands. Do I have your attention yet? And then we get you an additional 15% if you just go to buyraycon.com/Bubba and get them for yourself, get them for the kids. Maybe maybe you got a grandparent who has trouble hearing. This will be a good one for them too, maybe a colleague. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and we can't wait to hear from you. All right, so Bubba, we have I know that Adler's, we're trying to find the place to edit this so we can hear it, but we have the story. In case you're wondering, we are in a historic economic boom.
Yeah,
Did you know that?
I heard that yesterday, and I did like a double take. I didn't know if I'd passed out and hit my head or something. And
the guy I heard complaining about the price of bacon at the store Sunday, he didn't feel that way.
Yeah, right. So here's a couple of things that we know for sure. We have a new all-time high for gasoline today, $5 and a penny nationwide.
Mm-hmm.
Our prices in May, our consumer prices, were up 8.6% year to date. That is the largest increase since 1981. That's 40 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
We're dealing with inflation. The stock market has taken a beating the last few days. And, hey, you cryptocurrency people, We told you.
Did you see the Babylon Bee? On
yes, funny. Let's go to the White House press secretary here, and she tells us we're in an economic boom thanks to Joe Biden, and I'm really confused because I've missed the boom somehow.
Yeah, and you're going to love Peter Ducey's delivery on this.
Of course.
That Americans are well positioned to weather this stock market decline. What is the president's message to somebody who might want to retire, but their 401k is getting wiped out?
So we know that that high prices are having a real effect on people's lives. We get that, and we are incredibly focused on doing everything that we can to make sure that the economy is working for every American people. But we are coming out of the strongest job market in American history, and that matters. And that a lot of that is thanks to the American Rescue Plan, which only Democrats voted for that. Republicans did not, and it led to this economic boom, this historic economic boom that we're seeing
Didn't
with
it also
jobs.
lead to historic inflation?
No, that is not. That is not how we're seeing the American Rescue Plan. Look, the president came in. We have to remember what the president walked into. When he walked into this administration, the economy was at a standstill. Schools were closed, businesses were shutting down, 20 million people were on unemployment insurance benefits. That is what he walked into. And he took action. He got the American Rescue Plan done. Only Democrats voted for it, and it helped turn the economy around, including getting more than 200 million people vaccinated, having a comprehensive vaccination plan that was not in place when he walked into the administration.
What in the world?
You know, that job, you talking about having to go out there and put lipstick on a pig
I knew you were
every
going to
day?
say it. I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? It's it's a good example, I think, of what that job for any administration. It's always tough, but when you're dealing with 40 years, bad. The economy is as bad as it has been in 40 years with various aspects of it. I don't know how you get up and look yourself in the mirror every day. Seriously, I mean, I'd rather them just say, we can't do nothing about it, or we don't know what the heck we're doing, or this ain't a dictatorship. There's only so much we can do, But this classic of going back and blaming Trump. Let me tell you another thing that Joe Biden inherited. That was $2.39 a gallon of gas. That was the national average. That is not up for debate. And you see what we got now. So Donald Trump hasn't been in office for the last 2 years. What's the deal, Joe? What's the deal?
Well, to me, first
you're going to tell me this is great, that we're having the time of our life? What a boom! I don't see it that way.
I know that Joey Behar is obsessed with the term gaslighting. But she might want to take a look at this.
Hey, well, don't strike a match. I mean, we could all go up.
Well, first of all, of course, conveniently left out. Some of the problems that we're having is what Bubba said. We were energy independent, and Joe Biden made sure we played all the clips for you yesterday. They're out there. That we were going to leave that world, okay? Yeah. And we're moving over to electric cars, and we're going to force people out of the combustion engine. And by golly, you can count on me. We won't be doing any more pipelines. We won't be doing this.
No drilling.
No drilling, and that's what he did, okay? So that's back to the Bubba's point. When they did the Save America or whatever, and she's right, no Republicans voted for it. The flood of that money that we don't have into the market caused the inflation, and she's acting like that's
part of it. Yeah,
that she's acting like that wasn't a factor. It absolutely was a factor.
Thank goodness they didn't pass that other one. We would be at $8 a gallon.
She said that they inherited an economy at a standstill. They were the ones jumping up and down saying we're all going to die if we don't shut everything down. Everybody go in your house. Nobody come out. We're not allowed to do anything. That was y'all, and anybody who said not to do the shutdowns. We know right now were a disaster for our economy. That was the wrong thing to do. And basically, y'all pressured the sitting president that he was an evil human being if he didn't go along with it. And we were supposed to shut down for 2 weeks to flatten the curve. and we shut down for way too long. That was a horrible plan.
And we got away from flattening the curve to keep anybody from getting it.
Yeah, and it didn't. And it did not help. And all it did was hurt. And so all those were things that your administration was pressuring. What ended up being the administration, the left point of view. All these things you listed that you inherited, y'all caused.
And Rick, back to your point.
Back to fuel. But I mean, that one there's no more. Couldn't be more clear on that one.
The fuel is what's behind all of this. It's the thing common to everything.
Right.
And that's why all these prices are going up because
we needed to get everything.
It costs money to get parts to factories, and then it costs money to get the finished products to the market. And so, if you can attack that problem, you're gonna make a big stab on the whole inflation deal. Now, the Fed is easing rates up. They probably should have done that quicker, but that's only part of it. You can't interest rate your way out of high energy costs. You just can't do it. So they're really trying to adjust the wrong knob on this, even though it needed bumping up a little bit. But they just don't get it. And Biden has sold his soul to the environmental wackos, and they wanted their pound of flesh. He gave it to them, and you see what it's costing us.
Well, see what they didn't understand, and you were saying it on the air because of economics we took in high school,
8th grade civics.
Yeah, if you go out and say I'm going to go after this fuel thing to save the planet, and as we just said, that fuel thing, especially even the diesel, affects supply and trying to meet a demand, and then you flood the market with printed money, and people have money and they want to get products. But they can't get the products because the fuel problem is keeping it from getting there. Guess what results from that?
So people start offering more for the limited supply, so the price goes up.
So what we had was very few products and a lot of money.
And now, and we saw it yesterday, the president's going to try to blame oil companies because of record profits. Well, yeah, because the cost went up and their margin is the same, they're going to make more.
You gave them the profits.
Yeah, you handed it to them. You created a market that was going to drive the price up so they could make more money.
I do. So I want y'all to know.
It's incredible. Hey, America, we're getting what we voted for. Enjoy it. Love it, baby.
But don't be upset no matter what your situation looks like.
Get you a scoop of that.
A double. The press secretary wants you to know that you are in the middle of a historic economic boom.
Historic. Thank you. Boy, we appreciate it.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Because I know if you have Google Home or whatever, you can't order Amazon off of it. They have that part blocked out. That's not because that box decided to do it. Somebody behind the scenes, a programmer did. Now, what is scary about it, and this goes back to Google and search engines and even can go to our schooling, Rick.
Right.
Somebody makes a decision how the story is told.
Right.
And that's the person we got to be careful of because we know that there's a lot of liberal slant in things in education.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, we've all had situations with our kids or friends, and we go, well, that ain't right. I lived through that. That's not how that went down. Now, you're going to have to give the teacher what she wants. We call that the corporate response, feed the beast, and then you know the truth.
Yeah, I've even had to do that on some theology.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, this is the answer they're looking for. I don't necessarily buy into that. I'm not sure they got that. I think that there's a little flaw in that.
It's called feed the beast, and I've tried to teach my kids to do that at times. There's a time to make a stand, and then there's a time to give the answer that all parties are requiring, and then you move on.
About the Facebook artificial intelligence creating its own language thing. So
look, he got that intense look.
I know we're going to
he knows jiu-jitsu, right?
Okay, so Facebook was trying to create a program that could talk to people and kind of negotiate deals so that people could not even tell that they're talking to a robot. So they set up these two robots to talk to each other, and the robots were supposed to negotiate they had baseballs and tennis rackets and who gets the tennis rackets, who gets the baseballs, and who gets however many of each. And so the robots are talking to each other, and Facebook screwed up on the coding in that the robots started using kind of a shorthand, everything, I can. You know, that kind of thing. They kind of just tweaked their language a little bit so it created like a shorthand in which the robots did know what each other were talking about, but humans wouldn't look at that and see it as like something that made sense. So Facebook kind of just screwed up in the coding of that, but they kind of did create their own language, but not really. It was more of just like a shorthand.
It made for a great story, and we could all, ooh and ah on it, but it really wasn't that big a deal.
I don't know. It's pretty fascinating, though. I mean, I know what you're talking about. It's still people coding, but it's still fascinating.
Yeah, well,
how about this? The whole process is fascinating.
Yeah.
The fact that we create code is pretty fascinating.
Yeah, I think, and I don't know what they teach in school now, but I think everybody ought to have some type of basic computer programming. You'd appreciate it, too.
Rick and Bubba.
Or they report and they start thinking about, you know what? This is not as bad as everybody's making it out to be. I don't know what all the fuss is about, and we've been treated so well, and we saw these wonderful things. Doesn't it somehow click somewhere in your mind that you could possibly be the victim of propaganda?
Oh.
That maybe they set up a show for you in the short period of time you're there, and you don't get to see the real thing because they'd have to allow you to see the real thing, so they probably don't let you see it, right? But that doesn't seem difficult for me to maybe be concerned about. If I go somewhere where there's been some reports of a very evil king or dictator or whatever, hey, when I was there, it didn't seem that way.
And some of the claims they've made in the past, him and his dad, on their accomplishments that are so outrageous.
Yes.
You go, you really think they're going to be honest?
Lester Holt, NBC, they're getting ready for
NBC,
the big Winter Olympics.
Lester Holt.
He says that he's there in North Korea, Bubba. He wants us to know that, according to his experience, it's all just number one.
He's been treated with a lot of respect and is having a great time. Little did he know, the North Korean government appeared to have brought in skiers wearing identical outfits and staged the scene to have some nice family-type atmosphere going on behind him. So here it is.
This is the bunny slope at a very modern ski resort here in North Korea. We're here because some of the athletes from the South and North, based on this new alliance, will be doing some of their training here. It's been announced the North Koreans will field 22 athletes in the upcoming Winter Games in South Korea. That's fueling some sense of hope and optimism of cooperation in other ways between the two countries. We arrived in North Korea on Saturday. We flew the North Korean state airline. It's about an hour-and-a-half flight from Beijing. They even make an announcement in flight when you've actually crossed the border into North Korea. We quickly passed through immigrations, went through a very lengthy and very detailed customs inspection of not only our equipment but our personal items, down to the novels we were reading, even in one case a toothbrush of our crew members. But we have been treated with respect here. We have been invited, and our guests of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We stayed in a guest house outside Pyongyang last night, and then made our way to this ski resort to get a look at a part of North Korea that most Americans don't see.
And it goes on and on, but
and neither do most North Korea.
No,
but
except on this occasion.
The government, they staged all of it.
It is 9 minutes to the top, first phone troll of the day. Let's get your response on things we've already discussed or things you want to bring up at 866-WE-BE-BIG. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Your opportunity to join us. As you inch toward Father's Day, if you're wanting to get your dad something from rickandbubba.com, and today you probably need to do that. So we can try to get it to you by the weekend. Look for that at rickandbubba.com under the store. Phone calls coming in now. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Then we move to the next caller. And then, there are timeouts available. Speedy's got one. Bubba's got one. But there's only two. So do be aware of that. Also, a reminder coming up the Thursday night, Kevin Derryberry will be in First Baptist Church, Opelika. He'll be there for Man Church if you want to go see that as they continue through the strategy. Coming up this weekend, we're headed out everywhere. I'll be in Shelbyville, Tennessee. I'll be at their men's event coming up Saturday night. The dinner tickets are sold out, so the opportunity for dinner has passed. but there's still tickets available for you just to come to the event itself. Look for those at rickandbubba.com under upcoming events. And then Homewood Church of Christ, Saturday morning, Brian Gunn will be there kicking off the men's discipleship strategy. And then Sunday morning, and today's the cutoff for that, at my home church, Scott Dawson speaks to our men for our men's prayer breakfast on Father's Day. Then he and his son will actually speak at both worship services as well. valleydale.org/events. It's free. We just need to know that you are coming. That's all going on this week. And, of course, Gridiron Men's Conference in Huntsville, Alabama, also going on. Kirk Cameron will be there. Tim Tebow will be there. And along with some other great speakers. So if you're headed to Gridiron this weekend, enjoy coming to Sweet Home, Alabama as well. Tickets are still available. I think they had a mishap yesterday that put wrongfully on their website that it was sold out. There are still tickets available at gridironmen.com. Let's go to Cliff. Cliff gets us started. Cliff, you got 30 seconds, buddy, on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
We're having a great day. I think there was a typographical error in that press secretary's release. They should have said economic doom.
That's right. Oh, that's funny. Do you love the term anytime somebody's dreading something and they say it feels like an impending doom?
Yes, I love impending dooms.
David,
Funny.
Huntsville. Speaking of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. David, go ahead.
Yeah, when Biden says we're in an economic boom, he means boom, the economy blew up.
like tick, 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 boom.
Tick, 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 boom. Harvey out of the great state of Alabama. Harvey, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Harvey.
Hey, good morning. Just wanted to wish everybody a happy Pride Month. Hope everything's going good for you. This is our time to love everybody as Jesus did. Everybody needs Jesus.
Right. Of course, can you define how we love people?
Well, not in a homosexual way, but more so in a, we are to love others as
Right. Well, you may remember, too, I think Jesus explained that to Peter, too. Said, if you love me, keep my commandments.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
John 14:15.
Yeah.
But anyway, so, sure.
Loving Jesus does not mean anything goes.
No.
And that's what it is interpreted as today, but that is not correct.
Yeah, if you want to say being gentle, being kind, absolutely. And that doesn't mean that you have to stand there and watch a drag queen show and let your kids give them dollar bills.
Yeah.
You can just gently and lovingly agree to disagree on God's standard. True. But that doesn't mean that you never say something's right and something's wrong. And it doesn't mean that you become less devoted to God. That's not really loving people either. And but you do make sure I'm not against you. I'm just for him. And his standard is the best thing for all of us, including you.
Yep.
But I'm here to help you in the way I can. Jack in Coleman. Jack, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I'd like to offer a name for your new studio.
Yes, sir.
I know you guys have had some difficulty with the pinging and popping. So like the playoff of Forged in Fire, we'll call it Forged in Fat Studios, and you're the Fatsmith.
Okay, that's it.
I'm sorry I asked for that. I'm sorry.
What about this? We could take what he's saying and maybe land it a little easier, and say coming to you from the Bacon Studios, because it sounds like bacon cooking. You know. I like the one I'm doing now. No Name Studio, coming to you from the bleeding edge of technology.
Yeah, you got that right.
Chris
on 2 points.
Chris in Alabama. Chris, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hello?
Hey, buddy.
Hey there. I grew up in Alabama, but actually I live in Maryland now.
Oh, I bet that's been quite the culture shock.
Oh, it was a culture shock. I actually live in the outskirts just to get away from all the city. But I love your show. I grew up on it, and obviously I have to watch it on YouTube so I can get my fix.
Well, I'm glad you're watching, man. Thanks for being with us.
Yep, I wanted to say
Had a lot of time up there.
Well, it was all good though. Glad he's watching from Maryland.
Yeah.
I thought that's all he had, but apparently there was more.
Yeah.
Let's go to Wayne in Georgia. Wayne, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Wayne.
Hello.
Hello, Wayne. Wayne.
Yeah, this is Wayne.
Wayne.
Who thinks his name's
Lane. Let's go to Stone in Alabama. Stone, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellow Pickens.
Hey, buddy.
I looked up the word boom in Merriam-Webster, and it says there are a couple of different definitions, but when you get on down there, one of them says to hit or kick something forcefully and to make a hollow, resounding sound. So that's what's happening with the economy.
Not only has it been kicked, I can tell you where it's been kicked.
Yeah. Mr. February, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing, man?
We're good.
Long time.
Yeah, are you saying you're Mr. February from the 12 Sexiest Fat Men Alive calendar?
You better believe it,
Well
baby.
done.
Mr. Quincy, you know it. I'm still alive.
Well, you know what? Let's face it. The look of all of us at that time to announce we're still alive is a biggie.
Let me tell you, you played that Cupid very well. If I could spit it out, are you still?
Shoot.
Shoot! Time out, Rick. Are you still in food services, or what are you doing?
No, I'm actually working for Scott's, the Miracle Grow people. But I just wanted to tell old Trader Joe that every time I feel this tighten up for $100, I really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying?
You mean the boom that we're in?
You're in a boom, February.
Oh yeah.
I love that.
Good to hear from you, man. You're right, though. If the men from the 12 Sexiest Fat Men Alive calendar, every time you check in, you know what you need to say? Still alive.
Still here.
Hanging on. Still with us. Top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll come back. More stories to unpack. More of your phone calls as we spend some time together. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, I was talking with a family member over the weekend, and they were talking about the process of buying and selling homes and how at one time it got completely out of control. Things have settled a little bit now, and as you said, Bubba, probably needed to settle. It got a little bit out of hand there in the old housing market.
Oh, yeah.
But now things are a little more stabilized, but still, it is a daunting task when you start thinking about trying to maneuver through all the things that are going on if you're buying and selling a home. And we just want to take some of that anxiety off of you, no matter where you're selling your home or buying your home or where you may be going. Why don't you go to realestateagentsitrust.com? And these are real estate agents that our team has vetted out, and they're in just about every single market where you can see and hear this program. And if we don't have someone there, we'll do some work to try to help you if you let us know where you're going to be going or where you're going to be buying or selling. Realestateagentsitrust.com. There'll be no part-timers there, only full-time real estate agents. They must have a long history of great recommendations, and they must be experts in their field. And they need to be the kind of agents that get you the most if you're selling your home, and, of course, try to get you the best deal if you're buying one. And, that's kind of where you want to land. So looking for those win-wins, but you really need some help maneuvering all the things. You start thinking about closing costs, and then I got to do this and I got to do that. So let's just take all that off the table right now, and you got somebody that'll do a great job. Here's where you go. Simple. realestateagentsitrust.com. We just need some basic information from you. And then the team will contact you, make an introduction to the preferred agent in your town. So go there now, realestateagentsitrust.com.
They would like us to see. And Savannah and Hoda will be speaking to a member of the North Korean Olympics delegation about the recent talks. He was a member of those talks, and we'll have that on NBC Nightly News. For now, we'll send it back to you in New York.
All right, Lester, thank you.
Now,
of course, we're going to have a
lot. Rick, the truth behind this was that after that cheery report from a ski resort, scathing reviews came in, and Holt actually returned back to to home base sooner than they had planned. And this was all staged. Many of the locals from that area who had communicated to authorities say that this place is a ghost town. It's a ghost town, but they popped in and bussed in all these people to ski, so it looked like it was some bustling ski resort.
Well, I started paying attention to the scene after you guys told me that someone had outed this, and I noticed it looks like all of the ski stuff they're wearing is brand new.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that multiple people have the same exact ski suit on.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Which you would think, okay, maybe a family would all buy the same ones, but it seemed to be scattered throughout. This same ski suits seem to be showing up on everybody. They had about 3 different varieties. That's about it. It just seems odd that, people who were living in an open society and could buy their own ski suits, first of all, to find them and buy them, that they would all buy the same ones. But and it all looked. You see how new those things like they just come off the rack and put them on these.
I
people.
saw a tag on a couple.
Yeah, it's like mini pearl skiing out there.
Yeah.
NBC News did not respond to requests for comments as to whether Holt's unexpected early departure from North Korea was related to the embarrassing ski resort snafu. Inside 30 Rockefeller Plaza, NBC's more seasoned journalists were cringing at the whole report. And one of them, who spoke anonymously, their question was, who produced this garbage? This is an NBC person.
Look at them all in the same, just combinations of the same thing. Look, the jacket's about 4 or 5 times out through that orange one. And then you got the lime green. I guess we could all buy the same ones, I'm sure,
Well, they mixed it up. There's about 3. Everybody on the mountain's wearing like 1 of 3 outfits.
Do you realize how expensive that kind of wear is too? You probably, based on the average wage in North Korea, probably can't go out and buy all that.
Well,
would you?
When the NBC folks are even going, you got to be kidding me.
Right.
We have gone to a stage set up inside a communist country for a stand-up. That's our reporting now.
Right, because I guess we all can kind of work through, even in our own minds, that if everything is being done and you have no say on it and you're not allowed just to go roam the country and everywhere you go they've approved it and got you there, that they may be just setting up everything the way they want it to look, right? That isn't like some outlandish theory, does it? When you're dealing with evil regimes that have killed who knows how many people.
Of course, we have a story 2 days ago how the Army are ravaging homes because they can't feed them. They can't feed the Army, so they're going to people's homes and taking their food from them and all that. That's 2 days ago.
I bet old Kim Jong-un gets a meal.
Yeah,
he ain't missed any, old fathead.
Greg.
So they're going to have a couple of teams that are Korean unified teams in the Olympics,
which is weird.
I think one of them may be girls ice hockey or soccer or something. What was it? Ice hockey. But you just have to wonder how many of those will try to defect during this, and that has to be a major concern for the North Koreans, and I would think that the South Koreans too, because if they help them, that's going to draw hatred from the North, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. 866 We Be Big is our number, and we've been following this terrible story with this doctor that had been working with the Olympic team, Michigan State, with the female athletes, and obviously you probably know the grisly details of this. And now we went through days and days and days of these athletes who wanted to speak to him and tell them how he had violated them and compromised the trust that we all should be able to have with our medical doctors. That's what I think makes this so horrible, is when you're going into situations thinking that there's a certain honor code that should be there, and when that trust is violated.
It is 7 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here. Helmsy on vacation, and welcome back for a brand new hour. There he is, 28 years strong, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. Of course, we only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
That's all we need.
I feel like that's a minor inconvenience, given you got 24 to deal with.
Yep, that's all we need.
So if you're headed to Omaha, is everybody going now?
Omaha.
Do we have the Omaha lineup done?
The College World Series is set to begin this weekend. The fourth and final, or the eighth and final person or team playing in that was set last night. Auburn with a 4-3 win over Oregon State. They are headed to Omaha. They will join Oklahoma, Texas, A&M, Notre Dame, Texas, Arkansas, Stanford, and Ole Miss for the matchup this weekend. So that looks to be good. 4 SEC teams in that, Rick, out of the 8. And if you count Texas and Oklahoma, it would be 6 in the coming years.
Yeah,
so,
right.
SEC well represented.
So yeah,
and a big win last night.
And if you look at the two teams, just from what I can gather from the season, the Ole Miss Auburn entry was the two that were the most unlikely.
Well, you're going to have them playing in the first round of the College World Series. They played earlier in the year. Ole Miss took that series 2-1 when they were ranked number 1 in the country. Now they fell off of that. And most people felt like they barely got in, but they've certainly been hot at the end too.
Yeah, well, you got to be hot at the right time.
You
got to be hot at the right time.
And the same with Auburn. They exited the SEC tournament, the first game, and then here they are going to Omaha. So you got to get hot at the right time.
Yep. That's what all of us baseball experts say.
That's it.
There's been some really good baseball too. Fun to watch.
Yeah.
These 4-3 games going down right to the end are kind of nerve wracking if you're trying to stay up and watch them. But Butch Thompson's such a good guy.
So how late?
I'm happy for him.
Oh, how late did?
Well, last night was better. They started at 6:30 our time as opposed to 9 o'clock or whatever it was the night before. I don't know. It was late. So
I made it to the bottom of the 7th.
And then you were out.
Then I was out.
Yeah.
Now we're enjoying watching Sonny D slap home runs. Because he's a member of our community, Rick. So
yeah, is that Big Sonny D?
Yeah, Big Sonny D.
Big Sonny D. I saw the highlights you sent me of him. That'd like me when I was playing Little League.
Ain't hit.
Boy, he can't even turn that bad, can he?
Yeah. So anyway, so that is set and ready. And, have you ever wanted to go to Omaha? I know Helms got to go.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to, and then when Helms started talking it up, I thought, that would be fun to go and see because they're always exciting games. You always have some trick plays and things that people pull and make difference in the games. And he said it was a great experience, and they just built a new stadium. I know a few years ago. To accommodate.
So I'm gonna. Is Tom Scott out there? Is he going to be there?
He's traveling the country.
Well, he'll be in Omaha.
Was it Omaha he was going to? That's right, it was. Wasn't
Is
it
it Omaha or Lincoln? He's in Nebraska all the time.
I think it's Omaha. I think you're right.
So okay, 82 the high there today.
Not too bad.
Not too bad.
How about in Eugene, Oregon? Or it wasn't Eugene.
No,
what
I'm
was
sorry,
the city they were playing last night? Everybody had jackets on.
It's no better. 82 is what it is right now.
Oh, okay.
97 the high. Wednesday 85. But then it's in the 90s. So it's no better there.
It'll probably be kind of warm by this weekend.
It's no better there.
Boy, my AC was struggling yesterday.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
I thought she was going to buckle under the stress.
It was one of those things where it gets hot and you can't get the hot off of you.
Yeah.
And then your body temperature gets up, and you're like, everywhere I go, it's hot.
Yeah,
I can't
hot.
I can't get the hot off of me.
Yeah.
It's that heat now. I'm not a big summer guy anyway, based on where I grew up. And as I've said, our summers can be so brutal that I think it delayed my redemption because the preacher's talking about hell, and I'm thinking, well, it can't be worse than this.
Yeah.
And you wonder if it's humid. But anyway, it makes my face do this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I squint. I get a scowl on my face.
Right.
Because you feel like you're dinner. And somebody's got you standing in an oven when you go across a parking lot or something.
Yeah.
And you literally feel like you're standing in an oven.
Yeah.
And you just you do your face like this. You think, is there a giant serving me for dinner?
Mm-hmm.
Am I in an oven? And it's just
I'm a little concerned about
dirty, buggy, sweaty.
What about
slimy.
when you open the oven door and it feels cool?
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
stick
sure.
it.
Just
A little concerned about us tomorrow, Bubba.
Yeah, it's looking good.
We're gonna be out in it at the Jacksonville State
How did y'all
University
get pulled
Golf
into that?
Tournament.
How?
Well, I broke the classic rule: only golf in fall and spring.
Did they get Hallman involved in this?
No,
because I know
I'm
he
gonna
owns
tell you
the
what
house.
happened.
Two things on you, Hallman and Jack State.
Yeah,
he got caught up on.
And Auburn almost owns you, but not quite.
Not quite. They're one doctrine away.
Yeah,
from it.
yeah.
They got asked about it.
They have influence over you, but they don't own you.
Well, they get money every month. It seems like.
Yes, they do.
What, Speedy? What was you saying?
I said he got caught up in it, and they asked you at Regions when you were,
It
all
says
into
golf.
golf.
Did you forget
and
that
you
you asked?
and you at them, and then they followed up.
I don't think I agreed to this. I think I was dozing off, and they thought I was signaling yes.
They thought you
know
said
what I mean?
yes.
I think, yeah,
That happens a lot.
Well, the good news is tomorrow I'm looking at Bubba. It'll be a high of 93.
No, it's not going to be as bad as I thought.
And the heat index 101.
Oh,
hey.
I walked outside
Let's tee
yesterday
off.
around 1:30, and I'm like, this will be us in 2 days.
Yeah, and then I quickly went inside. You can either condition for the heat or just say, "No, I'm gonna stay cool as I can," and I went with the second.
I've been kind of monitoring your water intake. I don't see much of that.
Well,
how
I
we
just drunk a bottle every morning in the first hour.
drunk a bottle?
Yeah.
You need more than that.
one?
Well, I know. I'll get some more in a minute. Breakfast.
How
gets
much
here.
water do you think you take in a day?
Pure. Well, I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it.
Yeah.
Well,
You need to get some.
I drink 2 or 3 bottles a day at least.
Do you? Okay, good. Yeah, that's not bad. Not quite where we need to be, but it's better than what it was.
And I never understood why carbonated water doesn't count.
Yeah, well, that's.
You think you get some points for that? It's still H2O in there.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. That's the whole carbonation thing
Well,
there.
how does that hurt everything?
Well, maybe carbonated water's fine, Bo. Maybe it'll be all right. As long as it's just water.
Listen, we were talking about oddball sports stuff in the break too. We don't have time to do it now, but at some point today,
we can do it next.
I was looking at this list. It's kind of odd. The 30 toughest sporting feats in the world. And this is from bookmakers.com. It's a betting site. And they have to set odds on all these things. And some of these things are they're a little interesting, that they would have odds on some of these things, that people would actually be betting on it.
It says here, somebody just texted me and said tomorrow cart path only.
Hey, don't you say? I think I'm gonna be in Tyler's golf cart. I'm not gonna be.
We had all those floods, and there's been a little rain.
I've already caddied for you one time, Bo.
Yeah, we're not gonna have no cart path on there. We're gonna drive that cart right out of there. I'll be headed down 431 with it.
They've started a new thing because nobody can mind any of the rules, and so the golf carts, if you go into an unrestricted area, they just stop.
Yeah, they're all GPS controlled now.
You have to go in reverse. So hopefully that won't be the case, Bub.
Yeah. Or
that would be awful.
Or unscrew that satellite antenna off the top, one or the
other. So,
yeah, just a little concerned about it.
All right. Well, yeah, we'll come back.
We should be concerned about it.
Yeah. Real hot.
Yeah.
Real hot.
I figure by about hole number 9, I won't care anymore.
I mean,
I'll be in survival mode.
I'm usually like ecstatic about going to the farm, and I need to go today, and I'm not even looking forward to it. It's going to be hot. It's just going to be a bunch of hot.
Bunch of hot.
Yeah. I'll go down there, and the fish will be like,
The good news, the year's flying by. Fall will be here before we know it.
I think I smell fish soup.
Rick and Bubba.
Concerning young women, and it's just horrible. And how about this? The sentence that he received, the courts have agreed to it, and he's even pled guilty. But he has been sentenced up to 175 years for these crimes. And did you get that?
Here, it lasted well over an hour, but we've kind of gotten to the part where she's about to sentence him.
The judge. We're talking about the judge.
Yes,
the judge is about to sentence him, and we're going to play a little bit of that. Obviously, it's a long sentencing, so we're not going to play all of it. We can read some of the excerpts we have too. But here's an excerpt that Speedy's got from the actual sentencing.
Your decision to assault was precise, calculated, manipulative, devious, despicable. I don't have to add words because Your survivors have said all of that. I don't want to repeat it. You can't give them back their innocence, their youth. You can't give a father back his life, or one of your victims her life when she took it. You can't return the daughter to the mother, the father to the daughter. You played on everyone's vulnerability. I'm not vulnerable. Not to you, not to other criminals at that podium. I swore to uphold the Constitution and the law, and I am well trained. I know exactly what to do. And at this time, I'm going to do it. And I want you to know, as much as it was my honor and privilege to hear the sister survivors, it is my honor and privilege to sentence you. Because, sir, you do not deserve to walk outside of a prison ever again. You have done nothing to control those urges, and anywhere you walk, destruction will occur to those most vulnerable. Now, I am honoring the agreement. I'm also honoring what's been requested of me. And I want you to know I'm not good at math. I have a cheat sheet. I'm only a lawyer. I know that you have a lot of education in physics and math, but I have a cheat sheet. It is my privilege on counts 1, 2, 5, 8, 10, and 18. And 24. To sentence you to 40 years. And when I look at my cheat sheet, 40 years, just so you know and you can count it off your calendar, is 480 months. The tail end, because I need to send a message to the parole board in the event somehow God is gracious, and I know He is, and you survive the 60 years in federal court first, and then you start on my 40 years, you've gone off the page here as to what I'm doing. My page only goes to 100 years. Sir, I'm giving you 175 years, which is 2,100 months. I've just signed your death warrant. I need everyone to be quiet. I still have contempt powers. I told you I'm not nice. I find that you don't get it.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. So staying with the sports theme a minute, and we might even get to the, and I use the word sports loosely here. I might even get to video too, there too, Adler. But anyway, so a couple of items that you said, that you have a list of the things that are supposed to be the most difficult in sport to do. Is that what it was?
Yeah, well, I did. I've lost it here.
Yeah, was that? Am I using the right title there?
Well, it was the odds that the betting folks go by difficulty. of various sporting events.
Now, when you
feats.
say that, do you mean like accomplishments? Like
I
for
really
you,
need to find it again.
like hitting for the cycle, that kind of stuff, a double, triple, triple, triple. This kind of stuff, is that what we're talking about?
Well, it's similar to that, but it's not that specific.
Do you want to go to this video while you're looking for that?
Yeah, let's do it because I hit a button, I've lost it.
Okay. Yeah, well, breakfast showed up. I knew anything could happen. I had a funny moment with Bubba. Bubba says, "Breakfast here." I said, "No, not today. We're just going to drink water."
That's it. Ate water day.
So we know the Washington Commanders defensive coordinator Jack Del Rio, and you were asking about this, Bubba, has been fined $100,000 for calling January 6th a dust-up at the Capitol. Now, why would he be fined for saying that?
Even if you disagree with him, won't you point out where he's wrong or whatever and debate him? But how does that constitute a fine?
Well, unfortunately, Stephen A. Smith and Marcus Spears are going to go try to pontificate on this, but then they're not going to tell the truth. They went too far the other way by stating that at least 5 people died on January 6th. That's incorrect. Only one person did. And
are they saying that there were some other deaths after the fact
due
to
some
injuries
people
or
commit
something?
suicide or something?
I don't know, but anyway, here they are not liking what Del Rio had to say or whatever. Here we go.
Somebody died in that situation.
5 people, at least
My son
5.
plays
At least 5.
At least 5 people. My son played baseball here where we live with a father. His son plays on the same team as my son did, with a father that was a Capitol Police that's still recovering from injuries from the quote unquote dust up at the Capitol. So first of all, for Jack Del Rio not to know the ignorance of his statement, but I think the crux of it and what made me so angry about that is, one, he has the opportunity to be around people and see how that affects, because we could play around it. But the issue this summer was about black people feeling marginalized, black people being disrespected and killed and murdered at the hands of people that's supposed to protect you. Number one. The second part is the Capitol and that, 2 different things. We can be mad about wrongdoing in situations, but also acknowledge that those situations are not the same. And Jack Del Rio tried to make a comparison to both of those things, which should have people angry, especially black people in this country. Let me make this clear too, because Stephen A., this is what happens when we start talking about this. I detest rioting. I detest looting. I detest destroying people's businesses that they've worked hard for to build. That is wrong. The people that do that should be prosecuted to the fullest extent. And so should the dudes and the people that went in the Capitol during the insurrection on January 6th. They should be also, okay? But we have to acknowledge why certain things happen, because context is important.
Well, I mean, I understand and agree with some of what Spears is saying there, especially the part about you can be upset without, committing crimes against innocent people. But I'm not sure where the tie in. I guess he's saying is that the people can't say they hate the insurrection but support the rioting, and he says those are 2 completely different things. And then he says, but I want to clarify, I don't think you tear up people's stuff and hurt innocent people.
Yeah, I agree with that part.
Yeah, of course. And we and I don't know where Stephen A. Smith's getting the 5 from. 1 is too many. But you do need to be accurate, and maybe he is talking about things that have happened since then, or people who committed suicide that were tied to it, or whatever. I don't know where he's getting the number 5, but it's I don't think that a person in America though should be fined $100,000 for giving their opinion on something.
That's the thing.
Or for saying something that even made somebody mad. You can find somebody for that.
You can disagree with what Jack Del Rio said or the way he said it, but I don't know that it's that big a fine. I'm kind of shocked. Now it was the coach, right, that levied this on him.
Said it.
I mean, they make good money, but dropping $100K on something that's pretty stiff. I'm kind of surprised he didn't hand him a clipboard and said, "Here, have at it." But again, I'm shocked. If you'd have told me that a mob of people was going to storm the Capitol building, I'm shocked that they didn't unload and kill a whole bunch of people. Aren't you? The police. I mean, I thought we defended the Capitol building with force.
Well, it may have been because it was kind of a confusing mix, and I understand what Spears is saying. But honestly, if you look at the truth of it all, yes, you had a person who got killed, and yes, you had some people who got injured, but then you also had people taking selfies and holding flags and walking around with people who are in charge, walking among them. It was kind of just a weird hodgepodge. An insurrection, if you really want to look at it, would have been a group of people storming the Capitol, heavily armed, trying to take control of it.
Right, taking hostages.
Yeah, and you can say that it was a protest that was not handled right, and people need to be held accountable. Calling it an insurrection, it's almost like you're being disrespectful to insurrections.
Again, the activity, I guess you could see and call it that. So. But it's just hard for me to say insurrection when the weapons they were holding were flagpoles. Now, I saw the video. I've seen the pushing and everything. It was definitely a mob that got out of control.
Yeah, no doubt.
But again, if a mob is out of control and you have armed guards that stand up there and fire some warning shots, you keep coming, you level a bunch of people. I mean, if I was a foreign power and I saw that, I'd go, well, look, we can just march right in. They won't do anything to you.
Well, yeah, I know we're not allowed to do this. I guess they're trying to do it. It doesn't sound like you're allowed to. I think maybe it should be twofold when you look at them storming the Capitol is, number one, let's look at how this happened and the rebel rousing that was going on and hold everyone accountable who broke the law.
Don't have a problem with that.
But at the same time, we can't ignore the fact that the Capitol didn't look ready for this. And there may be some sinister stuff involved in that we need to take serious as well.
Yeah.
Seems like you would have been ready with all the – I mean, this thing was a tinderbox.
And you would like to see a real investigation of that, not what we're seeing right now, which is made for TV propaganda.
Well, that's true, yeah.
But, yeah, none of us want to see the Capitol building stormed by anybody. But I do think that a lot of people thought they were free to act up because of everything they saw. Now, I know Marcus don't want to hear that, but some of those people were motivated by the fact they thought it was anything goes this summer.
I understand it's two different reasons, but to say it had no impact is not really honest either. Right. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
That you're a danger. You remain a danger. I am a judge who believes in life and rehabilitation when rehabilitation is possible. I have many defendants come back here and show me the great things they've done in their lives after probation, after parole. I don't find that's possible with you.
So there you go. She says, I don't think it's possible for you to be rehabbed. So I've just signed your death warrant. You will never walk outside of a prison in your life. 175 years when you add it all together. So and that's the thing, when you deal with these kind of predators, sexual predators, we do find a history of they are very difficult to rehab, sadly. And she thinks that he just didn't show any signs that he would ever change, and if he was allowed to be outside of the prison, he would always be a danger to young women.
Yeah, and a lot of that is because she read a letter that he had written that showed that he was not remorseful.
Yeah, this was even after he'd sent his plea in, right?
Right.
And he wrote this letter, he snide, and,
Yeah, right. Like he was the victim here. And
yeah, she just flipped it off. She didn't even read the whole thing.
So there you go. And, of course, I think a lot of it, which is why they allow it in cases, I think the testimonies played a huge role in this, of her hearing how it affected.
Yeah, there was 169 victim impact statements were read, including 156 from the victims themselves.
And get ready for lawsuits. I believe some have been filed against Michigan State.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. U.S. Gymnastics, all this.
Yep.
Yeah, the U.S. Gymnastics program is really kind of falling apart at the seams right now. I saw where they lost sponsorship from all their major folks, the AT&Ts of the world, and all of them have withdrawn from that. Bella Carosi is shutting down their training facility, and a lot of other things falling out from that. Michigan State, the president resigned yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, he worked there. He worked for them, and they have got people testifying that they went and complained, and they told him either, hey, he knows what he's doing, or you don't want to do this. It'll be an embarrassment. They basically covered it up.
And also, welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Hey, how about it?
Hey, buddy. Well, we've been talking about this story in the break, but now we need to talk about it. Drew Carey.
He looks weird up there.
Well, yeah, Drew Carey.
He's always looked weird. I mean, that was a Bob Barker gig. I can't see anybody but Bob Barker doing that shit.
And I hate to bring this up being a person of weight, because I'm certainly not saying it's good to keep weight on and all that, especially as you get older. But some people, when they lose their weight, the way they look is not as much fun. It's like it changed him so much, it almost made it feel weird.
I said this to them this morning.
Yeah. Same thing with what's his name? Zach Galifianakis. Same thing. He lost weight, and he's not as funny to me as he was.
And that's bad because it was.
I like him.
I just
fatter.
like you saying his last name.
That was. How about that?
You nailed that.
I did. Don't make me say it again.
One more time. Whole name.
Galifianakis.
Zach Galifianakis.
Wow.
Attaboy.
So what we have here on The Price is Right, and Drew Carey.
I'm ready for him to get back fat.
Yeah. Greg. and Greg has really got a whole fat theme going today. He's also disappointed this contestant wasn't fat.
Yeah. It would have been a better situation if a fat lady named Peggy would have pulled him down.
Greg. So he has a contestant get excited and actually pulls him down, and he nearly falls off the stage.
Yeah, knocks him off his feet.
Do we have it?
Yep.
Here we go.
Rick O'Drew wouldn't have fell. He'd been too big.
Greg.
65.
$12.65. Actual retail price $12.99. So
Now here she comes, and she is fired up. Got a theme shirt on. Oh, down they go. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he went down like straight up and hit those lights.
Hey, everybody.
His phone even got enough fell out.
I'm fine.
I'm fine.
Never.
And the flat top's
you know what that looked
too.
like, Rick?
Yeah, I know.
George.
They look like the same person.
No.
The flat top's gone. I don't know what about them glasses.
George.
John Denver called, wants his glasses.
Say the prize.
Sonia, do not break the host or our set. And then I will say, how'd you like a brand new car?
He set it up, baby.
Clear out.
Oh, boy.
A new car!
What if she tackled him again?
Well, you know what she did is she went to hug his neck, and that's
And
where
picked
he
her
thought
feet
it was
up.
gonna
Picked
end.
her
But
feet
then
up.
she tried to throw her legs around his hips. and-
Easy.
Well,
Nah,
just
he
tell
wasn't
her.
ready.
Rick, you know, that looks very similar to the time I blew out the knee of one of our sponsors.
Oh,
Very similar.
Yes.
You might
Very
remember that
similar.
nasty
Yes.
incident.
Ooh, that's hot.
Well, that hurts, doesn't it?
Boy. Greg, his knee could not take it.
Dressed as a giant elf.
Actual retail
Took him
price $12.99. So
Y'all wish you still had the black rim glasses. He's kinda-
I was gonna say.
And the flat top.
Oh my gosh, he's down. Guys,
I want to go back to
Guys,
that.
he almost
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, thank you for being with us. Much to do going forward on the program, and we hope you'll join us at the number I just gave you. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. I'm telling you, the real Greg Burgess, he and his wife Lisa, they enjoy the HelixSleep.com/Bubba. And Greg, now more than ever, you know, everything we keep hearing foundationally for our health and for our mental well-being, a good night's sleep is important. And Greg, of course, y'all have had yours how long now?
close to a year, maybe.
Yeah, well, maybe even more than that.
Maybe.
You know, because time gets by.
It sure does.
But
like I said, it's custom made to the way you like to sleep, and you feel that you go through that little survey, and there it is. So
they're going to ask you, you know, you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach, you're a combo sleeper. They're going to ask about, you know, how do you like the mattress? You want that soft? You want it medium? You want it firm? As we say here on the program, you get it like you like it.
Like you like it.
I mean, just like I like it. And you get 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you 100. Love it. I mean, we think you're going to love it. I mean, they're not going to offer that, knowing that they get sent back a lot. But you get 100 nights, just so you know you have nothing to lose except sleep if you don't make this change. So why don't you go to find out more by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. 10-year warranty.
And you can also get truly amazing sleep by customizing a mattress that will be shipped right to your door. And they have been the #1 best overall mattress pick by Wired Magazine and GQ Magazine. And we're also going to save you $350 if you go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. That link also available at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, did you find your list?
I did. Okay. Bookmakers.com has revealed the odds of achieving the 30 hardest sporting feats of all time.
Got it. Okay. All right.
So, and some of these are kind of funny. I'm going to need some help on it. The hardest thing to achieve in sports comes from the world of skiing. Skiing to the North Pole, 500,000 to 1.
Skiing to the North
Where do I
Pole.
start?
What in the world?
I would assume somewhere in Canada.
Skiing to the North Pole.
I'm just telling you their list, okay? For what
Not
it's
likely to happen.
All right, here's a sport I have never heard of in my life. Snooker. Anybody?
Snooker.
Anybody know what snooker is?
Speedy.
The odds are 100,000 to 1 that you would get a 147 break. What is that?
I have no idea.
Anybody? Snooker?
Is that pool?
I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like it.
All right,
It's a weird pool game.
Yeah, it's a pool table that's shaped weird.
The balls are all the same color.
So does anybody know anybody who's played snooker?
I may start.
The first of what I call the big three.
I played bumper pool.
Yeah,
Remember the great bumper pool?
I loved bumper pool.
The third hardest with odds of 50,000 to 1 comes from the NBA to score a 100-point game. And that has been done, but not much.
Wilt Chamberlain did it.
Then rowing.
He had a lot of high numbers.
How about from rowing, 50,000 to 1
that.
too? Row the Pacific, Atlantic, and Indian Ocean solo.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, that
the
would be
current and
difficult.
everything, yeah.
Very
You know what else
difficult.
would be difficult? Fly to the moon. Yeah.
So
we did it though.
No, I'm talking about physically.
Then coming in at 35,000 to 1 from gymnastics, score a perfect 10.
Oh, Nadia coming each.
Mm-hmm.
How about the next one is from the sport of cricket? I have no idea what in the world that is.
Well, that's a wild sport.
Oh, you've seen cricket.
Well, I've seen it, but I don't know anything about it. 30,000 to 1 odds if you score 6 sixes in an over.
Okay.
Anybody?
By the way, that was on when I was in the Bahamas on,
That's a
on-
weird
on,
little
on
deal.
spring break, and I
Yeah.
was watching it. That thing, I don't know what's going on out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of craziness
There's
in
a
there.
lot of weird equipment.
We go back to the NBA with 30,000 to 1 odds, a quadruple double. Then we have golf, win all 4 majors in 1 year, 30,000 to 1. Skateboarding, land a 1080 on a vertical ramp. Anybody?
Oh, boy, Adler.
That's your world right
Yes,
there, buddy.
sir.
That's a 25,000 to 1 odds. Adler, what is that? A 1080? Do you know what that is?
180 rotation, 1080 degrees. What is that, 4 spins?
How about that?
Maybe it is. 360 times 4?
I believe, yeah.
That'd be more than that, though. That
So
may
is
be
it-
three loops.
Is it 3 spins?
What's 360 times 3?
So you got 360, then 720, and then 900, and then 1080. Am I doing that math wrong?
I thought that was how you wanted your TV to look. 1080.
Well, it's 1080p, yeah. You're in high def.
It's when the skateboard makes 3 full revolutions.
Okay.
1080.
Okay, 3 then. Okay, gotcha.
At
Thanks, buddy.
20,000 to 1 odds from cricket, the double hat trick. Anybody? I didn't know
A lot
that
of hat
much,
tricks, 3 goals.
Are you surprised that much betting's going on with cricket?
No, people bet on anything.
But you got hat tricks in hockey. You got it,
and that's 3 goals.
You even got it in baseball.
So at 12,500 to 1 from golf, you have a hole in one. We kind of relate to that.
Wow, so everything we mentioned before this is less likely than a hole in one.
Yes.
Wow.
How about that?
Wow.
Then we go to soccer. Save 5 penalty kicks in a row. 12,000 to 1.
To save them?
Yeah. I guess it's you block them.
Did you know that Kim Jong Un got a
Yeah,
hole,
I heard that.
got a hole in one on every single?
Every one of
At 10,000 to 1 odds, we have from surfing, surf a wave bigger than 80 foot. Then we go also at 10,000 to 1 from Major League Baseball, throw a perfect game. Then at 10,000 to 1, from swimming, swim the Amazon River. Now, I would assume that is the time of year that the piranha are not mating.
I think a lot of things in the Amazon that'll get you.
Oh, yeah.
Sure. Stay
How
out of
about this? 8,000 to 1, perfect game from bowling. From the NFL, make 4 consecutive Super Bowls, 8,000 to 1.
That's the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills did that, right?
And lost all 4 of them. That's another record.
Couldn't even win. What are the odds of not winning one of them?
From soccer, we have a goalkeeper scoring a goal, 5,000 to 1. A 4-minute mile is 5,000 to 1 from
Speedy.
athletics. And how about that? At the same odds, you have climbed the 5 hardest summits on Earth.
Wow, that's dropped a little bit. I expected that to be higher up, but people have done it.
I know it. From tennis, win all 4 Grand Slam events in 1 year, 5,000 to 1. Archery, score more than 1,400 from 144 arrows, 3,000 to 1. I don't know anything about that archery scoring. Darts, 9 dart finish with a double start, 1,000 to 1.
Speedy.
How about here's another one that I thought was pretty interesting. I'm gonna skip down the list here. Fishing, catch a 220-pound carp, 1,000 to 1 odds.
Out of all the huge fish, they go
about a billfish.
And that is just slightly ahead of rush for 250 yards in a game at 500 to 1 in the NFL.
I'm surprised you're not questioning these odds.
That's a good point.
At least some of these things we understand now. At 500 to 1 odds, we have 500 yards passing in a game in the NFL. Then at 350 to 1, a 7-10 split. That would be with the bowling pins on the corners, right?
Right.
And then last but certainly not least, at 1 to 100, 1/100th odds, score a hat trick at the World Cup Finals in soccer. I'm really shocked that they have to have odds on all these.
Right. What are the odds of if that hat trick happened that I was watching it?
Rick, that would go way up to like 600,000 to 1.
Do you know what a perfect or golden hat trick is?
No.
In soccer.
Isn't that the thing they accuse Trump of?
Yes. When a player scores 3, but he scores with the left foot, then the right foot, and then the head. That's a golden hat.
A golden
hat trick. Take a sip of something, Greg.
So there.
Where'd you find that online or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Yeah, you ain't never.
Where's hit 100-mile-per-hour fastball on there?
Yeah, I know. You think that would be on there, right? Hit one out.
Right. And that's that.
A lot of darts, a lot of cricket in there.
A lot of cricket.
Yep.
Cricket's it's a they have the traditional cricket which goes on for days.
Right.
Then they got the one where even cricket people say, "Can we have one that moves a little quicker?"
Yeah.
And it's another version of it.
It looks like croquet and baseball and
it's a weird little
hockey all rolled into
Can I tell you the
one,
most? There's a lot of confusing parts of it. But the one that I have never quite figured out. What's these 3 sticks behind what I call home plate?
Yeah. What is that?
And they hit some of them and knock them down.
I thought that was to catch them like a backstop.
Hey, nice shin guards.
Yeah.
There's I think you talk about a game that might be more fun to play than watch. It's got to be cricket.
Yeah.
I'd like to know more about cricket, wouldn't you?
Rick, those 3 sticks are called stumps.
Oh, the stomps.
I took a step into cricket one time and was going to really try to learn it.
Yeah.
I just couldn't do it.
Complicated?
Really complicated.
How do the stumps play into it?
I don't know what they do, but, sometimes the pitcher will knock a couple of them down. All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Went head first over to
No,
the
Greg.
pit.
If that light setup's not there, that keeps him. It's a barrier.
Yeah.
It keeps him from falling
Props
off the
him up.
stage on his head. Watch what keeps him from falling off. Now, right there, he realized I'm really going down. See, that stops him.
See, his back falls into the lights.
Yeah.
It's a wonder it didn't break him and cut him up.
Greg, if that's not there, he's gone.
And I'm not too sure, Rick. He's probably got a knee injury out of that they just haven't diagnosed.
Let's watch his
yet.
knee. See, that knee did hyperextend.
Oh, yeah.
It did.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, let me see that.
Yeah.
He's got a problem.
Yo, look at his face when he first leans up. I think he's mad,
yeah.
and then he gets over it. Look, right there. I'm mad.
Well, now look. Does he look at his staff? Look at his staff. Does he look over to his side?
Look, I think he's mad.
Look.
Like, can you believe this?
Oh, he is mad for a minute, and he's also hurt to Bubba's point.
And being a professional, he jumps up and smiles. Like, hey,
Still mad.
Of course, he got backstage.
Forget the weight issue. To me, Drew Carey is flat top and black rim glasses.
No
I don't
doubt.
care how heavy or light he is.
We might could live with the weight if he'd make those adjustments.
And I'm still, he's still.
I do,
Rick, how do you say this? He may have lost weight, but he still looks.
Oh,
He's put a little bit
He looks
back
like
on.
a fat person.
Well, he's right up there.
Weight.
When people said something, when people tell me you look like you gotten thin, I say no, I'm just less fat.
Yeah,
and that's
he qualifies
because I'm certainly not thin by any stretch.
Is there a better contestant to have a car to win after that?
I think Greg has a name for it. Skinny fat.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. People that lost weight, but they're mushy still.
They're mushy.
Greg, I'm with you. If this is a big girl named Peggy, this is a funnier.
If it's a big girl named Peggy, they both fall in the pit.
Let's see the other contestants if they would have won.
She caught him a little off balance too.
Well, I will
he
tell
was
you,
leaning in for a hug, and she picked her feet up.
Based on how you hurt
that one right there would have won.
The girl next to her would have been okay. She looks kind of light.
Yeah.
But them two guys, was it two guys on the end?
No, it was a lady and a guy.
There it was.
There you go.
She thinks he can hold her,
and he wasn't braced for
and
that.
he couldn't.
I'm gonna tell you that if you're a celebrity and you get you one of these game show hosting gigs, that's a pretty good deal because they film them all in one big clump and you're off most of the year and they make a lot of money. Because think about it, you ain't heard nothing else from Drew Carey since he got this gig. He's like, I'm good. I'm Bob Barker.
What if Beth Mowens was doing play-by-play?
No, I'm not doing Beth Mowens.
Give me audio. No. Beth Mowens is doing play-by-play.
Come on down. Now, is she the announcer?
No, she's giving play-by-play of the video. Like, okay, she's just one, and
she's making her way to stage.
Guys, you know what? Did she say 1265? She say 1265? Oh, she's going to be close. I really feel good about this.
Price $12.99.
Oh my gosh, it's a 1265 distance pretty. Look at her go. Coming to the stage. Oh, wait a minute, somebody gotta get a timeout. She's going up to Drew Carey, and she's got, oh my gosh. Carey goes down. He's down on the ground. Oh my. Oh, somebody get a timeout for Drew. Oh my gosh, what have we seen here? Oh, she just needed a little hard touch. That's off the windshield.
What does her shirt say?
Wish I could read her shirt.
Who's with Rick?
Oh my gosh, somebody get some help from Chandler Cox. If only Chandler Cox could have blocked for Drew Carey.
So,
oh my goodness, thank you.
I bet when he knew that car was behind that sign, he thought my life is in danger.
Yeah,
he went to the
right.
other side of the
You're
stage.
right.
He's thinking now I got to tell her she win a car.
Well, you have to do if you want to know what Bubba did to one of our big, huge sponsors.
Oh yeah,
we were doing
Same thing,
a
basically.
TV shoot. I was Santa, right?
Bubba.
Yeah, and I was a little elf.
And you were the elf.
Little elf.
Well, and you,
but Rick,
you ran up to him and did the exact same move. It's almost identical, and it blew his knee out.
Rick, I want to be clear.
I was a guy down like rolling around in pain and all that.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't with these. Later, I found out my knee.
Well, he tried to be a good sport about it, but we knew it was.
It wasn't like that lady.
He had
that
to
night that was
he had to
screaming.
sit in a chair and all that stuff.
Okay.
And,
You know, Greg, you ever
Check
seen
it
the? And you see
about a week later, we heard the news. He's going on the night.
You see a little bit of this here, Greg. That little. There's anger kind of seeping through.
Yeah, because that hurt. You know what I mean?
I'm trying
Rick,
to be a
in
good
all
sport about it
fairness,
because I don't want to
with
be
the
a
pain,
jerk. I don't want to be a jerk.
In all
because I
fairness,
certainly he didn't mean to do it.
If you remember in the scene, we were supposed to run on stage, and it was like a big, just big party situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we did a couple of takes, and the director was pushing me to do more because I ran out and jumped up and down. He said, "No, we got to have more. Like, can you jump into his arms?" Or something.
No, I'm not sure that was said.
You make that part up.
Herschel?
He did.
Herschel
Walker. He did.
Careful,
I was
34.
I was being prompted to give more energy on the scene, so I ran and I jumped like a.
Here we go. 9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. All right, so Speedy was telling us something in the break, and we'll hit that, but it's going to tie into a bigger conversation. I want you, Greg, and Speedy, to understand that Bubba and I have been very patient, waiting on y'all to go see Maverick. And if y'all are not going to go, we're just going to start talking about it.
There's talk.
What is there to talk about? Why you got what is there to talk about?
I want to talk about the movie.
What? Well, I mean, why?
Oh,
Because I want to talk
to.
about what happened on the movie? Why would you do that?
Because I want to. I want to talk with my baby brother about the movie. And I want to talk to Speedy about it. I want to say, hey, man, what about that time?
Has Adler seen
I'm
it?
ready for that to happen.
So Adler's
Look,
out too.
Rick, this is what I
All right,
think
Adler,
is.
hey, you and I, when some of the days we spend up here, I'm going to start talking to you about it.
I'm sorry.
I mean,
Rick, I think this is. I think you could maybe allow them this weekend because it's Father's Day. They're totally in charge. They can do what they want to do.
fair.
So if they don't say, I want to go see it, it's kind of on them.
That's
at that
fair.
point.
That's fair.
Because nobody's going to go, I don't want to go see it. And you go, well, it's Father's Day.
Come Monday, I'm going to be a Maverick talking fool.
That's right.
Now, y'all talking about
What's there to talk about?
Would this be off air or y'all?
Okay, anywhere I want to. I'm going to be a Maverick mumbler.
I think that's fair.
I think
Y'all
that's
had-
fair, don't you, Eddie?
Y'all have had plenty of time.
Like I said, I doubt there's some cliffhanger or anything in it.
No, I got some stuff I can't wait to ask you about.
Stuff.
But Greg, I want to talk to you about things like I want to say. Did you think that opening scene was as good as the first one?
I know.
Well, Bubba's already told us about that.
Right, but I'm trying to. I'm not trying to say something we hadn't already said. But come Monday,
it's on.
Oh, you wouldn't believe the things I'm
We're going to talk in depth plot analysis.
Oh, you wouldn't believe my breakdown Monday.
We may get the whiteboard out.
Yep, we go in there and get the dry erasable. I love a dry erasable.
Well, Reese has done. Reese and Terry are the only two family members that have seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And I told y'all about Reese's big step out, but he didn't grow up in the '80s, so but he claimed this was better than the original.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
And all
there's
he's
no
done
need
is
for that
just,
statement.
Right.
There's no need for that statement. There's no need to make that kind of statement.
Yeah. I told him it was a little reckless. But,
it is reckless, but he's young. You didn't know any better.
Yeah. Yeah.
And anything, why can't they just stand on their own?
Yeah.
And so.
Hey, JC and Reese went and saw Jurassic Park, the new one, last night. JC has not seen Top Gun.
But you were asleep, so you don't have a Jurassic Park
when they
update
came
for me?
in, I was out.
It feels like to me that we've exhausted the storyline that's going to be corny. And I'm a Jurassic Park guy.
Yeah, you can only do that so many times.
So all right, so I agree.
Only so many times someone can totally screw up and bring these things back.
Yeah.
Right?
So Bubba, I will stand down till after Father's Day.
Okay.
JC and I might try to go see it one day this week.
Just go ahead and start talking about it. I don't care.
Monday, well, don't worry. Monday, you'll get a mouthful of it.
The only way to get this one,
I'm
and I'm
gonna come
pointing
in
at your baby brother to go, is if you drag him after the show and go.
Guess what I'm serving Monday, Greg, for breakfast? Maverick.
Maverick. Lots of it, too.
All right, so on that note.
Now I'm to the point where I'm just boycotting going.
I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
And Greg, a lot of people are waiting on you to see it because honestly, until you say that you don't find a problem with it, that's the only kind we can.
You're the last holdout.
I got to wait till streaming.
You know how you wait and you're like, well, until he says it's perfect, it's not perfect.
Well, I just don't think you'll get the same effects.
You won't.
I won't. But
you ain't going to watch Maverick at home on your TV.
I ain't been in a movie in 20
Well,
years.
get up and go. Do something different.
We went.
Huh?
Yeah, we did.
Get you some popcorn, sit down, go to sleep. Let everybody tell you about Maverick on Monday.
Yeah, that's what happened because I slept through it.
All right, so
I can't stay awake in there.
On that note, Speedy says he's getting emails from people that tried to go see the Homeschool Awakening yesterday. Yeah. We interviewed Kirk Cameron over the weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and this is the documentary about the state of homeschooling and parents who are interested in it. And they're saying that at the AMC theaters, that they all were told different things.
All of them?
They got in there and they were like, "Well, we can't get it to play, and the file's corrupt." Well, you knew the teachers union; they were going to go crazy on this. Greg Babylon B says yesterday, a study shows that kids who are homeschooled, they could possibly miss out on an opportunity to be a gay communist.
All right.
Well, we can't have that.
Right. So anyway.
No, you set it up right, and it has to do, and I don't know, this is just from this emailer, AMC Theater in Montgomery is where they tried to go.
Mm-hmm.
They said, you talking about can't have nothing. Think about going to the movies, and then they come out and tell you that it's corrupt, they can't play
Well,
it.
now, I tried to go to Top Gun, and that happened.
Yeah. So this morning they're on Facebook, and they've got some homeschool groups, and there's actually a Homeschool Awakening Facebook group, And the running theme is that anyone that went to an AMC theater to see it were all told they, for different reasons, that it wouldn't play or that they couldn't see it. So I don't know if it was just within the system that they all pull from. I have no idea.
Picture Kirk Cameron getting that news. Hey man,
I know
we got some problems. Some people are saying they're in there to see it and it won't show.
Yeah, that's man.
The only thing that really, if you think about it, the only thing that is worse than upsetting the teachers union is upsetting homeschoolers. So now the theater people are caught in the crossfire.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, it's the war, the homeschoolers versus the government school people. That's a passionate bunch. So
shouldn't we all just be for education?
You would think. Here's one thing. It's kind of an odd concept. Maybe looking after the well-being of the kids and that they be educated in such a way they could actually function in society in the actual real world. That'd be big. But anyway, so
really big.
All right, so Terry's texting now. Apparently, she got a breakdown of Jurassic Park from JC.
Okay.
And
my fear is it's going to be corny.
Of course, we all know it's fake because it's dinosaurs. But
well, unless you're that person on the red carpet I told you about.
He did not like it. He said it was, pretty bad.
I'm hearing. Now I don't follow this kind of stuff, but I have friends who do. I don't know what it means on Rotten Tomatoes. I don't know what number you're looking for, or all these different rating services that people see it. One of them I know is Rotten Tomatoes. From what I understand, unlike Maverick, that it's not doing well with the people who've already seen it.
Yeah. He said it's terrible.
That people were like, it's...
So it's the opposite of Maverick. Yeah. Nobody likes it.
Yeah. Well, I think what it is, again, we all know this, there's certain storylines that have an end date. There's only so many times, as I said before when I was concerned about it, where we go, oh, no, we shouldn't let the dinosaurs out again.
Let me ask you this.
We know these dinosaurs, it never goes well.
Part of the intrigue of Jurassic Park in the beginning, the first couple, was the way they brought the dinosaurs to life. Don't you think? I mean, people were amazed by that.
Yeah.
That was good.
But at this point, that's not the draw anymore because you've seen them. And I think that's where Top Gun, with the way they shot the video and the footage of these planes, that's one of the big intrigues to that. And I think Jurassic Park's missing that because they've already showed you dinosaurs so many times.
Yeah, once we're no longer immersed in the story.
Yeah.
And Maverick, we get immersed in it
Say
again.
if there was Top Gun 5.
40 years later.
And the last 4 had been shot with the type of footage we saw in this one.
Yeah, what else you going to
do? It might be getting a little flat.
Yeah, and you'd be going, how many times is Maverick going to have to go out there and prove himself?
Right.
By the way, I did the breakdown, Greg, this is totally you. I give you credit for this. And I amazed some people with it. I broke down that Days of Thunder is nothing but Top Gun and NASCAR.
That's it.
Hey, it's exactly the same story.
Rick, I'm top of my game. I lose my confidence.
Right.
I got to get it back.
Right. And I'm a hot dog.
It looks like I'm a hot dog.
Got a lot of talent, but I'm dangerous.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's talk about life insurance. This is you do know this, and Bubba and I know this loud and clear, and I'll get an amen from Bubba. The older you get, the more life insurance costs.
Amen.
Yeah, and you know why? Because if you get life insurance when you're young, what they're basically saying is they're gonna gamble that you won't die young, and then you're saying, I bet I will. And so you and what's happening now, Bubba and I are 58 and about to be 58, and what we have discovered is the life insurance people have said, well, this is on you. You shouldn't live this long. Y'all have made the mistake of not dying young.
Yeah. Silly us.
So it can be quite expensive. That's the reason why Ladder is something we want to tell you about. I want you to go to ladderlife.com/Bubba today. And find out if you're instantly approved. And you just said, what? Instantly approved? Last time I checked on this, it sounded like I was going to be sent off to some place where they do all kinds of lab work on me. And no. If you're going $3 million in coverage or less, and that's a big number, $3 million in coverage or less, there'll be no doctors, there'll be no needles, there'll be no paperwork. Now, we're talking about term life insurance, which is what you want anyway. How much does my family get when I pass? Just answer a few questions about your health in an application. All you need is a few minutes, a phone, a laptop to apply. Ladder has these smart algorithms that work in real time, and so they find out if you're instantly approved. There won't be any hidden fees. Don't worry about that. You can cancel it anytime. Get a full refund if you change your mind in the first 30 days, okay? Now, these Ladder policies will be issued by insurers with long, proven histories of paying claims. We're talking about rated A and A+ by AM Best. 4.8 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot. That's how much people love Ladder. So life insurance costs more as you age. You don't need to put this off another day. Let's get this done. Ladderlife.com/Bubba. That's LADDER life.com/Bubba. Ladderlife.com/Bubba.
You know, a baby would be into somebody's arms. Yeah. He caught me and he went to the ground. I fell on top of
no
it.
one can.
Bubba, can you?
It was terrible.
I remember, Bubba, you told him, "Go, well, what if I tear his knee up?" You tried to warn him.
Yeah.
Now, Bubba, you have added. Why don't you jump into his arms? But but he did call for more. I don't remember that phrase. I do remember he did call for more enthusiasm.
He did,
and I gave him more enthusiasm, and Tom buckled, unfortunately.
But here's what I'm begging. Listen, I'm begging y'all. Yes, Greg, full blown knee surgery. Yeah. Listen, I'm begging y'all not to let this go. Please don't take out of your mind. He's dressed as an elf the entire time. He's not. He's not in some.
What kind of look do you have on his face?
It's on a frame thing we got out front. You know, where me and you were elves on the cover of their flyer.
Yeah, Bubba didn't notice it. He didn't notice her. Bubba was trying to give the director what he wanted.
I'm just trying to.
You tried to warn him.
I was trying to be coachable.
I tried to tell him,
but I'm still, 250, 260, maybe a little more dead weight when that happens.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to see that.
Well, I'm glad you hadn't jumped on him now.
Woo, good night.
We might have had a compound fracture.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Tangent bell here, but did y'all, talking about TV and movies, did you see where there's going to be a special on Waco?
Yes.
That looks pretty interesting.
Is that going to be a movie, or is it going to be just?
It says a 6 series type.
It's kind of like
mini series.
I think it's kind of like
whatever.
they did with OJ and
it's one of those.
I think it's one of those.
It's just called Waco,
from what I can tell.
Yeah, but it's got like straight up actors and actresses in it, and they're doing it all.
So did OJ.
Yeah,
did
absolutely.
Yeah. So that's wild though. But I think you're right. I think it's something like that. Mini series,
like go through the whole thing.
Yeah, I saw the preview for it.
No Branch Davidians.
Oh, I know. That'll be interesting. I would like to see that. I mean, we lived through it, so we
see. I didn't really. I mean, I was too young to. I mean, I remember it going on, but not the details of it.
Let me tell you, Maul Reno, you didn't mess with her.
No, you did not.
No, the Clintons. That's a whole nother chapter. I don't think you can do a miniseries on the Clintons because you ain't got enough time, but. Maul Reno would get it done, buddy.
Well, you can't do a miniseries on the Clintons because you won't live.
Yeah. Hey, she went in there and shut that thing down with the tanks, and then got Elion. You remember? She crashed the gate with the stormtroopers getting him out of there.
Wow, it says it premieres this month.
When does it start? Can we watch the preview?
Let's see, yeah.
What's it on?
Paramount Network?
No. What?
No, it is. It's a Paramount Network.
Did you see who produced
quit
it?
laughing.
Weinstein.
Did Weinstein produce this?
God has instructed me to stay here and wait for his son. This is our time to prove through suffering that we are worthy of the miracle that's to come.
That's when it went over the line.
The kingdom of heaven is coming. I promise you.
So 6-part TV event. So you're telling me there is now a Paramount?
It says that. It said that the Paramount Network is what I saw. Let's see here if it says anything.
Like I know
Paramount Network. I don't know.
I don't know what that.
But that's probably who produced it, right? I mean, there's not a Paramount.
It'll be on one of them.
Yeah.
AMC.
Where's that going here?
Hold on, I'm fine.
We'll be able to find it, Rick. There'll be so many promos for that.
It says
thing.
Paramount Network Wednesdays at 9 Central.
Where's the Paramount Network? I don't even know where that is.
You can get it on probably the Apple TV and Fire and all that. I know it's on it.
Yeah,
get it on what? Netflix? Would you? Apple TV, okay.
So that it's an actual channel on The devices, okay.
I got you.
This is
So
one
I
of
just go
these-
to Apple TV and search Waco, and I got it when it's out, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, it says Paramount Network cable channel here.
No, what he's
Cable
saying
channel.
is
it's delivered over.
You know how you have the different. You got it. Okay. The different apps off Apple TV.
You got to download the app and sign into it and all that stuff.
It should just be a channel.
Yeah, I should just be able to. I should just be able to Apple.
I got
find
it. Yeah. So I wonder if
But
it's
you
on.
probably got to sign into it like you do all of them.
I can.
Yeah, I remember.
Seven minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler. All here, Helmsy on vacation, back Monday. Join me in welcoming back for a brand new hour, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Bubba, the question has been before us all as we watch the leader of the free world, Joe Biden, and we asked the question: does the president can he continue at 79? Is that right? Or is it 78? 78, 79 years old. Obviously has some cognitive problems. We've seen these. We've talked about that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Getting a little more. He's 79. Getting a little more.
79.
Getting a little more frail. Moves around. Does that shuffling thing that Tim Conway did in his bit about the old gentleman. And
hairy legs.
He's got hairy legs. He seems to say things. Now, this is not exactly, a hard-hitting news source that Karine Jean-Pierre, the speaker, has to deal with, the press secretary, I should say. It's Don Lemon. So we're not talking about,
this is a friendly interview. This is friendly fire here.
She's not exactly in a bind here.
You know, the press secretary, Rick, you remember the show, and we had interviewed a guy who hosted it, Dirty Jobs?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I think the press secretary may have the worst job of anything in America right now.
That's a fact.
Do you know he's got some show like on TBN now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I hadn't seen it.
Looks
like it's good.
Look, he's a good host in anything he does. He's a pro.
By the way, TBN is, and who was it? Was it you, Adler? Who was it said the other day? It's a hodgepodge. I mean, you go there, and in 1 minute you turn it on, you're like, oh boy, and then the next minute you turn it on, and go, hey man, this is like really
Kurt
good.
Cameron said he's got a show.
Yeah, he does. I mean, they've got a real hodgepodge now.
It won't show at AMCA.
Right.
AMCA. What was that? Speaking of not having it together,
you know where else they won't show it? At the YMCA.
Right.
Well, not.
Don Lemon asked Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre the question that is on all of our minds. Here we go.
Does the president have the stamina, physically and mentally, do you think, to continue on even after 2024?
Don, you're asking me this question. Oh my gosh, he's the president of the United States. I can't even keep up with it. We just got back from New Mexico. We just got back from California. That is not a question that we should be even asking. Just look at the work that he does. Look how he's delivering for the American public. Look, that article that we're talking about is hearsay. It's salacious. That's not what we care about. We care about how are we going to deliver for the American people? How are we going to make their lives better? That's what the president talks about.
Answer that.
That is his focus, and that's where we're going to continue to focus on.
She was shocked.
Don,
she was
a
shocked
lot of people.
that Don even asked her that. I mean, we're on the same team here, Don. A lot of ways. Come on.
Yeah, I agreed to be on here because it was you. What in
I mean, I didn't know it was a Peter Ducey hour.
Yeah,
what are you doing?
Either that or she's a bad actor. And they knew she was going to be asked this, and she has to pretend like she's taken back so she can say everything she just said.
Yeah.
Oh, do we need to help out with this? Because what we just had, we had somebody come out and say that the president is unfit to serve, and there's issues with his cognitive skills and physically. And, of course, she has to go and kind of bandage that up. But did you find yourself, like me as an American, everything she says proves that we shouldn't be asking the question, are the reasons we keep asking.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we all got to do is just look at him. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
That's what the question came from.
That's what's confusing us.
Yeah.
We got that he's got hairy legs, but we're a little confused. What are you doing? What? Because you didn't be asking it.
Hairy legs. Yeah.
Asking it.
That's kind of a tough question.
Come on,
coming from you.
Exit stage left.
You know what?
Yeah.
I'd never thought
There's
about
a little
that.
bit there.
Floyd and who was that character that did that?
That tiger.
Yeah. What was his name?
That's
somebody.
Look at the Murgatroyd.
Oh yes.
What was that tiger's name?
Come on, y'all. That's it. Gosh, that's
Something.
it. What is
You
it?
almost had it. Snaggletooth.
Snaggletooth.
I think it was.
Okay,
was it.
I had it.
Exit
Greg
stage
came
left. Speaking of
I just write down 75.
of crazy things that you say in the media, we just got done with the Johnny Depp Amber Heard zoo, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Johnny's going to come out $8 million to the better because of the defamation part of that trial. Now she is out doing interviews. Okay, and I think we have a clip of part of this, Addie, if you can get number 5 ready to go. She's doing an interview, and in the interview, she says, he lied, he hit me, I stand by every word of my testimony.
Okay.
She repeats the claim that Johnny Depp beat her despite losing in the defamation trial. But what I was going to ask you, she's also slamming his attorney, by the way, that everybody was making so much of a fuss over, Camille Vasquez. Isn't she defaming him again by saying all this?
It sounds like it. It's kind of like that article they wrote.
When are these people just going to go home?
Yeah, this right.
Or does she have nothing to lose now? She's just going to have to do something because nobody's going to hire her to do anything.
But again, the point, and we'll hear the quote right now. But isn't this exactly what she was just found guilty of defaming him, and now she's defaming him?
Again,
that's the lesson
like
she learned from being found guilty of defaming him?
I mean,
true narcissist.
Wouldn't you just go on there and say, look, I lost the court case, but I disagree with it. I stand by my testimony. And then you really kind of sidestep it, but she goes back into the whole thing, then attacks him, saying you can't believe him because he's an actor. But wait a minute, so are you. Yeah. And she may address that here. Let's hear this clip right quick.
Here we go.
Even somebody who is sure I'm deserving of all this hate and vitriol, even if you think that I'm lying, you still couldn't look me in the eye and tell me that you think on social media there's been a fair representation. You cannot tell me that you think that this has been fair.
Well, social media didn't decide whether you were innocent or guilty. Yeah. What you need to
they didn't hand him $8 million.
What you need to fix is how you came across to the jury.
Yeah,
that social media. I don't know how to break it to the Amber Heards of the world, but what social media is saying and doing has no relevance on you being what you were found guilty.
Well,
of.
again, I mean that's like the old helicopter trick you play with the kids. You know, look at the helicopter, so I grab you with the other hand.
Yeah,
but I haven't heard a lot of interviews from jurors. I heard some comments from someone who claimed to be a juror.
Oh, boy. An imposter.
Well, no, they just said that they didn't find her to be honest, especially after she had lied about donating that money and then just tried to keep denying it till the lawyer pinned her down on it. Have you wrote them a check? No, I haven't. And then she said, well, I didn't because I was being sued.
Right.
But all along, she had been saying she had. And I think after you catch someone in a big lie in their testimony, it's hard to believe anything else they say. I mean, really just that simple, isn't it?
Oh, and lawyers run miles with that.
Yeah.
So you lied about this, but now you're telling the truth.
Right.
Once you open that door, I mean, everybody's got you.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, y'all come on out there, got us.
Here we go.
All right, we'll come back. Phone calls next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available, and we'll chat with you and see what's on your mind. Comment on anything that we've already discussed or anything you want to bring up. We also have some other things that are still to come on the program and some other stories. So that'll be around the corner. But right now, let's talk to you. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well,
Oh, that.
I'd like to see that.
Go and show your
fixed
provider
somehow.
and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
depends on how they're trying to, how they're making money. I don't know.
Night.
If I got a provider, why do I need to watch it online?
Yeah,
Let's never
for all of you
figure
that may
out.
be, for all of you may be pulled into cults, especially those that throw a little Jesus in there, just some markers to look for. You may think, hey man, this is great. We started a new church out here behind. We're going to do it the way church is supposed to be done. You kind of get into it. I can see how you can get drawn to that to begin with. But the minute the person who's like the pastor starts saying he's no longer waiting on Jesus, he's become Jesus, there's a red flag. And then when he announces that God's told him that all your wives belong to him now, another red flag. Those are things to look for that you need to pack your stuff and say, you know what? I think we're going to move our letter to another church.
Yeah, we're going to go down the road.
Right. I just, something about that doesn't seem to jive with Scripture.
I know it's Wednesday night dinner, but we're out of here.
Right.
It says Roku.
Hey, dinner on the grounds was a blast.
Right.
You're a pretty
Vacation Bible school was awesome, but I'm out of here.
You're a pretty good musician. Thanks for the praise and worship.
Yeah.
The Zeppelin poster kind of threw us off a little bit.
Yep.
Don't see too many pastors with Zeppelin posters in the room. We'll be back. Your phone calls are next. Coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yes, sir. Lord, you're mighty. All right, lots to do. I want to do this because I have forgotten to do it for 5 straight days, 4 straight days, and I'm not going to do it a 5th. And this is, I've had fun, and we got our last Sunday coming up. Going to be a little sad in a way. I've been spending the last 4 Sundays at Valleydale Church doing a series for them called Revive, and been honored to be trusted with that. And we've had a great time, wonderful people. And there's a young lady named Sarah that I talk to every Sunday. She's in the choir and the praise and the worship. She's a big fan of the show, and she asked me to give her a shout out for last Sunday, and I've forgotten it 4 days in a row. Sarah, I'm sorry. She's also had an accident and is injured and is recovering, and said she wanted me to give her a shout out, and she listens at this exact time. So, Sarah, there you go. I forgot it 4 days. I got it today. And also, it's Coach's birthday today.
Oh, how about that?
Greg and I, our dad's 77 today.
Congratulations, Coach Burgess.
Double sevens today. So we'll talk
about that.
Have some dad stories today too, and just to give him a great day, I may call and get him to ask me if I think if I'm stupid or not.
Yeah.
Hey,
for old time's sake.
Hey, you stupid? You ever tried to answer that for yourself? It's not easy. So anyway, we'll it's one thing for somebody. It's one thing for a committee to discuss it about you, but when you're put on the spot and you're asked if you're stupid, it's not easy.
No.
So we have a lot to talk about. We might round up Span since it's a weekend. Nothing major going on weather-wise, but we may just check in with him just for your benefit across the country today. We'll see. We got a lot of updates. I know we just discussed it in the kickoff hour, but it was the #1 social media yesterday. The XFL is coming back in 2020. That spawned a lot of, all right, is the Dream Team putting herself back together?
Watch out,
the play-by-play team.
Watch
Dream
out.
Team. The funniest one I saw was a guy who texted me and said, Rick, somebody else is going to have to run BuzzBox. You got to get back to XFL.
That's right. You got to turn it over to somebody else.
That's right. I'm going to have to delegate that. But anyway, it's so funny. I mean, people. I don't know whether Birmingham will be involved at all, but it's funny to watch. The strategy is completely different this time. He just looks to what people think they're tired of, and then says, this one will go back to the so you hate all this not standing for the national anthem, and you hate all the non-family friendly stuff and all the unnecessary rules, and this is now going to be the family-friendly, patriotic football league.
And he don't want any criminals, and not even a DUI, he said. And
well,
of course, then he mentions Johnny Manziel playing.
Well, I was about to say, wait a minute. I thought he was going to field 8 teams. I mean, you can't field 8 teams with that.
That'll be the first thing he has to back up.
Yeah, that won't wash, guys. It won't happen.
No.
And then, as you said, Johnny Manziel was brought up, and I know they said that he's headed to the Canadian League because he's cleared a background check or something. I mean,
No.
I hope you didn't pay too much for that background check.
To the people we go. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number, and I got phone calls lined up, and I'm toting the buzzer. To the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. We'll start with Cliff out of Alabaster, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Cliff, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. 30 seconds and go. Come on, Cliff.
I'm going to try. This is cricket. It's played on a baseball field with outfield all the way around. You got no foul ground. You got to have a big long rope as the outfield fence. It's got 2 home plates. You bury 3 croquet mallets with mallets on each end with 2 Lincoln logs on top. The pitcher starts with.
Yeah,
See, it's too much.
A lot of
it's
stuff.
Too much. You can't describe it in 30 seconds.
And you have to describe it to us kind of in baseball terms
You do.
because that's the closest we can relate to it. But I don't know. It just sounds like a baseball game in a pasture where nobody had an outfield or something.
It's almost like a game that everybody said, well, once we advance, we're done with this one. And everybody kept playing it. Don in Illinois. Well, my goodness, Rick. Don, go ahead.
Don,
Somebody fix the
reset
buzzer.
the clock.
Look, Scruggs was in here yesterday messing with the seats. All right, go ahead. 30 seconds, Don.
Yeah, I had a question for Bubba. I just wanted to ask him if the Republicans take both sides of the Senate and the representatives, can they override executive orders?
I don't know. That's a good question. I would think if they pass a law and have enough votes to override a veto, they could override an executive order, don't you think? Because it would be a law then. And a law would override an executive order, or the next president can simply do away with the executive order.
That's kind of how it's been going.
Usually, you pass the executive order thing has got out of control. Let's all admit that on both sides. But this is something the president has started doing when he doesn't have the votes to get a law. So I would think a law overrides an executive order. Right, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm just speculating.
Of course, that would call for the legislative branch to do the job again. And
Yeah,
they're not big fans of that.
I really think the legislative branch has let their power be
the cowards.
Yeah, they've let their power kind of leak away to the executive order and to the judicial branch, where they ought to be standing up. And see, that's the place you have debate. That's the place where the representatives go. You have 2 houses. You have one that has the heartbeat of the people, and one's the cooling plate. So if you get it through there, it ought to be good.
But they don't want to get in trouble with the people. So they're that person at your company that tries to live in this place where they can get a paycheck but never have to make a decision.
Right.
Because then they might actually be held accountable for something.
Yeah, it's like they're dodging it, so that has to go somewhere.
Right.
Jody in Alabama. Jody, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to just say, and I have to kind of be careful about this. Have y'all seen what Christina Aguilera has done this week at a Pride event? It is disgusting.
I haven't.
And all these articles, if you Google Christina Aguilera, none of it is outrage. Every bit of it is, oh, she did this, and celebrating it. And if y'all get a second, it is appalling what these people are doing, and they call it in the name of pride.
Yeah, I the only thing, and it may be the road you're on. We had some footage. Was it on Monday? All right. Okay. So what's going on here, Adler?
I censored out that black box right there. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
And how? See, this is the thing that ties in what I was going to say. And Adler had some video, and we just didn't do it. He had it, and it really, because a lot of times visuals. There's people going, okay, look, if I went into this month just trying to say, this is supposed to be let us live and let live, and accomplishments of people who are like us and all that, but when you see like this stuff that Aguilera is doing, and you saw like kids watching a gay pride parade that featured sexual fetishes, you're thinking, wait a minute, wait a minute. that's not what we all. What message are you sending here? To me, for the advancement of the LGBTQ community, allowing this kind of nastiness to go on does not help your cause. This is when people go, you're overplaying your hand.
Yeah,
people saying,
exactly.
"Oh, so you're trying to." I mean, it doesn't have to be LGBTQ. It could be heterosexual debauchery. We wouldn't take our kids and say, "Hey, could I go to the library, and watch this with my kids, or stand and watch a parade with our little flags while y'all hit each other with whips and do all sorts of, the word debauchery." I didn't think it was supposed to be a celebration of that. As a matter of fact, I thought y'all were trying to tell people who think that about your lifestyle that the people who see it that way are wrong. Yeah. To me, you're just confirming what people find repulsive. If you go this route, I don't think this helps the cause at all. I think this is taking you backward. And and if you're in that community, hold this kind of garbage accountable. We continue. 866 We Be Big. Jerry in Alabama. Jerry, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Jerry.
Hi.
Hey.
So, yeah, I was just going to make a comparison between if they think Trump caused the insurrection, then don't you think old Chucky Schumer should be directly responsible for the death threat on Kavanaugh?
Yeah, we talked about that. You can't have it both ways. If Trump rebel-roused people to do something that you thought was dangerous and it cost people their lives, and other people to be injured, the death threat on Kavanaugh and the things that Chuck Schumer said, you can't say Trump rebel-roused but Schumer didn't. On either side of the fence. And then you can't
I
say...
would say what Schumer did is more direct.
It is.
I mean, I think that's an easier case to make than what Trump was doing.
It is. Jeff in Tuscaloosa.
And by the way, somebody in email pointed out that it was not an insurrection. It was undocumented tourists.
Go ahead, Jeff. 30 seconds.
This question's for Bubba. Are you going to be? What's your plans for Field Day? And are you going to be at the Tuscaloosa Ham Fest? This is Kilo 4 Sierra X-Ray Alpha 73.
Jeff, thank you for that question. I've got a conflict on Field Day. I'm trying to get worked out, but it's not looking real good for me right now. And Rick, that's the national day that the Hams all go out and practice their emergency communications for 24 hours.
Oh, I thought it's when y'all go out and see who can tug rope, tug of war the best,
standing broad jump,
standing broad jump,
right?
Who can do the most pull-ups? Yeah. that's not it.
But your homeroom, we're going to be in everybody else's homeroom.
They actually do it twice a year now, but the big one's in the summer. And they have to operate on emergency power. No power line stuff.
Are you going to do it?
I don't know this year. I have in the past.
About Field
but,
Day?
It's always
How do you miss
big
Field
day
Day
for the Hams. Yep.
Well, the Hams have lost you to the lake.
Well, I thought I was in good shape. Then I realized I had a conflict. I was like, uh-oh.
Well, I mean, and this is probably
it is a lot of fun.
This is probably Robbie Gallaty's first one. He won't have you.
I bet he'll be out there somewhere.
Joe Walsh will be wondering where you are?
Yep, operating in a park somewhere with a generator.
You think he's ready for that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is early on's when you need to do it.
All right. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Nope.
You don't need a background check. Just Google news stories.
Somebody's already asked me if one of the teams will be the Cleveland Stampede. We don't know. But anyway, speaking of that, Baker Mayfield says he wants to go to the Browns. If he does, he'll turn it around.
He wants to go to the Browns?
Well, he says if they pick him, he'll turn it around.
Well, clearly he's had a concussion, Rick.
He'll turn it around.
He's talking out of his head now.
Right. NFL having to report business-wise they have been hurt, so they can quit pretending they weren't. So that's out there. We've got that. We've got this, and Bubba and I, and I promise you, Bubba, I felt the same way you did, even though I was understanding it completely and found Larry Nassar to be as repulsive as we all should. But when I heard that judge giving that speech, I was like,
went too far.
You know what? I understand what you're doing, but you're a judge, and you've kind of forgotten that you're a judge, and you've turned into an angry person screaming at somebody. And I thought he's gonna start looking around, going, she didn't show a lot of wisdom. I understood her anger, but you got to have more wisdom than that. Just simply look at the man and say, we've looked at the evidence, we've heard the testimonies, you've admitted you're guilty. I don't see a lot of repentance in the letter you sent to us, so I'm going to sentence you what's available to me to the maximum that you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. Boom. That should have been it.
Head to lunch.
But telling him how strong you are and you're not some weak woman and you're highly educated and, this is your time to get people like him and all that. You don't do that as a
Rick,
judge.
I think she said what all of us were thinking.
Yeah, and that's fine. Let us say it.
And she's had to sit there and listen to that testimony. I got that.
No.
But the very symbol of justice is a blindfolded person holding the scales.
Mm-hmm.
And I knew listening to it, and I told some of the guys after the show yesterday or whenever we were listening to it, I said, she went too far. She went too far, and now is going to make him the victim of an overzealous judge, which will be grounds for retrying, rehearing, resentencing, and probably get that knocked down to no telling what. And he is a monster and needs to serve that. But
just like wisdom.
She went overboard.
Yeah,
she went overboard.
It's no more complicated than that.
And you've heard judges.
It lacked wisdom.
You've heard judges dress down a
convicted
felon.
Yeah, there's a way to do it.
And just give them the what's to and sentence them to jail. But she went overboard, and I knew when she did that there was going to be a backlash about it.
Yeah,
knew it.
Yeah,
open the door.
I just signed your death sentence. All that. That is. The judge, that just like you said, is supposed to be, I'm just listening to the facts and the evidence. Back to what I said about choir yesterday, they wear a robe as to not bring attention to themselves. They're just supposed to sit there and be the law. And the law that everybody has agreed on, they rule on it based on what they've seen. And they do punish you. I mean, Romans 13 makes that clear too, but that speech she gave lacked a little wisdom. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
A lot of it turned a little out of I'm the judge overseeing a trial and here's the sentence into some things that you wouldn't want to see. And I certainly understand those things, but that
we all felt that.
But it doesn't mean that's wise for her to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not in that position, not at that time. I would say an hour and 20 minutes might be a little long for a sentencing.
Right. Well, and I understood because we all do, and there's that side of us that's in every single one of us, and I certainly have it too, man. We love that eye for an eye, and he's going to get his, and we all understand that now. But when you're sitting there as a judge who is going to say here's the sentence, and the sentence was, I think, appropriate, and I don't think he should because of what he said. I agree even with her comments on you don't have that appearance of rehabilitation by your own words.
Well, Rick, let's face it.
So you're not going to get to live in society anymore. So that and maybe he goes behind bars and repents of his sin, gets on his face before the Lord, and gets transformed and does a great job of advancing the kingdom behind the prison walls, and then one day he stands before the Lord forgiven. That's what we all hope. But as far as like we were just talking about this through this whole discussion with OJ and Fred Goldman and all that. And people said it, and they're 100% right. I mean, Jesus, forgave on the cross the thief, but then didn't tell the Roman Empire to take him down. I mean, hey, I've forgiven this guy, get him off the cross. So you still have to pay the deal here on earth, and there's certainly nothing evil about that or wrong, and it's biblically sound. But when you're sitting there in her position, there's certain things you don't do, and people are saying she did some things that you just don't do in that position.
Well, we heard a little sound bite from her, but I mean, an hour and 20 minutes. I mean, that was quite a speech. She also said in her speech that if the Constitution didn't prohibit cruel and unusual punishment, she might allow what he did to all these beautiful souls, to these young women, that it be done to.
You got the Rick and Bubba Show, 28 years. 28 years. Still standing. In the boots and silver spurs. All right, so fieldofgreens.com is here. You have groups and what our diet should be. And you really, once you look at all of it, you go, who in the world, whose life is set up that they can eat like this, and how, how many cups of fruit? How many cups of vegetables? So why don't you just be thankful that the folks at fieldofgreens.com, they've taken care of it. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. But I don't see the time that's going to happen. You know what? Or maybe you don't desire to do that. I don't really want to do that. But you would like to have the benefits nutritionally. Then next time you go take your next physical, the doctor says, hey, look at you. I like what's going on. You say, what have you been doing? So I've been taking Field of Greens. I went to fieldofgreens.com. It's a wonderful organic superfood. And what's so great about this product is it's full of a spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It's also made right here in America. It'll help you stay healthy. It's organic. It's gluten-free. It's vegan, and it works fast. You're going to have more energy. You're going to feel better. It operates, more sharply. You got more clarity. Your skin looks better, and you just feel great. So why don't you make the move to fieldofgreens.com right now? Use the code Bubba. We'll save you 15% off your first order, then 10% off all future orders. You might be familiar with other products out there that is similar, but Field of Greens is the real deal. It is simply superior to the competition. Again, fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba and go ahead and save that 15%. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors. Love this new sponsor and excited about the benefits that go with it. All right, so we have a couple of stories to look at. Bubba, we're going to get an update from you, too, on your battle yesterday with Satan's little hand puppet. But before we get to that, a couple of videos here. There's a New York City parks worker here. He's 29. I guess it's a he. Is it a he?
Yeah.
29. Uses his martial arts to fight off a thug in Upper West Side after he's been was punched in the head. So you love when you see a thug that doesn't know who they're punching and who they're messing with. I love this kind of stuff, especially when the thug gets his. So here's the video, and apparently
And this was the moment that suspect knew he ran up on the wrong one. This wild video shows a stranger go up to a 29-year-old Parks Department worker at Manhattan's Riverside Park and punch him in the face, according to the NYPD. Cops say it happened on June 6th, just after 8 a.m. near 79th Street. What that attacker didn't bargain for was for that Parks Department worker to turn into a Power Ranger, immediately delivering what appear to be some martial arts kicks and fighting back. A second Parks Department worker pepper sprayed the suspect. The physical altercation appeared to turn verbal and also involved a barefooted bystander. The barefoot guy and the bystander tussled a bit before the suspect took off on a scooter. The park's employee suffered cuts to his face, but EMS treated him at the scene. Police released this video in hopes that someone knows who he is and comes forward to ID him. If you do, you can call Crime Stoppers at 800-577-TIPS, and you can do it anonymously.
So there you go. This guy was going crazy. He was going after everybody, wasn't he?
He was.
Jackie Chan got after him pretty good there, didn't he?
It's almost like you wandered up on a Jackie Chan movie.
Yeah. So did you see him start doing all his moves?
He got that roundhouse going.
Barefoot just wanted a scooter back.
Yep, that's courtesy of Inside Edition. I like when the barefoot guy shows up.
Yeah, that's funny.
So here's another one. Do you remember former British heavyweight champion Julius Francis? He fought Mike Tyson, and he's now working as a security person at Wembley, and it looks like that we got a problem customer at it's called Box Park, is that right? At Wembley, and this customer doesn't realize, I guess, that one of the security guys is former heavyweight champion Julius Francis. So watch this right here. Should I go with audio?
I'm not sending audio because they do cuss at each other. But the guy in the blue turban is causing lots and lots of problems at this box.
And here's Julius in the hat.
Well, I initially thought Julius was the guy in the white T-shirt, but we're gonna find out at the end here that the heavyweight that's hiding is actually the real big thick guy.
Oh, okay, all right. So
and buddy, he lays this dude in the blue turban out.
All right, so Julius hadn't showed up yet.
Julius has not made his move yet, but he will be making a move.
He's coming around. I see him.
Oh, Julius! Did you see that?
One
Oh,
Dude, that was quick,
and
too.
that was the end of that. That was the end of Blue Turban. Blue Turban is out like somebody shut the lights out. All right, so that's him right there, the bald guy.
Watch how he walks around back towards the street here. He's just going to kind of just walk around it and get behind him.
All right, so Blue Turban swings at somebody,
and
and
then he's got some buddies too. One comes up in a white T-shirt right there.
Yeah.
It looks like they're all together.
And now watch Julius.
Here he is. Boom.
Click.
And then I love how the buddies want to know, why'd you do that, man?
What is he, a police officer? Or what is that?
It looks like he's
it looks
security
like
officer.
security.
Yeah, like private security for this restaurant or bar or whatever this place is.
Yeah.
You know who he looks like? The guy that was the head of the department in Elf.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The code word is Santa's got a brand new bag.
Papa's got a brand new
That's
bag.
what it is.
Yeah.
Oh, how quick that was.
Oh.
How about that?
You
wasn't ready.
You talk about making the move toward the wrong person?
Yes.
Yeah. How about you see Julius say, look, don't come after me. Look, you don't come after me, I'm gonna put you right in there next to him.
Yep.
Yeah.
He did.
I'll tell you this, it calmed the situation, didn't it?
It did.
Huh?
The whole conversation, the whole thing is very calm now.
That's why the welterweights. That's why the welterweights don't fight the heavyweights.
That's right.
Yes, exactly right.
I love how his buddies went from dancing around like, yeah, you want something now, they just want to talk. Huh?
Hey, we're good.
Hey, you want something? Hey. So that ended that. All right, so here's a story that we have today, too. I think Robert in Pensacola is going to start this story. Robert, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, guys. Have you seen the story about the elephant in India that trampled the ladies and trampled her corpse at her funeral?
Yeah, I can't believe this story. We have it today. You know, when they say an elephant never forgets, well, this is a really cruel example of that. I don't know what this elephant's beef is with this woman, but people are saying, hey, once you've trampled her, so he had some axe to grind with a 70-year-old woman that the elephant killed, and then when they had her funeral, he returns to the funeral and tramples the corpse.
How does he get to the funeral?
Well, you ever tried to stop an elephant from coming to the funeral?
But
I mean,
what are you going to say? Whoa.
Yeah. It said...
seems like animal control would have stepped in after the first trampling.
Yeah.
Then they get trampled.
Yeah, she said the woman was killed when she went to some tube well to get water and said the wild elephant appeared out of nowhere. They say it strayed from a wildlife sanctuary and killed her. And then they try to have her funeral. It shows up and tramples her corpse again. This woman did something that this elephant never forgot. And I mean, Greg, you talk about going for the kill.
I know elephants got a great memory, but I didn't know its eyesight was that good. To find, I mean, that's come back again.
They sense it.
Yeah. Do you think is that one of those things, Greg? Like kind of like that time we had the person that kept wanting to call somebody Chip, where you come back and go, guys, everybody, whatever y'all have done to this elephant, we got to make it right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's.
I've heard they have great memories, but I had no idea they'd hold grudges.
What about when you're sitting there? I hate to go here, but it's terrible. And you're like, everybody's sad, and so she was trampled by an elephant.
Did it get in a building? How did it even get to?
They're probably out in the bush out there.
They're probably out. You never
probably
know.
having the funeral about 10 feet where she got originally trampled.
Right, they might have had her up in something that they were going to burn the corpse or whatever, and the elephant comes up and
you got to burn the corpse.
I picture them on one of those things that the Vikings used to have.
Yeah.
Or even some of the tribes where they put you up on one of those things.
Altar looking.
Yeah, and I just picture the elephant coming there and knocking it down, and stomping her again. I mean, how about it, that end zone dance was not necessary, and it really upset everybody.
I mean,
yeah,
you would think with the elephants not being in the circus anymore, they'd cut us a break. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we quit the circus.
Are they mad about that?
Yeah,
are they mad about being taken out of the circus?
Can you imagine how awful that would be for Granny to get trampled again?
Y'all, right in the middle of the service?
Golly.
Like you said, she did something that elephant he didn't like.
What about the first time you hear? Like, oh, not again. Yeah. Who invited him?
Speaking of elephants, there's a video out of, I don't know what zoo it's at, but apparently an antelope or something fell in the water and was drowning, couldn't get out. And an elephant stood there and just made noises till the zoo handlers jumped in the water and rescued the antelope.
Well, I saw somebody's dog got in a gorilla exhibit too. We got that video coming up later.
I don't know about that.
Up next, Bubba battles Satan's little hand puppet. Update.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And,
yeah, that's
it. We all agree with that, think that. Frankly, I'm shocked that one of these dads has not gunned the guy down on the street.
Right. It's surprising to me.
I'm totally shocked.
He's still alive.
Not that that's the right thing to do, but I'm totally shocked it hadn't happened.
Well, what you do is you're sitting there in a different position where you're supposed to be a professional. You're supposed to handle your job that is grave. I mean, that's a very important job.
But she is handing down a death sentence to somebody.
But you let the people at the coffee shop say some of this stuff. You're not supposed to say it.
Right.
Not in that position. And I tell you what it looks like. It looks like you can't control your emotions.
And see, there will be cunning attorneys that will use that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but anyway, enough of that.
Yeah, but I certainly understand it. But again, I let that be the coffee shop talk probably, and let that be down at the plant, and let that be on radio shows like this one. But you in that position, you said more than you needed to say. And by the way, you could have taken all that out and still said enough.
Yeah, well, you've heard.
How about
judges,
the 175 years? Is plenty.
You've heard judges, read the Riot Act to some of these people, but it didn't sound like it was a personal. It sounded like they were carrying out the job of the people.
Right. The people have spoken. These women have spoken. You have pleaded guilty. I have read your letter. In my opinion, representing the federal court, I do not see that you have shown any signs of rehabilitation or remorse. The damage done to these women is irreversible here on this side of heaven. So I sentence you to what's available to me. I'm totaling up to 175 years. This means that you will never live outside of the prison for your time here on earth. Boom.
Rick, also,
and everybody goes, that's about right.
Just a little background information on her. She is a cowboy boot-loving mom of 5 who had twins at age 52.
My goodness.
Via a donor, and writes crime thrillers in her spare time. I know. Well, when you get in the middle of this, you know that everybody's going to know your business and what's going on,
Mm-hmm. Now, so does donor mean?
That means I went to the bank and I have twins.
But what I mean, no husband. I did this on my own.
Has a husband, but they.
Is there a husband in play? Because if he's there, do we need a donor?
I'm just reading the highlight bullet points.
Or is he 54 and can't get it done? That's a legitimate question.
What kind of comment is that?
Good night. You just said it.
Rick, I'm 40. I can't get it done. Okay? Wow. I've had a procedure.
Oh, I know what you're saying.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. I got you. I thought you were saying that age would have enabled you. You're talking about he might have. But now, I'll tell you this. Adler's dad had a reversal and then had 2 more sons.
Oh, Rick, don't think that has not been a conversation in our house that I haven't let y'all in on.
Right. Well, you don't want to talk to Michael Adler?
No, they say it's much worse.
Yeah.
Easy procedure on the front end. You go back and reverse it, I think it's a much tougher deal.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier just to snip.
Michael Adler got it done.
He sure did.
2 sons, procedure, reversal, 2 more.
Is it too much info? How old was he when he had the reversal?
Chris, do you know? Eddie?
How uncomfortable is he right
now?
I know.
Well, he's talked about it openly.
He just turned 60, and my youngest brother is 21, something like that.
So he was around 40?
He was around 40. How about that?
How about he has unbelievable hair for a 60-year-old?
Yeah.
Huh?
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
I mean,
good night.
I can't speak about all of his health, but his hair's doing great.
Well, what you're saying is the reversal's not all you can do. Look at that hair.
So back to the discussion. So she was 52, and so he may not have for whatever reason. They said, well, we still want to have.
She may
that
have had a
scenario,
husband. I don't know.
But that scenario's possible. Because he wouldn't have, unless he decided to bank.
Yeah.
But
wow.
You might not have thought about that. If you think you're done,
Good night.
If you think you're done, some people will bank it.
Yeah.
second segment.
In the words of Michael Scott from The Office, when his girlfriend Jan makes him get a reversal and then a reversal and then reversal, he goes, snip, snap, snip, snap. Do you have any toll that takes on a human body? Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, it was our number one email yesterday. Social media, Vince McMahon has announced that the XFL will return in 2020, and here is his statement, straight to the point.
The new XFL will kick off in 2020.
Nine minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today. I'm excited to represent the show in Shelbyville, Tennessee. First Baptist Church men's event coming up Saturday night. And if you are making plans to be with us, I'll see you there. The dinner tickets are all sold out, but if you just want to come to the event, there's still some seats before we get the max there, before it sells out. Just go and grab those, and look forward to seeing the guys as we spend some time together on this Father's Day weekend. And talk about the men's discipleship strategy, and this will be the high challenge part of that. Then opportunities for you to get into the high equipping. Other man churches going on this week that are not events. They're just gatherings as the strategy continues. First Baptist Opelika Thursday night with Kevin Derryberry. Sunday morning, Scott Dawson at Valleydale Church, my home church in Birmingham. That'll be a breakfast. And Brian Gunn in Homewood, Alabama. They're in the Birmingham area at Homewood Church of Christ for a breakfast on Saturday morning. All those are going on. You can find those at themanchurch.com or rickandbubba.com. And then, of course, Gridiron Men's Conference this weekend in Huntsville. And one thing I did want to let you know, I saw they were having some issues with their website yesterday. They were claiming that Gridiron was sold out, but it's not. You can still get tickets if you desire to be there this weekend. And for you men that are going, you'll have a great time. And we talked to Kirk Cameron about that, and Tim Tebow, who will both be speaking there along with the other speakers, and Charles Billingsley and all the gang this weekend in Huntsville at Propes Arena. So a lot of opportunities, dads, for Father's Day weekend coming up. Bubba, speaking of fathers, you had to protect your home against Satan's little hand puppet. You told us that you knew a battle was waiting, and so that was yesterday's show. We're back today. Do tell.
Well, Rick, Sunday afternoon late, I noticed that Satan's little hand puppet had worked its way into the swimming pool. It looks like it had got into the skimmer bucket, and when the pump cut off, he was trying to make a getaway, and I saw some of this going on, so I quickly cut the pump back on to pull him back in the bucket, and I thought, well, we'll just leave the pump on, and he'll be safekeeping. I'll get to him Monday. Well, I went back Monday, and he got away.
Yeah.
So he's out on the loose.
But that's not
Bubba.
you.
Well, I
that's
told
not
you, it was getting dark, and I'm not.
That's
gonna,
not you to
I'm
let
not
one
gonna,
get away like that.
Well, I'm not going to battle. I'm not going to battle him in the dark, and I can't shoot into the pool, into the skimmer bucket. You know, that'll mess everything up. So I was kind of at a disadvantage.
He could be in your house now.
Well, he could be anywhere, but that's all right. I'm going to burn my whole backyard. I'll get it.
Scorched earth.
Yeah.
But Bubba, that seems so unlike you to go in there and just go to bed.
If it hadn't have been as late as it was, I might have gone and engaged. But it, I have to play the odds. I like daylight better.
Yeah, but Bubba.
I know. That's all right. I'll get him. We'll get him.
I don't know. Back right off
I'm
the
gonna have to
ridge
burn the yard and get 2 new cats.
Good night, Bubba.
So
I didn't expect that. I
Yeah.
thought.
I know. I was disappointed.
If anybody else had done that, you wouldn't have stood for it.
Well, I wasn't happy about it. I'm not happy about it.
You might as well not have seen Maverick now.
It's not very Maverick.
What side of the pool?
By the way,
is that
we're going to
on?
make y'all start watching Maverick trailers till y'all go see it.
Yeah. By the way, it's Maverick Monday coming up.
People want to know about that segment.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's coming.
7 o'clock.
I've given you 3 weeks. My goodness, what do y'all want?
Yeah, come on.
Also,
I mean, Mission Impossible 7 will be out before you know it.
I guess finish it. Bubba, I hate to say this, and it pains me to do it. Snake won, Bubba nothing.
Oh yeah,
and you had a great record going too, where they never got away.
I know, and I'm not happy about it.
So Adler on 3 here, video 3. So as we, I guess, finish out our animal segments. So this is the San Diego Zoo, which if we had the little bell, I would tell you I've been there at the San Diego Zoo. And this is Safari Park. Apparently somebody, I know this thing was service animals, and maybe this was a service animal, and it's straight up and all that. But somehow somebody let a shepherd dog wander into the zoo Sunday.
Boy, he got past all the barriers.
And it went into where the gorilla is.
Oh, no.
And the gorilla begins to get after the dog, and apparently the onlookers,
Well, you would think
panic.
this could end bad,
Yeah.
but you've also seen cases where gorillas or monkeys will take a dog or cat and just pet it like it's a pet.
Look.
Look at him running.
Yeah. The gorilla wants to know why you in here.
Yeah, you ain't supposed to be in here.
What are you doing?
How did it get in there over the water?
I know. I mean,
where the gorillas can't even get out.
Look at everybody trying to call the dog as if that.
Well, it ain't gonna jump in that.
Are they
ditch
calling
and
it
swim.
Buddy?
Did they?
They
call it Buddy?
Watch out. They're going to have to take him out like they did
I
Harambe.
just heard Ricky. Oh, no.
Somebody
What are you
said
doing?
Franklin.
Look at him looking at
What are
him.
you doing?
Why is this
Oh, my
person
God.
crying like
Oh,
this
my
is some
God.
terrible thing? Oh, look, he's just trying to throw the dust at him.
Yeah,
like,
Trying
get on out of here.
He's just trying to scare him off.
Who's that on top? Is that a
Oh, no.
zookeeper?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, how did the dog get
Yeah,
in
why
there?
is the dog at the zoo?
Greg, I mean, you never know. It's not one of the most popular exhibits.
Don't you know that
so-
dog is thinking
the dog
that
exhibit.
is the ugliest dog I've ever seen?
Yeah.
He wants.
Y'all, if the gorilla wanted to kill the dog, it would already be over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
the
don't want him in
gorilla
there.
is trying to get him out.
bluff him.
Did you see here in a minute on this next one where
Yeah,
he
he
takes
throws the dirt,
takes the
yeah.
dirt and throws it toward him?
Look at Heine
You
right
need to
there.
get in there.
Yeah. Look at old Silverback.
Yeah, old Silverback.
Hey, what? He's a proud thing.
Well, he wants to know what in the world you doing in here. We wouldn't let an intruder in our home, would we?
No.
I love how she said no.
Right here,
like
watch.
that.
I like this move right here. Boom.
Yeah, he's trying to.
He threw the dirt and backed up.
Is that a universal sign like you better get out of here?
Yeah, it is.
Huh?
He's shooing him basically.
The person gets me.
Well, where's that
Rick,
dog
the zoo
going?
confirmed neither animal was harmed.
Well,
Where is the dog going down that?
No.
Y'all, there's somebody let that dog in there.
Yeah.
Who let the dog in?
You.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's like when they get on stadiums, when they're in a big, huge stadium, and some dog comes digging across the field.
Yeah.
Somebody let him.
You know, really, I know y'all are just waiting for me to say it, but I'm going to say it. Thank goodness he didn't get in the chimpanzee thing.
Oh,
it'd have been
boy.
bad.
Now you want to see a show.
A silverback, really, I mean, powerful strength. You don't want him to grab you and start slamming you on the ground. Mm-hmm. I mean, you just don't want that. But they're really pretty much in the I want to scare you away with my massive presence
Yeah.
and my charging. He really doesn't want to engage. But now the chimpanzees, they would start organizing, going, that's 3 legs we could eat.
We can get him.
I'm going to tell you what happened.
And, you take
Okay.
one, and I'll let y'all have the other 3.
Wife had to use the bathroom, told the husband, hey, watch the dog. I'll be right back.
You're right.
And she came back and said, you had one job.
Yeah.
I know.
And he like
she was
looked
over there
down.
looking at a peacock or something.
Yeah. He looked down, have some nachos or something, looked up.
Right.
And Buddy's
Whoops.
gone. Buddy's gone.
Could have been a summer day in San Diego. Maybe he was distracted.
Never know.
I mean, well, look, you never know. You can't leave a
That'd
guy.
been even
You can't leave
worse.
Dad and George
You know?
watching a dog.
I mean, that's
Attaboy.
what I got.
Hey, I
I
had a
don't know.
kid.
Yeah, right. Where's the dog?
A dog. Oh,
right here.
What's that ruckus going on in the gorillas?
I hear people screaming.
There's a silverback chasing something. Let's don't go over there. We're not going to go check it. Let's don't go over there.
Why the kids crying?
Maybe
Why did he cry?
That's a big dog right there on the field. Look.
Oh, I love a running dog like that.
Oh, yeah.
I wish you were running with it, Greg, with no
Me
shirt
too.
on.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And quite frankly, we're going to give the game of football back to fans. I'm sure everyone has a lot of questions for me, but I also have a lot of questions for you, In fact, we're going to ask a lot of questions and listen to players, coaches. We're going to listen to medical experts, technology executives, members of the media, and anyone else who understands and loves the game of football. But most importantly, we're going to be listening to fans. So I would ask that, the question of what would you do if you could reimagine the game of professional football? Would you, for instance, eliminate halftime? Would you have fewer commercial breaks? Would the game of football be faster? Would the rules be simpler? The new XFL will be fan-centric with all the things you like to see and less of the things you don't. And no doubt, a lot of innovations along the way. We will present a shorter, faster-paced, family-friendly, and easier-to-understand game. Don't get me wrong, it's still football, but it's professional football reimagined. Since we're launching in 2020, we have 2 years, which is plenty of time to really get it right. We intend to start conservatively with 8 teams, 40-man rosters, a 10-game regular season, and postseason featuring 2 semifinals, and, of course, a championship game.
Okay, so he's just acting like we just forgot that the first time he did it, it was not family-friendly and it was going to be edgy. So now we're family-friendly.
Yeah, he's going a whole different way on this. You know, too,
he lost,
think,
what, $70 million? I guess he learned.
Yeah, maybe you might want to change whatever you did then, do something different.
Well, I think there's a lot of things to look at. First off, from a rating standpoint, the XFL was not a total bust. They actually had better ratings than what they replaced it with when it was all over. And you saw some players that came out of that went on to some pretty good NFL careers. Tommy Maddox, the first one to come to mind. But can it work?
He hate me.
Yeah. Now, from what I understand, I didn't hear it in that, but I've heard some other commentating. They're not going to let you do the funny names on the jerseys. That was not part of it. Or has all that been locked in?
No, what it is now, Bubba, to get it again, now, you get the new vision, because he's looking at what everybody's not liking. Family-friendly, fan-centric.
I like that word, by the way, fan-centric.
And then if you look in the back, it says it's all about the fans.
Right.
So because the fans don't think it's all about them anymore. He's going to remove, he thinks, I don't know how he's going to field 40 roster, 8 teams if he removes the criminal element, but he's trying to look for people.
They're not going to be very good. I'll say.
Looking for people of character.
I started to say that's
notice
a lot of Army Navy players.
Notice the logo's gone from red and black to red, white, and blue.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And so it's gonna try to give claim he's gonna give football back to the fans. And we're gonna weed out all the stuff that you grow to hate about. Now, the first time, remember, it was football lost its roughness.
He can't do that now with the player safety issues and all. He can't take, because we watched that yesterday. The guy with the concussion was bragging about he was back in a week and all that.
Jeff Brom.
That was funny.
No fair catches they used to have in the XFL, so stuff like that. He can't do that now because that's not
fighting for the ball for possession.
Yeah, their skill players couldn't stay on the field. No. Remember, the offensive line to me was the thing that was most notable was not up to par.
Well, and you know why?
And the quarterbacks were getting killed.
The reason why was because all great offensive linemen had big contracts in the NFL because they're very valuable.
Right.
There weren't a lot of them sitting around going, "We don't have work."
You know, I heard some of the ideas in the kickoff hour, which I thought were great. Hams, I especially like the more points for the field goals, the further back they are. If it's a 20-yarder, it's 2. If it's 30, it's 3, 40. I mean, if you kick an 80-yarder, you get 8 points.
That's good.
Good luck.
I even heard someone chimed in an email and said, I think that the kickoffs, if it goes through the goalpost, it should be 1 point. And I thought, what a great idea.
Pretty cool.
That's another way to bring the kickoff into point.
You know, the one thing about football, I think there's too many of these little nitpicky calls that stop play, and I don't know that you go as far to say as everybody can catch. Everybody's an eligible receiver, but this thing about too many men on the line and all that, I think it's ridiculous. Who cares if you're on the line or in the backfield? It's one step difference.
No, he's got to be off.
Yeah, so
I mean, some of that.
I know it.
Cut out a lot of those rules. I don't know how you, but. How do you keep the players safe? You keep it fun. I mean, that's going to be an ongoing thing. I noticed before with the XFL, you remember the whole goal was to bring down the NFL. Remember, it was we're going to be the football Godzilla that brings the great day of reckoning on the NFL. That's not the speech this time. It is we want to have a fan-friendly, family-friendly football. And is it going to be spring or is it going to be the same time?
Yeah, they hadn't said
I guess
that.
that's part of. I'm going to listen to everybody, right?
We were discussing that too. I think that's what, and because I'm a fan, the other alternate leagues playing the time they play bothered me. I mean, I know you don't want to go head to head, but like Ham said a good idea earlier. Pick days. Don't play on Sunday and compete with them. But now, of course, you got to compete with college too because they play every day of the week.
What is weekday football?
Well, like the junior colleges play on Thursday nights.
Well, I had
a lot
this
of
idea.
them. Yeah.
Okay, Monday night football. To get ready for Monday night football, you just watch us from 5 to 7. That's when we're on. Because he's talking about shortening the game, so we ain't got to worry about a 3-hour game.
Right.
So from 5 to 7, you guys, hey, fired up at the.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. 28 years still here. I know. Some of y'all said we was going to be gone a long time ago. Still here. Still swinging. Still going. While a lot of people have vanished from the landscape. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess here. Helmsy on vacation. Eddie Van Adler's got the YouTube option for you. And we welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being here with us and letting us do what we do.
Well, you and Speedy have not been promoting y'all playing in a golf tournament.
Yeah, tomorrow. Big day.
Yes.
Y'all haven't been promoting that.
Are you? You're not getting out of it, are you?
No, it's dangerously hot. I thought they might call it off. But.
No.
But they ain't going to call it off.
No. I mean,
you know how golf tournaments get canceled over summer.
Over the sunshine.
A discussion on the best way to get there.
Well, y'all are out of your mind. I don't even know where y'all going.
We're going Robert Trent Jones, Silver Lakes, over by kind of Glencoe area.
You know how Greg is.
In Alabama.
I've been through this with Greg. Greg takes no account for speed.
No, I do.
Here's what Greg, he's got to be out in the middle of the woods. I'm in the middle of the woods. I must be making time.
On a 2-lane.
I'm on a 2-lane behind a big lumber truck. I'll still beat Rick, who's doing 86.
Rick, you're not supposed to do 86.
Well, yeah, they give you 11.
But all that gas you're using.
All that gas I'm using.
Going out of the way like that.
I just want to be on time. Wow. Greg, I promise you, the way I would go, I would beat you to Glencoe.
I don't think so.
Is it in Glencoe?
No,
Well,
it's not
south.
in Glencoe. It's between Glencoe and Alexandria.
So Glencoe.
It ain't far from Glencoe.
What's it called?
Rick,
when somebody
you've been
says
to this place,
when
I'm
somebody
sure.
says I'm going to this
Silver
place,
Lakes.
What's the community called? I mean,
Silver
what
Lakes.
city is it in?
If you live at Silver Lakes, I bet you go to Alexandria School. I may be wrong.
Great, now you're just all over the road.
Well, it depends if you're good at sports.
That's true.
That's a good one. Are you talking about Wellington?
It's yes, very close to Wellington.
Okay,
Very close.
Well, no, I still beat you. The way I'm talking about you much better.
Which way do you go once you get to Aniana?
Oh Lord.
Look,
Love it's too hot. He ain't going.
And you and Speedy, I know you say mine is a number 4, but it's not accounting for y'all going to get on one of the most dangerous highways known to man, and when them brake
Well, no,
lights.
Rick, we're saying on every if everything goes well.
Well, Greg, with that you have to factor.
You ain't
that
never been
in.
stuck on the interstate.
Not on the one I'm going on.
You've never been stuck on
Not
that
one
interstate.
time,
Rick. I've been stuck on every interstate.
What's the one that you're more likely to be stuck on? 59 or 20?
Well, I'll give you that.
Okay,
20.
then that's what I'm talking about. And won't you just say Rick's right?
Well, but you can get stuck on 50.
But Rick, you got
not
yourself
as likely.
going all the way through Gadsden, back down through.
Rick's
Glencoe.
coming through downtown Oxford.
Yeah, it looked like a
downtown Oxford. Where are you getting that?
I'm showing your way, Rick, at 130. Greg's way at 117.
No way. I bet you I'll be. I bet you.
That's going the speed limit.
Accounting for Rick's 86.
You're supposed to say, I don't know about that.
I don't know about that.
Well, I'm more concerned. Y'all are worried about.
Y'all go ahead and go that way.
Y'all are worried about how to get there. I'm more worried about this one right here.
He's out.
I've been with him
Too hot.
I've been with him too long to know. When
David Muir came on the news and said millions in his path.
I've looked at this face for 30 years.
Yes.
Okay. At 28 of them doing the show together. This face right here, I know his expressions.
Yeah.
He ain't going.
No.
I like how he claims they're going to call it off.
Well, here's what I love.
I'm watching my phone.
This shows you about the brother thing. Greg and I. This is what you got to love about brothers. Greg and I are in a knockdown drag out about a trip we're not taking.
Yeah, we're not even going. Well, hey, we'll never go there.
That's a great thing. I'll tell you one thing. This fantasy trip, I would have beat you.
If we ever play in a golf tournament.
If we ever play at Silver Lakes, I'll beat you there.
Well, Bubba, Tyler was looking forward to playing.
I didn't nowhere near it. We didn't even go in there. One time I thought I was going.
Yeah, you got caught up there. You were timing when should I leave?
I started picturing myself. I can't wait till you see me.
I'll be standing in the parking lot.
By the way, I'm so mad about this. I think I might go.
I'm going to, and I will see who gets there first.
I may do it just to see if I can get there first.
You can't drive like a maniac.
Y'all can race. I'm just getting there, hopefully safely.
Right.
In time to eat lunch.
Well, are you going to go?
Going.
Are you going? Because your buddy you left in the halls is going to be playing with you.
Yeah, you done left him once before.
If they don't call it off, I'll go.
You know what, Rick? Bubba's already left his friend one time before at those studios.
Hey,
you can't do that again.
How did you get pulled into this? Is Homer involved?
No.
Rick, let me tell you why you know they're not going to. It's the JSU Athletics golf tournament. They're not going to pull it.
Rick, it's
They're
Dr.
not gonna
Bussey
stop
from
it.
JSU.
Oh, it's Dr. Bussey. That's right.
Come on.
That's right.
There's a few stipulations come with that doctrine. You got to go to at least 3 events.
I forgot it'd be 110.
Yeah.
Have you swung any since Regions?
No, not really.
So
you're ready.
You got to play 18 holes in this heat.
Yeah, it'll be
on
fun.
a Wednesday.
It'll be fun.
On a Wednesday.
On a Wednesday.
We're gonna have a lot of fun, Rick.
Yeah. Greg, did you hear Bubba talk? Did you hear Bubba talk the other day? Greg, guess it's only 24 hours for him not being able to do it because he says Thursdays he's already wore down.
Oh, Thursday will be tough.
I heard him telling Speed that. Well, I don't know about a Thursday.
Hey, I don't know. See, that's why, Rick, I'm going down.
Hey, Wednesday's right up against it. You know, if you don't get enough sleep, Wednesday could be a Thursday.
It could. It could.
First of the week's much better for me.
Good thing Auburn's not playing
by Friday,
tonight.
I ain't beat up, boy.
Look,
Like you talking about Friday
Oh, yeah,
so bad.
Friday's tough.
Look, let me tell you, these
Sleep will
He
find
drives down the hill. You drive.
Yeah, Bubba, you drive good 5 minutes to get there.
Here's what you need to do. Here's what you need to do. Whatever money it costs for you to play in this that goes to the athletic fund, just give them that check.
Just buy out of it.
Yeah, buy out of it. You wouldn't believe things I bought out of.
Sponsor somebody.
I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of my old JSU friends.
Well,
you know?
not really. I mean, I'm talking about what you got.
Why didn't you work in? I just show up and visit with everybody. You could work that in.
Well, I mean, we might have a pop-up rain. You never know.
You could be an ambassador. There is chance of some.
Greg, guess what FaceTime's for?
He could be like the ambassador.
Guys, I want to check in with y'all from my air condition here at home.
Here at home, my feet up.
Bubba's recorded a video message for us. Let's all pay attention.
Don't make fun of that. I committed to one of those yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, Rick, that's almost like an encouraging text.
It is. Oh, really, this new video stuff, it's just another version of encouraging text. Rick did not make the trip, but here's a video from it.
Hey, guys.
I
know it's hot out there.
I'm not going to say I couldn't be there because none of y'all would buy that.
So I know Speedy's a pretty good golfer. Tyler, pretty good.
Yeah, he plays. I mean, I don't think we can have an A
Who
player.
you playing with?
No, we're all together. It's all 4.
Who's your 4?
My friend Mike.
Don't do this to Mike. Come on.
Hey, y'all,
buddy.
You ain't made up for that first.
I don't remember leaving him in the hall.
Bubba,
You
asked Mike if you left him in the hall.
He never even said anything.
Because he's nice. He's a good guy. He
helped you move.
He's not an A-hole like this bunch.
It's not like this bunch that would have been talking to you about it for years. Non-stop on a daily basis.
Do you remember it?
Oh, do I remember it? I wanted to run away.
I know.
Because he was just standing there. And after about the 5th time I passed him, I'm like, what are you doing? Well, I'm waiting on Bubba. Well,
Bubba's been gone about 40 minutes.
It wasn't 40
just left him.
Did you know you were leaving him?
I don't even
Rick, let me
remember
tell
the
you,
event.
you know
I
who
remember
loved him more than
y'all
anybody?
talking about it. I don't even remember what y'all are talking about.
Greenwood.
Ryan Greenwood.
He lost it. He was the first one that pointed it
He had to get a huffer. He said, I think Mike is out there waiting on Bubba. Bubba's already gone.
Been gone.
Yeah.
Been gone.
I mean, there's no calling him. It ain't like you go, hey, he's in the parking deck.
No, he's probably home.
Oh, yeah, he's asleep.
Bubba, you ain't going tomorrow.
What's going to be
I'm
your...
looking forward.
Sorry,
What
Mike.
do you do when somebody's not there and you get 3 of the 4?
I'm hitting twice.
Yeah,
Is that what you do?
Well, you alternate the other players hitting twice.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sure they'll have maybe a single or something that they'll put in there. But
Bubba's waiting for a heat alert. Calling it off.
I'm watching.
what's going to be your excuse?
What do you mean, Mike?
Like when you call Greg Seitz and tell him what are you going to say.
No, I'm going to go unless they call
I'm
it
going.
off.
I'm going.
Well, they're not going to call it off.
They might.
Speaking of
It's
that,
hot enough.
It's the athletics.
Speaking of Greg
The
Seitz,
JSU
They don't
athletics
want their
golf
donors kicking off on the course over there.
There you go.
that'd be bad.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, I'm telling you what's coming. It's going to be. What time y'all got to leave?
I mean,
don't know.
right after the show.
Have you got to wear that robe you had when you got your doctorate?
No, I won't wear it too
Thank
hot.
goodness. That'd be hot. That'd be hot.
Hey, watch for something to deteriorate during the show.
Okay. He'll lose a crown.
It's going to be maybe another crown.
I hope not. I hope not.
I'm going today at 12.
Greg's having to get his done.
You know how I knock mine off? Doing something good, flossing.
Yeah.
I flossed my crown.
That's why you don't floss.
You have said you don't floss and speed all in 1 second.
Well, I mean, so y'all want me to be a non-flossing, speeding liar?
All right, Rick. So tomorrow after the show, we're gonna see who can get to several A's quick.
Yeah, now I got somewhere I got to go after
After we play, I'm going over to Greg's house for dinner.
There it
you
is.
go.
Yeah. That's not gonna hear be headed back home.
Rick and Bubba.
Office if you're working or at home or on your device. 5 to 7, you watch football to get ready for Monday Night Football.
And another good point is I think the traditional idea of we have to have a network to make this go has gone away. He can make a deal.
Right.
He can make a deal
Times
with
have changed.
Facebook, with Twitter, with Paramount. I mean, whoever, and deliver it online. And not have near the overhead.
Right.
And I mean, there's a lot of options.
YouTube
out
Live.
there. Yeah, any of that stuff.
Of course, the question on all minds involving the Rick and Bubba family: will the Dream Team come back and be the play-by-play team for one of the teams?
Oh boy.
Two things I got yesterday: will there be a XFL team named the Stampede with the Rhino logo, and will the play-by-play team be back? I mean,
He didn't mention what 8 cities he was going to start with.
No,
He did not.
Well, look,
But Birmingham's always if it's a weird league, they'll have it. Guys, we had a Canadian football team at one time.
Y'all do realize
Barracudas.
this has been tried several times, and
Yeah.
there's only been,
What is this, number 8 now?
There's only been one time it's ever worked, and that was when the AFL was joined. The NFL brought them in and said, "Let's become one and be two conferences."
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only one that's ever worked. All the others were failures.
Yep.
Every single one of them.
I think now the reason that Birmingham is attractive is, and these markets shift over time, but I'm pretty sure we're probably the largest metro area TV market-wise that does not have a professional football or a professional team in one of the major leagues. So Las Vegas was the number one, but of course they're getting the Raiders. So I think that moves us up.
Yep. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But I mean, it feels weird to say that. Now they're not saying it might come back. It's coming back.
Well, you know who we need to check in with? It'll be in the know. Gene Holman.
Gene Holman. The old mover and shaker himself.
There you go.
No sports takes a snap without Gene knowing
I don't
about
think
it.
he knew about it. I saw him the other day. Looked surprised. So he might not have known about it. As we return, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. All right, so we got to get an update. I went in to check on Adler for RBTV, just, hey, the typical, hey, so how's everybody doing today? And I looked, and his arms are all bruised up. And,
Not good.
and he can barely move, and he's tried to do this Brazilian jiu-jitsu at his...
That blue belt get a hold of him again?
At Jojo Yamamoto.
Yeah.
And...
I'm hot the teacher.
I'm not bruised up. What are y'all talking about?
Adler, Eddie Van Adler. Is there someone on his face too, Helms?
I got it.
Oh, yeah.
That's
yeah.
from.
Take this jacket off and show Bubba your arms.
nice.
Oh, I saw it earlier. I saw it.
Yeah.
Looks like he
Cold
fell down
water, I'm
steps.
cold
He's cold.
Yeah.
on the inside.
Well, you probably have chills.
All right, I'm a little bit bruised.
Wow.
Up.
Look
It's
at
not
you.
bad. It's not bad, guys.
Rick, he was calling rematch all day yesterday. He was going against that guy that choked him out or whatever.
Yeah.
Didn't look like it went
blue
very well.
belt.
No.
All right.
So you're a white belt, and you got this nemesis there, this blue belt that keeps making you submit and choking off your
He
blood.
choked me out one time. Okay, we were sparring. I'm doing Brazilian jiu-jitsu at Lionheart Academy, and we don't growl.
Why
okay?
not? Well, that seems a waste of a mascot.
And so,
Are you getting this free?
No. I paid for it. I paid full price
Dang,
for
I was about
it.
to be really proud of you.
I'm not you, Speedy. I paid full price for it. But
I'm saying you're just saying their name.
I heard about the lamb. There was a lamb. So I just started growling like a lamb.
There he is.
That's from Last Chance U. That has nothing to do with this.
So what happened, Adler?
Yeah, tell you what's going on.
All right, so my first lesson, I just sparred for just like 1 minute with this blue belt. I did not get tapped out, but he was pretty much just like, doing what he wanted to do.
Right. He got in the green
choking me.
zone, it looks like.
Yes. And then the second lesson I went to, I was actually in it full out doing this. Like what we do is 2 3-minute sparring sessions.
Okay.
And that 3 minutes feels like 10 minutes.
No doubt.
It's so
No doubt.
unbelievably hard. It's like I compared it to sprinting, but I've thought about it more, and it's more like someone is trying to drown you and you're trying to drown them, and you're both trying as hard as you possibly can.
Right, yeah.
So my second is it a class? Is it a lesson? I don't know. Session?
Training. I call it training.
That's the word.
Training class.
Basic training.
My second.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back, we thank you for being with us on the program today. All right, I'm just telling you in the break, Speedy.
Yeah.
I saw Bubba texting Span asking what the heat index tomorrow was
For
Wellington.
and if it was safe to play golf.
I know. He's going to be out.
Yeah.
Which I've really could we work on maybe? I know Greg hates top 10 lists. Maybe just 5 top 5 reasons Bubba will say he can't go tomorrow.
Oh, that'd be good.
Sitting in the number 1 spot. Somehow he's deemed the heat dangerous.
Oh, heat dangerous. Okay.
Bubba, I thought y'all were playing at Stony Brook.
But I thought you went down and played tennis in like 100 degrees.
Oh, he did.
I used to.
That's different.
That was 10 years ago.
Oh, but is that different?
Number
Yeah, it was
It's
10
hotter
years
now.
ago, Speedy.
It's hotter now.
Number 2 spot,
According to
something involving the knees.
Okay, knees flaring up or something.
Yeah,
That's a given.
Stomach problems, you got to be in there.
Number 3, and I'm gonna put stomach problems with just generally something not feeling good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't sleep good the night before.
Yeah.
Scars. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you got that.
All right.
And number 4, one that, and I mean, I think it's possible. I actually ended up with a tick on me, and I'm not feeling right.
That's a good one, Rick.
Tick. I'll put that down.
Got to give it a minute.
Something's tied to a tick.
It takes
I'll put that
longer
down
for a tick.
as tick scare.
Right.
Yes.
Number 5,
Speedy.
general overall issues involving family in some way. Betty needs me to do something.
Oh, okay.
Something.
Well, I can't help that.
I'm just saying that
We can all put that on our list.
Any
something
day.
involving lake issue.
Pontoon
Something I
boats
gotta
sinking
see
again.
about.
Yeah.
And look, and also I'd put into that Bubba's famous. I put Bubba's famous. I got a guy coming. I got to go meet.
Oh yeah, that's good.
One of his guys.
Contractor.
Yeah, some kind of contractor. It's very general.
Don't have to worry about them.
No,
anyway.
yeah,
we won't
Now
believe that.
I heard you mention Betty is going with you. Is that true?
She might.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because that could
No
force
way.
him into going. Because if Betty's going to do
Be careful,
something,
Bubba. Be careful with that.
then you can't get out of it because she's going.
Yeah, that could be. Now you're just putting another obstacle and getting out of it.
I'm looking forward to it.
Right.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I got a lot of friends I'm looking forward to seeing. I haven't seen in a while.
I'm looking
And
forward.
you get to
it.
make up to Mike for leaving him in the hall. So this was a make good. It's been 10, 15 years.
Yeah.
If we want to add a number 6, some sort of banking issue.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That is a real deal.
I know.
Yeah.
That's a real
15th of the
deal.
month.
Hey man, we got
you
issues.
never know.
Hey, I got to talk to Philip.
Yeah.
One of those.
Could Snake is loose again? Betty
15th
sees
is always a big day for
Number
us.
7, Snake is back. Can't leave.
Hey,
Snake in the skimmer.
Snake
He
is
just has to
back.
stay in there.
Number 8, we just put Bobby Dooley.
Yeah. Just play Bobby Dooley.
So good.
That's just anything involving Dooley.
There it is.
All right.
It could be anything.
We got to get to 10.
Number 9, issues with vehicle.
That's going to happen.
Right.
Well, with the heat like it is, a lot of them are buckling.
Right.
They're just buckling.
Vehicle, and put in their trailer too, because he's got them spread out all over the place.
The trailer.
Well, I know, but you got stuff all over the place, storing it at different places.
It probably goes under knees, but a flare-up of plantar fasciitis.
Oh, yeah.
A topaz.
A callback on a past injury.
I think I'm good with that.
Some call back on some past injury.
Yeah.
All right, let's go number 10, because that'll be under knees. Anything involving past injuries is under knees.
Yeah.
Okay.
So number 10, something involving his teeth again.
Oh,
his teeth.
Right. Another crown has come off.
Crown.
Dudney's called me back in.
Yeah.
It must be addressed today.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to do the top. Can we do top 10 with the bed? Top 10 reasons. Number 10. Dang it, my crown's coming off.
Number 10 is Dudney, teeth issues. Number 9's issue with some sort of vehicle issue. Number 8, just simply Bobby Dooley.
Right.
7, the snake is back.
Right.
6, it's some sort of
banking issue
involving
15th
Philip,
of
the
month,
accountant.
Yep. Number
5, this is just general issues with property. Something's wrong at his house or at the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Number 4, I had a tick on me and I need to get it checked.
I caught it on my light-colored shirt.
Yeah. And
Not sure if it bit me.
Number 3,
Hey, I'll have white on tomorrow.
stomach issues, feeling bad, didn't sleep last night.
Yeah, that's
had big
possible.
eye.
That's possible.
Number 2, knees, and number 1, the heat is dangerous.
Yeah. It is dangerous.
Boy, that's a good top 10.
All
right
of those,
there.
all of those are important.
Yeah,
by the way.
it does.
All of them.
And if it had been today, we could have added one Taco Tuesday.
Hey, it is Taco Tuesday.
Have you?
and
have
I
you
gotta
ever
leave.
stayed for that?
Oh, yeah, I've had it twice.
I was going to today, but I got to get my crown put on at 12.
Rick, honorable mention: gas prices are too high. Just
That's a good one. But that money's no issue.
Wait a minute.
No, that's right.
Yeah, that.
Hey, that's a $200 trip.
Greg, number 11, Bubba pretends to be poor.
Yeah, that's a good one. Rick says he can't afford the gas.
Hey, gas prices are hitting everybody.
Yeah.
Ooh, that gas pump.
Have you noticed filling up? I mean, it is
horrible.
awful.
Listen, when you get
when your credit card clicks out twice,
Yeah, that's
now,
ridiculous.
when my gas bill per month is higher than my house payment,
yeah, I know it.
that's a bad day.
I know it.
Yeah.
That's real talk.
I didn't know that looking at the gas pump when it stops would also be another test to see if you stop cussing.
Oh, I know. Because it hits that point you had in your mind, it's still going, what? You're supposed to stop. What the?
I'm not filling up an 18-wheeler here.
Right. Good night.
night.
What am I doing?
I feel like Mickey Dean when he had to fill up that big old boat.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's on him. That was a good one.
I imagine the people out there with them big boats right now.
Oh, boy. Most of them, they can afford it.
Hey, the bass boat people ain't even happy.
I saw.
Because, hey, let me tell you, marine gas, they already got you on that.
Oh, yeah. Where you going to go?
Yeah, captive audience.
What are you going to do? Get your boat out of the water, dry somewhere, fill up, and come back?
When it got $5 a gallon on the road, I thought, what's the big deal?
I know.
I'm just pretending I'm in a boat.
Yeah,
Right. And it's only going to get worse going up to 4th of July, summer travel.
Oh, yeah.
It's just going to keep going up.
How high do you think it will get before we
Where we
finally
live?
change our government to do
5.25.
something about it?
Now,
Where we live?
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah,
already
what
over
do you
6 in California.
Yeah, but here, what do you think it'll get to? Because right now, what is it?
What are we, 429?
458, I think.
Yeah, right around 460 or 450.
We're under the national average.
Right.
I would say here for us, what's going to change it from going up? I mean,
that's what I'm saying. How high do you think it will go up before? Because eventually it will peak out.
I think that we'll see 5.5 here.
I was going to say 525 here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I think 1234.
What?
Bubba. Good night.
They're reprogramming the gas pumps to handle $10, guys.
Now, Bubba, you saw that on.
That's true.
You heard that on Coast to Coast.
That's true.
Yeah, not everything Facebook puts out is real. We got a church.
All they got to do
here.
is put a little sticker with a 1 on it.
By the way, it seems like that. It's ugly.
It's ugly.
Yeah. What is going to stop it from going up? See, that's
according
the
to the
more
press
demand,
conference.
more demand. You know what'll eventually fix high prices is high prices.
Yeah.
People will go, I ain't
That's
going.
it. Done.
Yeah.
Like, for things you don't have to, like golf tournaments.
Mysteriously
I'm
about
moving fuel up.
Yeah.
Can't make it.
I'm going to say somewhere around late September or early, it's going to start declining
You really should
down.
be back at school.
because of midterms coming up, they're going to start trying to bring it back down.
Well, they got to do something, like you say. The midterms look real ugly for the Democrats, so they got to find some way.
Well, look, unless they throw the environmental left overboard, there's no way they can bring it down.
You're right.
That's right.
You're right.
They want this. They're loving it.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We do all our drills for like the first 45 minutes, and then the last 15 minutes we do the sparring. And I got paired up with this blue belt who was
same guy.
This was the I'm kind of recapping. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. This is and so I'm sparring with this guy, and he grabbed my collar of my gi, wrapped it around my neck as we're both trying to kill each other. And I'm like, all right, I can't breathe in or out right now.
That's bad.
So I guess I have to tap out. So that was my first time.
That's when we gave him his nickname, the Blue Meanie.
The Blue Meanie, yes. Tap out. And so
gave him the guillotine, didn't he?
I survived. We had to go back in it again and do another session, and I survived that session without getting tapped out. But so that was training class number 2.
Okay.
Training class. And then we talked about it. We talked about it on the air, had a good time. We all got our jollies making fun of this whole thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mentioned that the instructor of all this thing, George Webby, is very serious. He is
George Webby.
And I made.
Do you call him Coach Webby?
He's not Coach.
Hey, Coach
What about
Webby.
Daddy?
And
Call
it's
him
not,
Daddy?
I call him Daddy. Yes.
How about Sensei?
It's not Sensei. It's not.
Instructor Webby?
Sometimes I found out that they call him Professor. If
World-
somebody's a black belt, you call him
Professor
Professor
Webby.
Are you
which is
serious?
really
Professor
weird.
Webby.
Yeah,
I
feel
like that.
But nobody's calling him Professor.
What about Worldwide Webby?
Worldwide Webby? That's what we call it.
You
Well,
can
he is
leave.
worldwide. He is a. I made the mistake of calling him an expatriate because I thought.
What? He didn't play for New England.
He didn't.
Right.
That's not even what that
And
means.
he didn't leave the country.
Because he is a Marine.
You don't call anybody
What's
an
wrong with
expatriate.
you?
I thought expatriate meant veteran.
No.
Because he's
No.
served a Marine.
Expatriate is not a positive thing.
So he
No
did
wonder,
that.
I know it's not
What?
a positive thing
He
now.
did that
Greg.
to you?
We all know that.
No
now.
wonder you keep getting put with the blue
The
belt.
sensei beat you up.
So, and then I called him an ex-Marine, and then I called him
No.
a former Marine.
No.
And that's all wrong too. Okay.
I've
He
heard
is
you
a
can actually
Marine.
say former. I actually had a Marine tell me, and you know him, Rick. He said,
Okay.
you can say former.
Well, he's also a former air marshal, and he's a black belt in 3 things, and he
Semper
did-
Fi.
He did
Do or die.
He did firearms training with the State Department. This guy's serious.
Yeah, he is.
And you and then you guys just made fun of the whole thing.
We did not
No,
make fun.
we didn't.
on the
I
air,
didn't.
making fun of the thing, and you're like, "Oh, here's a video from him. Let's hear what he has to say." And then you're like, "There I am doing it. All my friends are doing it." That wasn't him. Okay, listeners, that was not actually George Webby.
Did he hear it? Did the professor hear it?
Yeah.
Worldwide Webby.
I got to ask a
Professor
question.
Webby's-
You had concern going into your 3rd session
Last night,
and
yes.
Professor Webby, whatever his name is, your coach, the director, the instructor,
Black belt
the
Webby,
owner,
yes.
you were worried about how his reaction was going to be if he thought the whole segment was funny or if he was upset.
So I show up last night and
Nervous.
walk in, real kind of just keeping my eyes down, my head down, and I'm like putting
This
my
is a serious place.
put my keys. He's very serious about this, as he should
Do
be.
you have your gi on?
I have my gi on.
Got my key.
Is it bigger or smaller? I mean?
I tried shrinking it up in the dryer. It did not work.
Blue Meanie stretched out and ready.
I'm putting my keys down and my water bottle down, and he goes, from across the room, he goes, "Hey, I heard your show.
Oh, no.
no.
Funny."
That's it.
And then moved on.
Funny.
He said the word
heard your show.
funny.
He
like,
did.
The facts are, it was funny. Let's begin. It was that serious. I was like, okay, well, he didn't choke me out in that moment. I'll just continue living then today. I get another day to live. Good. So we go through the drills, all the drilling stuff, and he's like, all right, so Adler, let's pair you up with your nemesis Justin,
No, the Blue Meanie.
the Blue Meanie.
Right.
Oh, boy.
And which it turns out that was a joke. He put me in a different group this time.
Oh,
But-
did he? Okay.
But y'all, Justin was the guy that choked me out,
Yeah.
and it turns out he's a fan of the show.
Well,
and
good.
when he was choking me out, he didn't know he was choking out Adler from the Rick and Bubba show. He finds out, he's like, "Well, you're Adler, okay."
Sorry, I choked you out with
What
your
if he'd have done it and say, I'm doing this for Greg?
Sorry, I choked you out with your G.
It's G.
Oh, G.
He's looking out.
It is 35 minutes past. I think I got something to say to you. It's late September and I really should be back at school. I know I keep you amused, but I feel I'm being used. Oh, Maggie, I couldn't have tried anymore. You led me away from home. Maggie brings us back. And that's what really hurts. All right, so as we make our way back, I mentioned Gridiron Men's Conference. It is this weekend. We did have a mishap where it was showing that Gridiron Men's Conference was sold out. That's been corrected. It is not sold out.
It wasn't too hot for it.
It wasn't too hot for it. Propes Arena, Huntsville this weekend. If you don't have your tickets yet, there are tickets still available. You can get your group together and you can go to beautiful Huntsville, Alabama, and you will have a great weekend with the Gridiron Men's Conference. It is the premier conference, and you got Kirk Cameron, you got Tim Tebow, Fred Luter will be there, Charles Billingsley, Phil Waldrop will be speaking. If you don't have your tickets yet, you can get those by going to gridironmen.com. Secure tickets for yourself, your family, your friends. Great Father's Day gifts for them to see that this weekend they're going to Gridiron. Gridironmen.com, or go to rickandbubba.com. You can find the link right there under the sponsors button. And, of course, Huntsville started hosting this about 3 years ago, and, man, they have been great hosts, and they're ready to do it again. All right, Bubba, we have this footage out of Yellowstone. You know, we where we live, and a lot of you out there, went through some flash flooding last week. And this video showing you Yellowstone, this is a little more than flash flooding here.
Yeah, we had some areas had 5 inches of rain in 24 hours. But check this house out.
Yeah, this is a house in the Yellowstone area.
That's
Look
awful,
at all that water. Day. That's not good.
You can tell the yard has already disappeared.
Yard is gone.
Look at the big divot there on the left.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
it's the water rushing down. And
I thought that was Adler talking to us.
I did too. I thought that was you.
The dirt away.
Yeah. I thought it was Mark Garnett.
I did too. I did too.
Yeah, that
house. No. Now here we go.
That is terrible.
That's
terrible.
And strangely, it looks like Noah's Ark now.
It does.
It really
looks like
does. Wow.
Launching off of a.
How about it staying on top of the water more than I thought it would?
What if you look somebody's waving out the window?
What if Greg was on the porch?
I mean, it stayed all in one piece. Isn't that kind of odd the way it fell in like that?
That's a well-built house.
How long you think it'll stay that way?
It's a floating boathouse.
Man.
I just think that's what Noah's Ark looked like when it started.
That's a bad deal right there.
Man.
Gosh.
I mean, the whole house in one piece falls
Floating.
into this flooding river and just floats away.
What if you're at that house right there and you see that house go by?
Gosh.
See the little white house?
Yeah,
you're
look
like,
at that guy standing there. He's like, wow.
You can't.
Wow.
I mean, you
What
can't.
are we
even,
gonna do with that?
You can't even have your nice little Yellowstone, Montana
There
house.
you go.
And let me
It's
tell you what
still
else is
together.
strange. At some point, that river's going to come to a bridge, and it ain't going to fit under.
No, it's not.
I mean, it's just going right down the river like it was meant to.
It's
You
still
see that? Isn't that
together.
wild?
Yeah, it's still together. Let me add this, Bubba. I'm not going tomorrow. Flash flooding.
Rick, at Yellowstone.
Worried about the flood. Worried about the floods.
Pop up thunderstorm.
Yeah, pop-up thunderstorms.
Pop-up.
So
Rick, lightning within 3 miles.
Adler, you'd know more about this because you know all about Yellowstone.
Yeah, he does.
All about
will this rain and this flooding, will this help the drought out west?
You know, that's a great question. I thought you were going to ask about the park closure because it's looking like they've got multiple roads that are washed out.
Yeah.
And it looks like Yellowstone might be dealing with some closures for quite a while.
See the road and the turn right there, how it's washed out. I mean, that'll be a long time to fix
saw a
that
vehicle
too.
between those two spots.
Yeah.
Hey, what about?
there's people in the park that are trapped.
No.
No,
Yeah, they can't get out.
The stories we have is that there's evacuations,
Look at
road
that.
closings, everything.
How's Kevin Costner?
Okay.
Great
Yeah,
question.
is he all right?
Did he make it out with his
How's
truck?
his ranch?
That's a great question.
Yeah. Is this the Montana side of Yellowstone?
Wow, look at that, y'all.
You don't know?
That's
I don't know.
bad.
That's serious
So
right
I
there.
assume that is not, you usually have that much water in it, right?
Evidently, this is rare, because when we decided to build a road there.
Yeah, this is a lot of it's from the snow melt. Is that right?
Is it?
So it's less of
But I guess
rain.
on that side of the Continental Divide, it'll head that way.
It says
won't
heavy rains led to flooding and rock slides, washed out roads, at least one bridge, of course, a house floating down the water.
Look at these roads.
I mean,
it says
it's going to
visitors-
take a long time to fix those roads.
Yeah, just
Because it's multiple spots washed out.
It says the northern part of the park is where a lot of the evacuations being done from hazardous conditions. You were wanting to know what part.
Yeah, because I mean, I don't know my geography there. I know that I went into part of Yellowstone, but I was over on the Wyoming side.
They said the report I heard said the north gate. Is there a north gate or north entrance that it's locked down?
Gardner, Montana.
Okay, it is Gardner, Montana. Yeah,
if it's Montana, it may make it over to the Colorado River. Then.
I wonder how long it'll take because I'm thinking about next year going to Montana. I bet this is one place I haven't been yet. I want to go to. I talked to a friend of mine that went, and I know some people disagree, but he was saying, just kind of knowing me a little bit, he said if you go in mid-May, it's about kind of like the best of all worlds.
Really?
It's not burning hot, but it's not freezing cold.
Yes, I'd love to go see the Northwest out there.
Yeah, and that's the best time to go because the days are in the 60s, low 70s, high 60s. The nights get a little cold, so be careful. And, of course, he said something to me that was a complete waste of time. If you're planning on camping out. And I was like, not pass.
Don't worry about that.
Especially with bears. Right. Yeah.
All right, was that a 10-person bunkhouse that we saw
Probably
fall in?
a bunkhouse look about it.
I don't know.
Yeah, it says that.
I like
our
Noah's
Ark.
Water.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. That's where it is. Okay, so it is. Right there. Okay. I got you. Yeah, I wanted to. I kind of wanted to go in that bunkhouse. No, I don't now because it's floating down the river.
Right. Be careful where you set your bunkhouse.
Yeah, right. Yeah. The
very careful.
I remember.
Oh no.
Adler, like your dad and me, in Wyoming.
Yes.
Fly fishing, rolling down the river. Man, that was awesome.
I bet it was.
That was really cool.
It had to be cool.
It was really cool. Of course, they don't let you have barbs on the hook, so getting the fish in real hard. But
really,
yeah, no barbs on the hook.
Wow! Is it because everything's catch and release?
Well, you can't hurt the fish. They'll worship animals there.
Right. The bison, they love them.
One of the locals hit it and says, "Let me tell you how life is here in this beautiful place. A little bit of earth worshipers though, but beautiful place." Says when you get the paper, you'll see that animals that got killed this week will be in a bigger headline than humans.
Yes.
Really?
Oh, yes.
A moose was hit, and then you look down there, 2 people murdered. Oh. It's just like, wait a minute, we talked about the moose first. It's really
think about
no. You ever tried to bring in fish out of you're in a boat that's moving water, and you're fly fishing, and you're catching trout, and with no barbs, and you're trying to get them in the boat. It was a little frustrating until you kind of figured it out.
Stinky suits.
Yeah, I mean it was a.
Remember that story?
What?
The stinky suit?
Oh yeah, that's when we went rafting, and the suits stank to high heaven.
Yeah,
and
did it dry out properly?
No, that's when I
little mildew.
That's when I made the comment to the former AT&T CEO that his suit stunk so bad, Randall Stevenson. Yeah. And he was behind me, and I turned around and said, "Oh, thank God! I thought Bigfoot was trailing me." Yeah, I mean,
I've not talked to
radio
like that.
guy.
I was hacking on him. I didn't realize he was like,
yeah.
You didn't even know who he was.
No,
at the time,
I had no idea.
Yeah.
He was in charge of AT&T, the company. That's who he was.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
Right,
big guy,
right,
big
right.
guy.
Yeah.
Probably didn't get talked to like that much.
You know what though? He ended up loving it.
Yeah,
Good.
we think.
Really, really nice guy.
Now this would
took
be
my flip phone from me. He didn't like that.
my can't have nothing story because they say this is like touristy time.
Oh, yeah,
It's about
sure.
3 million visitors into the
Oh,
park.
yeah, sure.
It shut all that down. You know how many people have traveled there, probably ready to go.
Oh, my
Let's see, we had
What about people that rented the bunkhouse?
2.5 inches of rain at Yellowstone Saturday, Sunday, Monday. The Beartooth Mountains northeast of Yellowstone got about 4 inches. So you add all that up, and this is what you got.
Got you a mess.
You
mister.
can't have nothing.
How many people sitting there at the gate going, what?
Oh boy.
What if
Come
you
a long
booked,
way for
What
that.
if you booked your trip there?
That would be me.
What if I had to be the guy to send y'all the video of the bunkhouse? Hey guys, you know that bunkhouse I booked for us?
Well,
It's going down the river.
Here it goes.
Bad news.
Phone calls from the people when we come back. 86 Big. We'll look at anything that we may have missed and get your phone calls when we return.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, but when the instructor
The video that you can run, you can get a better look at him as they walk up to the counter.
But people who know him, know this family, or will just say, well, yeah, that's him. No, it's not.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm with you. I mean, how long does that take to get confirmed or denied? But that's the update.
Very strange story. Very strange.
It's very odd. And of course, we made these points, but we'll make them again. If the neighborhood people are saying we don't want to be insensitive, but this is kind of shocking to us. Do we have some crazy killer in the neighborhood,
Right?
Or is this just some domestic situation? And that
a crime of passion.
Yeah,
right.
Or whatever. Has this secret business brought people into our world that normally wouldn't have been here? Whatever. Obviously they want answers because it's very unnerving.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's
a lot of the pictures of this is just unnerving. You don't think of this going on in your neighborhood, at this level.
Well, I think we all can agree because neighborhoods are different now than they once were, and I'm sure it was still this way to a degree when everybody did know each other. You don't know who you live around now.
No.
And you have no idea what they're doing. You don't really know anybody.
All right, I'm getting an email again. It's an email from a listener. It says, I live in Calera, and the lady that works at the liquor store has said that it was her and her husband there.
Okay, so now to my question. Does that make the timeline still where it may? Because they might have said, well, when they're together, when she was killed was the next day, and later he could have gone hunting the next day after they had their date night, so that still doesn't mean that his story's wrong. Or they would say, based on what we see here, what he's telling us can't be true. It's one or the other.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So
she was found at dawn the next morning.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that if this is the night before, he said he's hunting.
Well, yeah, and
right. And I want to get out, but is that not what we?
Well, could he have gone hunting the next morning?
Yeah. Did he leave out that night to go hunting? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
know.
That's right. We need to know. And plus, he could have said, I left that morning for sunup and went hunting. I don't know what happened after I left.
Yeah. I told Adler if this goes unsolved for more than a year, he has to do a podcast on it.
Oh, one of those podcasts where you try to find.
Well,
By the way, I had a podcast start on my phone uncontrollably, and I couldn't figure out how to stop it. And I eventually just had to go to another something else, go listen to a song or something to get it to stop. I'm yet to figure out how it came on my phone. I'm yet to figure out how it started playing, and I didn't know how to stop it.
Yeah.
So there they are at the store. So
Give him a little goodbye there on the walk out there. Look like
Yeah. Well, Pat.
All right.
We all do it. It's our wife. I mean,
Absolutely. I probably don't do it in
I'll
public.
do that 3 or 4 times a day.
Probably don't do it, in front of the people, but
I do when I. Well, here's the thing. I do, but I don't know that people can see. Like a camera. The only way we probably see that's a camera. So I'll do it just to make Amanda uncomfortable sometimes. I know nobody's seeing us, but I'll do it.
Oh yeah, no, that's all. Yeah, no, absolutely.
She loves that. Makes her mad. I think everybody could have saw that was standing in the store.
Yeah.
That wasn't really-
No, that was definitely. I mean, for a minute you think they're on the same football team.
Yeah.
Right.
Nice work.
She just made a big tackle there.
Oh
Yeah,
wow, I
yeah.
forgot about that.
Right.
Forgot about that part of it.
So
A lot of unanswered questions.
it is. It's a very sad, tragic situation.
Yeah.
And people want answers, and we'll get them. You know, this is just like me sitting there waiting to go. I mean, we're going to get some answers.
That's right.
Everybody's trying to, I love, and law enforcement and the investigators are saying it right. Guys, I know y'all want us to come out with some grand. Would you let us do our job so we don't come out and say something's not right?
Right.
Give us a minute to gather all the stuff, and then we'll give you all information when we can give you accurate information. Right. And that is it, but we always want it now. We want to know right now. And sometimes when they adhere to that, they make a mistake, and they're trying to learn from the past of when people have gotten out there too quick. So they're doing their job, and hopefully there'll be some answers for everybody who wants to know. Your phone. We continue. Jessica, welcome to the program. Go right ahead.
Hey,
Hey.
Probably have touched on this, but I'm not sure. I might have missed it. They're trying to pass a state law where you can't play tackle football for under the age of 12.
I've heard of somebody pushing that.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know.
I know the law, but
that ought to be a parent's decision. I don't think the government.
That's
ought to
what
be
I
in
think too. A state
Amen.
law.
Hey,
I was
hey,
like, my gosh.
You know what
what's next? You're going to take
Libertarian
bicycles
Bubba.
away? You're going to make them quit climbing
Well,
trees? What else?
they
you
made
gonna
you start wearing helmets with a bicycle.
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't
kids
know.
gonna climb
I just wanted to know if
trees
y'all knew more about it.
I got to tell you, our parents were very, very dangerous, and we were better for it.
Yeah,
True.
I mean,
we lived on the edge.
How about this? We've accomplished more than all these people been protected. I mean, you
I know.
if you-
I just-
who
I
you
thought
gonna put
it
on a
was
job?
good.
A guy that was playing tackle football from the time he could breathe, or a guy that's been put in baby oil all his life, been protected, hoping nothing bad would ever happen. It is 10 minutes to the top. Yep, 866 we be big. Phone calls coming in, wrapping up this hour, and for some of you, wrapping up another show. Ding, beep, 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 boom, boom. To the phones we go. Let's start with Justin out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Justin, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
What's going on, Biggins?
You are. You're up, buddy. It's you.
Hey, man, I appreciate you guys taking my call, man. I've been listening to y'all since I lived in Coldwater, Alabama, the past 20 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But I just want to tell you, we're talking about the gas prices, and I feel his pain about the gas prices being higher than mortgage payment. $175 to fill my truck up on diesel yesterday.
Hey!
But if you think it's stopping the beach traffic going to Panama City through here in Troy,
Nah.
they still traffic.
Oh, yeah.
It's bumper to bumper.
Well, human beings have made the declaration. I mean, they even go back to the Depression, and the one thing that people still found money for was entertainment.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
The shows.
And you kind of understand that. There's certain things you're just not going to give up.
Yeah.
And you're like, I got to have some life. I'm clinging this. I kind of found that in the middle of the pandemic. Now, what life are we trying to save here? It doesn't seem all that desirable. Let's get back to living and try to do our best to minimize our exposure to something dangerous. But you got to have a life. To Mark in Florida. Mark, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, big guys. Listen, I heard the part about fishing on the river, bouncing around for trout, and it's kind of difficult. But earlier you mentioned about Noah's Ark. You got to sympathize for those kids, too. They wanted to go fishing to put food on the table, and Noah had to tell them, go easy on the worms. We only got 2 of them.
That's good. Fred in Alabama. Fred, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'm one up on the call before that guy. I've been listening to you since I was 15, and now I'm 42.
Wow.
Brought you sausage biscuits in 98, spit on Speedy when he was buried alive.
What'd you say?
I saw...
So
I said spit on Speedy when he was buried alive.
Did he spit on me?
Did you say spit on him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well,
Anyway, I was thumbing through YouTube the other day, and I came across the Speedy Punches a Mannequin video, and I haven't laughed that hard. I didn't laugh as hard as I laughed the other day when I first heard it and saw it.
Yeah. That's a classic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real funny unless you're the people that own the mannequin.
Yeah, the people on the mannequin, they don't think it's funny.
No.
I had to move it up to my top 3. Number 1 is Willie and Wanda. Number 2 is Bubba walks to Gadsden or Jacksonville, I think it was, and then Speedy Punches a Mannequin.
Yeah, where were you walking? What was it? It was Oxford,
That's
wasn't
when
it?
I was
Anniston?
going to jog from Gadsden to Anniston
That was-
during the show.
Yeah. Yeah.
We continue.
Can't believe that tongue moved.
Tim, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, y'all may have talked about this before, and I just missed it. But the Oklahoma softball team, I guess they won the College World Series last week.
Yes.
Anyway, I saw a video of them, their post-game celebration. You know, I think they were singing "Nobody But Jesus." Thought that was cool. And then I ended up later on seeing another. I guess it was their post-game interview. They were interviewing the players, and they do some rowing thing. And the player went out into this whole breakout of relating it to Jesus walking on water. It was just a very good description on her, and great platform there. I just thought it was interesting.
No, that's good. That's a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I didn't see all of that that part of it, but that sounds interesting. We have to try to look that up.
To Gene in Birmingham. Gene, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
I am a researcher, and I work with Shell Oil from occasion. And your projections on what will be the high price of fuel in the Southeast is wrong. They are projecting $6 to $7 by next year. And when you talk about New York and California, somewhere close to 12.
Wow, I don't think the Southeast will ever get to that number.
Well, Rick, we're over 5 today.
Well, I thought that in Alabama it was 460.
Well, I just mean national average.
Yeah.
501.
Well,
today.
she was saying Southeastern. She thinks we'll get to $7.
What are we, 460 something?
460. And I don't think we will.
1234.
We're not talking about today or this year. We're talking about next year.
Mm-hmm. You want to put a little wager on it?
Now, let me ask you this, Gene. You said you work in the industry?
No, I'm a researcher.
Okay, researcher.
Mm-hmm.
What are you basing your numbers on?
The projections of the war and what the continuation of the close down of the oil fields in the United States will be on the industry.
You know, too, we talked about it again yesterday a little bit. I got several people sent me information from the government. A little over half of every barrel of oil goes to something other than gasoline, plastics type stuff.
There we go with that again.
I know. How are we going to make them battery cars without any plastic? Nobody ever asks that. Have you noticed that? I'd like for Peter Ducey to tackle that one.
I will say this, Gene. If we continue on the road we're on, I think all those predictions are certainly possible and even likely. But at some point, I go back to what Bubba said that many economists have said, the cure to high prices is high prices. At some point, I think you'll meet the law of diminishing return before California is at 12 and we're at 7. But, I mean, I could absolutely be wrong, but it just seems like that, this I'll have another please. Don't we all have a limit to that at some point?
Well,
I guess we'll find out what it is.
And, I wonder how people who voted
right
for a change feel about the change they got now. How you feeling about that? I mean, you had mean tweets. I give you that.
Mm-hmm.
Versus,
I can answer that.
$6 a gallon gas. How are you on that?
I can answer that because I saw it yesterday. There was a guy who, of course, he's not allowed to be black because he's conservative, and he was saying that there's no way that anybody who supports this administration will say that this administration is causing it.
Right.
And so they throw out the new prices and everything and stuff like what Gene was talking about, and all the comments underneath it, every single comment, it was not Biden's fault. It was not the administration's fault. Now these same.
Well, you know what? Hey, y'all enjoy filling up,
right? But they're going to say it's not his fault.
Hey, enjoy filling up.
It's still your fault that they have high gas prices.
Enjoy filling up,
right? Let's
at some point it will hit you in the face, just like a gas pump that's gone wild. that it may be on me.
Wanda in Tennessee.
We've all done something and went, wow, it didn't turn out how we wanted to.
Yeah. Wanda, go ahead.
How are y'all doing today?
We're good, Wanda. I hope you're well.
I'm great. I was just calling to comment on the art. Y'all said that you had never been.
No, that we.
And we took our kids.
No, we were just saying that this.
You've been to the Ark, haven't
Yeah, we were saying this thing floating down the river looked like
you? You
the
took
Ark.
it out for a float, didn't you?
I thought you had gone, Rick. You didn't go?
No, so we didn't say we haven't seen it. We were saying that this thing looked like it.
Oh, my misunderstanding.
That's all right.
I'm
Did y'all have a good
sorry.
time? Did y'all have a good time?
Oh, yes. I was going to say that my kids, they're 7 and 11, and they enjoyed it. And I had never been my first time as well. And it was so information. I really enjoyed all the information.
Yeah, it's a big boy. It's a big boy, isn't it?
She's a big one.
It is a big one. And if you ever get to do that in the Creation Museum, it's a little further over, but you can do them both in the same area. It's
I'd like to see those. I have not been.
Yeah, at least go check it out and be informed and take in the information. And
I got a lot of places I need to go.
You do.
I don't get out much.
And now you can't do it tomorrow because you got that golf tournament.
It's too hot.
Yeah, and you got that golf tournament.
That's right.
Yeah.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thanks for watching Rick and Bubba live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.